Alistair Cook opening the batting for Essex.
Well, good morning and welcome along from Headingley for day 2 of this county championship match between Yorkshire and Essex, after a day on which Yorkshire struggled with the bat, I think it's fair to say, all out for 134, having been put in by Essex when Tom Wesley won the toss, with George Hill making 36 as top scorer for Yorkshire, and Jonathan Tattersall with 32, the only men who made it above 17. Different conditions again today. Thick cloud cover overhead, floodlights on throughout the day on day 1, and of course Yorkshire walked off having been all out for 134, and 5 minutes later the rain began and we saw no further play. Beautiful sunshine this morning at Headingley. Much better feel about it if you're a batter. That is the case in point with Nick Brown, who's about to face the first ball of this Essex first innings. Ben Code opening from the Kirkstall Lane end, and that's dropped into the offside by Brown, and they're through for a single. He's out there with Sir Alistair Cook, who's about to face his first delivery. Yorkshire have gone with 4 slips, a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. 1 or 2 more in perhaps than there were yesterday, a smattering of spectators around the ground here in LS6. Jonathan Doidge with you throughout this match, as is no, he's not actually. He's alongside me, Dick Davies, but he's not here throughout because Paul Newton taking over from him tomorrow for the last couple of days, if we see that much cricket. And delighted to say we're joined today for the first time as our third voice with Roland Butcher, formerly, of course, of England and Middlesex. So we'll have Roland on in about half an hour's time as Ben Code bowls wide of Sir Alistair Cook's off stump. 1 or 2 of the Yorkshire players, just Dick yesterday, having a little nibble at deliveries that understandable in the conditions. But here's a man who's pretty good at playing a good leave.
Yes, he is, but yeah, totally understandable yesterday. And as I, probably said many times, the boot could have been on the other foot if the coin had come down the other way.
It's Code again, good delivery. There's an appeal for LBW on Cook. Not out. Rob Bailey standing at the Kirkstall Lane end, and Rob White is the square leg umpire at the moment. Pitch looks in good nick when there's a bit of sun on its back. As James Carr was saying when he was on yesterday, the square, huge here at Headingley, it basically just goes right across the entire field, no longer a square. Yes. It's just a strip, isn't it, down the middle of the pitch here, horizontally as we look at it. There's Code, number 10 on his back, comes in again, right arm round the wicket, and Cook over the top of that pushes out into the offside. So different feel to it, but there should still be some juice in the pitch from yesterday. You'd think a fair bit. Covers will have been on throughout the night. It should improve, particularly in the afternoon session if the sun stays out and that bit of moisture comes out of it. But at the moment, you would think they're going to have to bat pretty carefully as well. Essex, as Cody's in, another good delivery, has the beating of Sir Alistair Cook, who's pushing forward, wraps him on the pad. Appeal turned down by Rob Bailey. Let me tell you a little bit more about this this young fellow who's on strike at the moment. (37 years of age). Sir Alistair Nathan Cook, 161 test matches to his name, and well over 12,000 test match runs alone. As Cook is in again, as Code is in again, and Cook pushes it to Patterson mid-on to complete that over, with Essex on 1 without loss. 3,200 plus one-day international runs for Cook. Only made the 61 in 4 T20 internationals, but 25,654 first-class runs. More, significantly more and the entire Yorkshire team that's playing in this match on his own.
Yeah, quite an incredible player. Well, an incredible man, really. I think this is why he commands the respect everywhere he goes, not just because, he's one of England's greatest ever batsmen, but because, he's just such a thoroughly decent bloke, and that always comes across in every interview you see with him, or every word you see him written in the Sunday press. He's just a damn good bloke. As the second over of the day starts. Oh, first delivery of the second over. Bowled by Thompson, removes Cooks off stump completely with the neatness of a dentist extracting a tooth, and Essex, after 7 deliveries, a 1 for 1.
Yeah, cracker from Jordan Thompson, the man that makes things happen, does so straight away on day 2 then, with his very first delivery of the match, and Brown's off stump cartwheels. Said it was going to be tricky in this early part, and they've got one on the board already, Yorkshire, as have Essex. In the run column, Nick Brown, not a lot I don't think you can do with a delivery like that, unless you've got a pretty wide bat, Dick.
Yes. No, that would have beaten many a player. Yeah, it gives me an opportunity really to carry on eulogising about Sir Alistair Cook, although plenty of other far more eminent people than I have done it before. But he's just, and he clearly plays because he just loves the game now. I mean, he doesn't need to play it. We were both at a charity event about, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I had a long chat for about 20 minutes, half an hour with him. And I said, you're looking forward to the last 4 games of the season, and it was clear he had almost sort of boyish enthusiasm for it. And as I say, he doesn't need to play. He's a wealthy man. We know that there are plenty of players on the county circuit, totally understandably, who've been in the job, for a long time, and that's just like everybody else when they've been in a job for a long time. It gets to the stage where you're just doing it to pay the mortgage, but that could be never be said about Sir Alistair Cook. He just loves playing cricket, and clearly intends to go on as long as he's of any value to Essex. So Thompson in again, and it's the Essex skipper Tom Wesley who comes to the crease. Now we understand he's not feeling too good, because I waited downstairs for all the players to come out for an interview at the end, although I really wanted to speak to the coach, Anthony McGrath. And Tom Wesley came out first, and he more or less came out to me and said, I'm sorry, he said, if you want to talk to me, you can, he said, but I don't advise it. He said, I'm suffering from flu and I feel dreadful. And but he's still out there today, still going in at number 3. Maybe it was just an excuse because he thought, oh no, I don't want to talk to that Dick Davis.
Yeah,
again.
it would have been an excuse, Dick. Nothing to do with it.
Yeah, he's probably as fit as a flea. Yeah, what excuse shall I use today? Last week it was a broken leg, I think. But but yes, the Essex skipper had I haven't got the averages in front of me. He's had a good-ish season, but he always has a bit of a case to prove to himself as much as anybody else. That's outside the off stump. He goes through the wicketkeeper, who has 4 slips really. I was going to say 3 in a gully, but they're 4 genuine slips, and then a backward point, a cover. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, and then a mid on, a mid off, a mid on, a mid wicket, and presumably, yes, inevitably a long leg, hiding behind the TV screen here.
Good to see the abacus still in operation.
It is, isn't it? Yes. The beads have not dropped off quite yet, and that's whipped away. That's the sort of shot that Wesley loves playing. Well, I mean, most batsmen are like it, like the delivery on the leg stump and just whip it through the leg side, but it's very much playing to Wesley's strengths.
Yeah, very early days. Jordan Thompson, his loosener was a great delivery, wasn't it, to get rid of Nick Brown, but 5 for 1. They've not got many to play with here, so they're going to have to be really dry and make every possible use of the pitch, I think, the Yorkshire bowlers early doors.
Yes. So Thompson in again to the Essex skipper, who plays defensively. Just trickles out backward of square on the offside. So when I did eventually talk to, well, I say eventually, didn't have to wait too long to talk to Anthony McGrath, and you know, put it to him what a good day Essex had had, and everything was in their favour, and the coin falling the right way, and and then the heavens, well, if not heavens opening, at least enough rain immediately after after the Yorkshire innings was over to prevent Essex having to bat. And in similar conditions, unsurprisingly, he was guarded with his reply and said not much more than, well, we've probably had the better of the day, but you know, we'll see how it goes. We've only done the first part of the job, which is very true, of course, but it's not an unexpected answer from people in that sort of position.
Yeah. Looks like Sarah's preparing for a walk around the ground, so you can relax now, Dick, for half an hour. As Code's in, and that's another stifled appeal here to a ball that is eventually collected by George Hill at Gully, and there is no run. Gully fourth slip, George Hill, one or t'other. He's wide. So 5 for 1 into the third over. So Alistair Cook yet to get off the mark. Don't think there'll be too many nerves in that respect.
No, that won't bother him. But,
and Ben Code, well, he didn't manage to become the first player since 1971 to take his first 200 wickets at less than 20. He's in and it's wide of off stump. And Cook leaves because that honour went to Sam Cook only yesterday with an excellent spell. But different types of bowler, Cook and Code, but both very good in this form of the game. And Yorkshire definitely missed Ben Code for quite a significant percentage of this season. Not only him, of course, but Matthew Fisher as well, who we hope gets a bit of bowling in today. Not sure actually whether or not they managed to get on yesterday. I'll check that out. They were certainly off for rain in the early stages. Code in again, and another appeal, and again turned down by Rob Bailey. Law of averages states that at some point, if they keep asking.
Yes, just see.
Looks like just outside the line, doesn't it?
Line, just, yes.
Here's a man who certainly does know where his off stump is.
Umpires generally get it right. I mean, one of the great things about decision television and what. Come back to that in a minute.
Code in again, and Cook over the top of it, just pushes it out to Gully. There's no run. They have started, I should say, at Blackpool, Yorkshire seconds against Lancashire seconds, but no play yesterday by the looks of things. It's 5 without loss. Yorkshire batting first there.
Yeah, I think one of the things that television referrals at the highest level of the game have brought out or emphasised or remind us is that more often than not, umpires get it right, and it's not a job I would ever want. I don't think you're hiding to nothing.
Code coming in again. Johnny Tattersall just ran up and had a word from behind the stumps there with his bowler, who's possibly straightened that delivery as a result. And we see a bit of circus comedy as Cook gets down the non-striking end, leg by, and Patterson makes a tumbling dive. Possibly the fastest we've seen him move this season, Pato. Of course, Yorkshire supporters not going to get much more chance to see him bowl here at Headingley because he's been released, the old boy, at the end of the season. Former captain, great servant to the club. But he's got this and then the Gloucestershire match to remind us of his skills with the ball on this ground. Who knows, he might come back playing for somebody else and do the same. Doubtless make an impact. His Code. Ooh. Good delivery on the rise as it goes past Tom Wesley, the Essex captain. And warm applause from the home support. Ben Code, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets and 1 run conceded so far. 1 for 4 from Jordan Thompson's first over, and he's going to continue with the new ball at the Howard stand end. I should imagine it'll be fairly moist down at the far end of the ground. Look at the shadowing from the large Howard stand, which of course caused its own problems during last season, in particular in that Lancashire match. Drainage has been improved on it since then.
Thompson to continue from the Howard stand end, moves in, bowls to Cook, who gets an edge, but it's along the ground and is stopped or parried at third slip And, no addition to the score.
Matthew Baines has tweeted, "We're in for a long day." Going by the graphic, yeah, the streaming boys might have a look at the graphic there. Saying 154 overs minimum remaining today. So
Yes.
I hope you brought your bed, your quilt, a couple of books to read later on, Dick, because you're going to need them.
Yes, quite. And again, well, the net result is that Cook's got a 4, but it was one of those fortuitous 4s off the edge that went down to third man, and the second he played it could have gone anywhere. And yeah, having, well, it'd be an exaggeration to say a torrid time, but an uncertain time at the start of his innings. And
this could be the first of 38 overs by Jordan Thompson today.
yes. Yeah, I wonder where they got 154 from. It's actually, what, 104, you tell me, is that right?
Yeah, it's presumably what was left yesterday has been
Yes.
added on to what's allocated today, something like that, you would think.
Yeah. Thompson in again to Cook. Cook plays this, dabs it into the offside and goes through for a single. Yeah, so play will be extended on all the remaining 3 days, assuming it goes that distance. And it may well do. And yeah, to make up for lost time yesterday. We would warmly welcome, of course, emails at bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. We had a few yesterday. In fact, we had a few that I had intended to refer to after tea, but that never happened, of course, as Thompson moves in and bowls. And that's a good-looking shot from Wesley. That will probably go down for 4, an off drive down. No, it will not. Yes, it will. No, it won't. Yes, it will. I beg your pardon. Well, that shows that's tried to be that's intended to be a graphic description of how, you know, doubtful it was. Would it or wouldn't it? Because I was going to say
You used to be indecisive, but now you're not so sure.
I'm not sure. Well, I was going to say it went straight. You know, that's destined for 4, and then I instantly recalled you just saying how damp it probably is at that end. And I thought, well, no, it might slow down. But it was 4 in the end. And that's played out to mid-on. So that takes the, just as you're going to say that takes the score, they move it. Yes, 15 for 1, of which Cook has 5 and Wesley has 8 to his name. And yeah, so as I say, I was going to refer to some of the emails yesterday after tea, but of course after tea, we all sat around and watched the drizzle for a while until it was called off. Can't remember what time, but about 6 o'clock-ish. No, a little bit before then.
You should have your own theme tune, Making Your Mind Up, shouldn't you?
Yes.
Bucks Fizz.
Yeah. Well, I was going to get it, but I wasn't quite sure whether to buy it or not. That's heading towards the long off boundary, and indeed crosses the boundary rope just under the Howard stand. So that's the second off drive for 4, which Wesley has picked up in that over.
All change at Headingley today as well, apart from the sun being out. If it was a spot the difference type picture, away to the right yesterday we had the 2 net cages. Now we have the 2 dugouts from the T20 stuff away to the western terrace side of the ground with the tractor still. And the difference is that the 2 cages are bang opposite us.
Yes.
In that sort of vacant area, sight screen area, with seating either side of it. So 19 for 1, Essex getting off to a flyer here. Despite that early loss, they were 1 for 1 at 7 balls into the day. They've now faced 24 and come up with 19 runs. Work to do for Yorkshire. There's a bit of passing aviation, and Code is in, and with an open face, Cook runs that one down wide of gully, and will pick up a single. It's been a regular outshot for Cook, hasn't it, for decades now. Open the face, run it wide of the cordon. Much different picture in the skies. Quite a bit of blue, and the grey, or the cloud that we can see. Not really grey, actually. It's probably just a bright, wispy cloud above. Ben Code switching to over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Wesley. Throws it up there to drive and is driven. And looks as though that's got the legs as well to make it over the boundary beneath our commentary position for 4. Stephen Patterson giving chase in vain. So yet to create opportunities. Essex maybe also deciding they want to be positive here and try and get Yorkshire on the back foot straight away, not be tied down, because you still feel like at some point there's going to be a cherry with your name on it. Here's Code again, 4 slips still waiting, and this one wrapping into Wesley's pad. It felt as though, even from this angle, that it was probably going to be going down.
Yep.
Replay might bear that out. Wesley already swiftly on to 16. Just having a look at, yeah, definitely going just at the leg side of the stumps. 2 more people coming in. Shorts order still for quite a few in mid-September. Tells you a bit about the conditions here today as Code's in again, and over the top of that Wesley pushes it to Jordan Thompson, who's walking in. There's no run, so Wesley has faced a dozen so far. Cook 14 for his 6. Both of them have reached the boundary. 4 strikes to the boundary. In fact, all 4 of Wesley's scoring shots have been 4s, and Cook with a streaky boundary himself. Code in again, right over the top of that Tom Wesley, diverting it to Patterson at mid-on. Not a great deal of peripheral action for me to describe to you today, folks. People, well, if they feel like I do this morning, sitting still in their seats, trying to wake up. Maybe a coffee, a bit of caffeine to get things going. Could do with a few of those. Here's Code. That's wide of off stump, and shouldering arms is Wesley to complete that over. That's 5 gone in this Essex first innings. A reminder, Yorkshire made just the 134 yesterday before the rains came. 3 wickets for Jamie Porter, who bowled well. 3 for Sam Cook, who bowled better. And 3 for Shane Snater, who was probably somewhere in between the two. Allison looks a useful player, I've got to say, Dick. We're going to see him bat. Well, Yorkshire will be hoping that they see him bat at some point today, because it means they'll have taken a few wickets.
Well, yes.
11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 15 with the ball yesterday. Tall, gets a bit of kick off the pitch, not the slowest, and already a couple of half-centuries to his name. Looks a useful all-round find.
Oh, he is, yes. Yes, and you know, as you say, Tall, who was it who particularly inconvenienced, got to play on? It was Ben Code, wasn't it? Yes. Yes, he got rear up very, very nastily as Thompson moves in, bowls to Cook, or Alistair Cook, or Sir Alistair Cook. But
is he bothered whether you use the title or not?
No, not in the least. No. To such an extent that I think it doesn't really, you know, those of us who have the pleasure of seeing him or talking to him regularly, it never even crosses our mind that he's a knight of the realm. He's very, I think, as comes across all the time, very unassuming, sort of modest fellow. And that's what a play and a miss, and it goes through to the keeper. And yeah, let's the bat to the talking, as they say, cliche number 17. So as I say, we had a few emails. We've had one this morning, about a couple this morning from Gary, one of which was, I think I alluded, or more than alluded, mentioned yesterday that, you know, if too many test matches don't go the distance, and of course the most recent one hardly went into what was effectively the 3rd day, maybe the ICC in their so-called wisdom will, Thompson moves in, bowls, and that's just worked away on the onside, no addition to the score. Maybe they'll contemplate 4-day tests. And Gary from the posh part of Essex, from Frinton, says that obviously it's a possibility, but they, you know, it can't go back to having too many draws, which is, no, that's true. And Jez from Banbury, which is neither in Yorkshire nor Essex to the best of my knowledge. I think it's Oxfordshire. That's down the leg side, well taken by skipper Tattersall, diving away to his right. We were talking about Cook. Well, we've mentioned him this morning, having been the first to reach that great milestone. He asks a rhetorical question, although it does have a question mark on the end of it. Can you help me here? No. And tell me what more Sam Cook needs to do to get in an England call in any of the formats. No, not really. Well, you didn't expect me to be able to, 200 wickets, as he points out, at less than 20 is pretty useful. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Surely he is the heir apparent to Jimmy Anderson, but the way it's going, he won't get his debut until he's about 35, when Jimmy finally retires at 50. Well, I realise you're exaggerating for the sake of making your point, which you do well, but I'm sure his time will come. But there are a lot of very good young bowlers on the scene at the moment, and we are all inclined to get a little bit parochial about our own, the players that play for our county. But we have to remember there are 17 other counties and lots of useful young cricketers on the scene. That's a good-looking shot, but it's non-productive as it's played out to mid-off, who makes some distance to his left to field it. So I'm confident, barring injury or something, heaven forfend, that his chance will come, and probably come sooner rather than later.
Well, it's yesterday's spell. I know the bowling conditions were helpful, but so what? He's still got to put the ball in the right areas, as they say, and he did that. On another day, he could easily have had 6 or 7 wickets yesterday. Yes. Easily. Yeah. It might be that bowling against better players, capable of getting nicks on some of those deliveries he was bowling yesterday, he might have got more. Yes. But he was class, and you watch him bowl, you see everybody on the circuit. To my eye, he feels like he's got the ability to go up another level and and be effective and take wickets.
Yeah.
And it's easy to say that, but there are a lot better players at that next level up, so you've got to be good.
Yeah. Oh yes.
When you take the step.
Yeah.
Ben Code in and bowling to Wesley, who plays with soft hands, down to 3rd slip, no run. They were talking about Ben Code, in England terms 2-3 years ago.
Yes.
I'm not sure what that situation is these days in terms of the England radar, but he's another similar.
Yes.
Tight bowler, gives nothing away.
No.
And he's bowling those wicket-taking deliveries as well. Sometimes he'll get a wicket from starving the opposition of runs. Sometimes those skills are just too good. Not managed to find a breakthrough yet this morning. There's another dot there. Wesley turning that into the leg side, and Matthew Revis, tall figure of Matthew Revis, doing the fielding. Stephen Patterson is just doing a few stretches.
Well, Cook also got a lot of wickets in the preceding match down at Canterbury. He always likes bowling at Canterbury, and you pointed out earlier that our third voice today is Roland Butcher, and I know he was down at Canterbury commentating on the game. It'd be interesting in a while to hear what he thought of Cook. And,
Code in, and Wesley over the top of it, pushing to Patterson. I say Pato was doing a few stretches, only 3 overs or so for each bowler here. But whether or not they're going to go short spells and get him on early, we'll see. Might need a few overs to get loose, the old boy. We all know what that's like.
In fact, speaking of which, I have to go and do an 11 o'clock update for BBC Essex, so maybe at the end of this over, I know it's not quite 11 o'clock, but perhaps...
yeah, we'll do the change, that's no problem. Let's go in, and Wesley pushing into the offside. Ben Code gives it to Jordan Thompson, who reaches between the shoulder blades to find a bit of sweat to apply to the ball, keep it shiny. They need to look after that today, Yorkshire. That early breakthrough by Jordan Thompson. 7th ball of the morning, Nick Brown's off-stump cartwheeling. Brown making 1. It was 1 for 1. Now 24 for the loss of 1 wicket as Code comes in again over the wicket to Wesley, who's pushing at 1. Just leaves him off the pitch. Through to Jonathan Tattersall, who of course took the gloves and pads off last week at Old Trafford and had a bowl himself. Gave the keeping duties to Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Pretty good crowd in today round on the north-east side of the ground. Making the most of the sunshine at the moment. There are a few hardy sorts in the east stand in the shadows. As Code's final ball of the over is wide of Wesley's off stump and his shoulders arms. Dick then taking a breather to go and do his updates, and we'll bring in Roland. So Alistair Cook not out 6, Tom Wesley 16. This partnership worth 23. We're 7 overs in. Yorkshire were bowled out yesterday for 134 in 52.2 overs. It was a struggle from start to finish in favourable seam bowling conditions, but you've still got to be able to use those. Good morning, Roland Butcher. Pleasure to be alongside you.
Yes, good morning to you. What a lovely morning, considering how yesterday was. Today is absolutely perfect.
Yep. Super stuff. We should have a desk outside today, shouldn't we, in the sunshine? Bit of factor 50 on and I might be just about all right. Change of bowling then at the Howard stand end. So having seen Jordan Thompson make the early breakthrough, he'd gone for 17 off his 3, hadn't quite got it right from there on, and so the metronome back into the attack for the first time. Patterson, I think he's found the edge of Sir Alistair Cook's bat. First ball and he's missed it at slip. Tom Kohler Cadmore down to his right. There was a flicker of interest from Tattersall with the gloves and not enough interest from either party, and that is 4 runs to Sir Alistair Cook and should have been out.
Yeah, I think that was a chance really. Probably surprised in the slip first delivery, but really, especially at this situation where you've been bowled up quite cheaply and you've got an early breakthrough, to get the wicket of Alistair Cook at that stage would have been perfect.
So Cook, well, not dropped but missed really on 6. Now on to 10 with those 4 runs. Patterson round the wicket to him, and that's dropped out into the gully and there's no run. Now I think I'm right in saying we talked about a stat on this front when Yorkshire played down at Essex last year. Patterson has got a very good record when bowling at Sir Alistair Cook. Check that out, but I think he's got him something like 6 or 7 times previously. And here's the former Yorkshire skipper again to Cook, who turns that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. You think to yourself, all those bowlers that Cook's faced down the years, all that pace at test level, 12,000 and odd runs, and Stephen Patterson bowling early 70s, finds a way to get him out regularly.
Well, maybe that's what the others couldn't find, is that lack of pace.
Here he is again, Cook pushing solidly forward. Patterson still showing a bit of frustration, kicking out a wind stroke, if you like, at the ball as it went by. Doesn't look to be playing too badly actually early, to say that we had so much rain around yesterday. And Essex have been taking this to Yorkshire, having lost that early wicket. Patterson in again, and Cook this time off the hip into mid-wicket. There's no run. Just got to keep nagging away, attacking the stumps.
Absolutely. I think what he's got to do is make sure that Alistair Cook plays as many deliveries as possible. A very experienced player, so anything slightly offline he would leave alone. But that first ball was bang on target, and he needs to put a few more deliveries in that area and that length.
There he is again. The 2 old boys playing against each other, and Patterson kicks out again in frustration at the end of the over, because Cook was in control of the rest of it, but just not that first delivery. And it went to the left of Tattersall, to the right of Kohler Cadmore, and over the boundary rope for 4, and it's a missed opportunity. 28 for 1 after half an hour of play.
Yeah, very good first over there by Patterson. As you said, he's got a very good record against Alistair Cook. And obviously Alistair Cook is the sort of player that you need to get out as early as possible, because his concentration powers are second to none, even though he has given away the top level of batting, but still very good. Code now will continue, and he'll be bowling to Tom Wesley. He's got 4 slips in place. He's got a backward point, wideish mid-off, as he starts his running away from us now, and ball to Wesley, and this ball beats in outside the off stump, perhaps played just inside the line, and goes through to the keeper, taken cleanly, and there's no run. Just to continue with the field, there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man on the fine leg boundary. Wesley, last game, obviously, they had a very good game at Canterbury. Excellent opening partnership between Brown and Cook, which really set things up, having dismissed Kent quite cheaply. Code once more to Wesley in bowls, and this one squares him up. He's going to get runs here, though it's running down towards the third man boundary. I don't think it'll get to the boundary. It's pulled up just 10 metres inside the boundary, returns, but in the meantime the batsman goes through for 2, takes the score to 30 for 1, and with that Wesley, he now moves on to 18, and Alistair Cook, he's on 10. So bright sunny morning here at Headingley, and Yorkshire not having the best of days yesterday, perhaps the worst of the conditions to bat in, as Code is in, ball to Wesley, and he squares up once more, but on this occasion he keeps it down. The ball goes into the gully where it's fielded, and there's no run. Score stays on 30 for 1. Alistair Cook has faced some 26 deliveries for his 10. Very fortunate in the last over not to be caught that slip off the very first ball from Patterson. And Wesley, he's moved nicely onto 18. Faced 23 deliveries, so a reasonable start for Essex. It's Code in bowls, and this one's worked into the onside, but he can't beat that fielder at that shortish mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I'm dressed now. Oh, undressed as it were.
Yes,
it's really warm, isn't it? I have to pull the shade down and take a jumper off.
I will have to start taking some things off in a minute as well. So, but it is a lovely day, and I must say I've been very fortunate this summer that most of the games that I've done, if nearly all, have been superb weather. Code's in now, ball to Wesley, and this one makes good pace, good height off the wicket, but doesn't draw a shot from the batsman, who allows this one to go safely through to the keeper. 30 for 1.
Yeah, of course, you played in the days, Roland, when cricket was played in August, red ball cricket. You remember that?
Absolutely.
Those halcyon days.
At times in August you felt there was too much. I remember regularly during that August period there was, you played 21 days straight. As Code is in once more to Wesley, ball to Wesley, and he's in behind this one again, get a little bit square, but he negates that delivery. It goes into the gully, over comes to an end. At the end of the over, Essex in their first innings, they're 30 for 1.
Yep, and going pretty well, you'd say, that not without mishap. Obviously the loss of Brown, and then the scare, if you're an Essex supporter, of Sir Alistair Cook getting an edge on one off Stephen Patterson, man who's, well, if not quite had him on toast, you know what I'm saying. He's clearly caused him some trouble over the years, and I think Alistair Cook did talk about this down at Essex as well in a recent previous match. But he's survived the nick this time. Patterson just asking Ben Code to go a little bit wider at long leg. He's well in from the boundary, 15 metres or so. Patterson in, and Cook, ball just short of length, plays it top of the bounce into the offside. Finn Bean is in to do the fielding. Just his second first-class match. Started in very promising fashion at Old Trafford last week, 42 and 25, but, well, cricket's a great leveller, isn't it? And it turned up yesterday morning out in the batting with Adam Lyth. Helpful seam bowling conditions, and failed to get off the mark. That's the game. Patterson coming in. Cook shouldering arms to this one. They've got the 3 slips in place to Sir Alistair Cook. Coda Cadmore at first, as ever. Lyth at second, as ever. And then Will Frayne has come in at third slip today. George Hill is out at point. Usually the position occupied by Dom Bess, who Ali Maiden, on his post-day interview with me last night, Yorkshire's assistant, Yorkshire's batting coach, said that Bess just been rested. He's basically out on his feet by the sound of things, as Patterson's in, and Cook angling the bat and playing it out towards George Hill. Long season, plenty of cricket. It's longer, isn't it, these days than it was actually during your playing days. It starts a little bit earlier, finishes a little bit later.
Yeah, I think the only thing is now probably they play so many, I guess, different formats. I mean, I guess as well as Championship, you've got the Blast, you've got the London Cup, you've got...
Yeah, a lot going on. The 100, of course, as well.
You've got the 100, and then if you're lucky enough to be playing international.
Yeah, dot ball there. Cook dropping it into the leg side. Revis in to do the fielding. He'll be getting a bowl today, no doubt. George Hill, of course, back bowling last week at Old Trafford for the first time in a while after a toe injury. And what a return. His best first-class figures, 6 for 26 in the Lancashire first innings. Patterson into Cook. Good delivery. Has the beating of the man who definitely playing at that one.
Yeah, you don't see Alistair Cook do that too often, play and miss. So, obviously Patterson relishes bowling at Cook. His record suggests that he's got the better of him. So, I can't remember at Kent whether Cook played and missed at 2 balls, and he's done it so far in the first 2 overs from Patterson, and an edge as well.
So Patterson finding a little bit of joy, but the joy would be in taking this wicket, not with this delivery. With Cook angling that one out to George Hill. Warm applause again for the former Yorkshire skip. 10 overs bowled. He has bowled 2 of those, 1 maiden, none for 4. But really it should have been 1 for none. 30 for 1 Essex.
Yeah, and a maiden over, a good one too. Again, really testing the technique and patience of Alistair Cook, who on this occasion survives, having played at a couple of deliveries and not get an edge. But code will continue, and Wesley once more will take strike. Still the 4 slips in place on this bright sunny morning here at Headingley, as Yorkshire try to claw themselves back into the game, as Code is in bowl to Wesley and he's on the back foot to a shortest delivery. He just plays it to the mid-wicket area, and there is no run. Ball. There's 2 fielders on the leg side saving singles. There's a short mid-wicket really, and a more traditional mid-on, and then there's a man on the 5-length boundary, probably some 30 plus meters in from the fence. Seems a very long way down there, so obviously making sure there's no 2s to be had, as Code comes in once more to the right-handed Wesley bowls, and he's met with the full face of the bat as he comes forward and plays that ball up to mid-on, and there's no run.
There's an antisocial spectator up there in the top tier of the Howard stand. Everybody sitting middle to right, middle to left as we look, middle to right as they look at the ground, but there's one specky who's isolated away to the right.
He's got his own part of the stand. As Code's in bowl to Wesley, and again Wesley's right on the front foot, defends the ball up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's got his own block up there, hasn't he?
Yes, he's just probably about four rows from the back, and probably another 6 or 7 rows in front of him, so he's very much alone up into that stand. We can't really see him clearly. I certainly can't from this distance, but he's there. Codes into Wesley, and he beats him again outside the off stump, giving the impression that he's pulled the bat inside the line, but initially played at that delivery, which bounced quite a bit, goes through to the keeper, no harm done. Score stays on 30 for 1. Batsmen not having it their own way. It's been pretty tough out there, and obviously following on from yesterday where conditions were very bowling friendly, and Essex still took advantage of that, as Code into Wesley once more, bowls, and this time he allows this one to go through a much fuller delivery, wide outside the off stump. Good pace again off the pitch, goes through to the keeper, and no run.
Yeah, Good stuff from Code. Yeah, I don't think there's much cricket watching going on with the person situated up there. Solo. It's a phone in hand job at the moment.
Yeah, I think probably glad to get away from home for the day, as one delivery left in this over bowls, and he beats him with an absolute beauty. That's a terrific delivery to finish the over there by Code. Straightened as the batsman played, goes through, beats the outside edge, good pace, good bounce and movement to complete a maiden over. And at the end of that over, 2 very good overs here by the Yorkshire seamers, still 30 for 1.
Yeah, cause sometimes cricket just is not fair, is it? And that was a peach of a delivery, but Wesley not able to get a nick on it for Ben Code, who's none for 8 from 6. So it's going to be none too distant before he takes a breather, which won't be ideal for Jonathan Tattersall, because he's now started, even though there are not more than 1 wicket on the board, he's now started to get a bit of control from his bowlers at both ends here. Patterson trying to maintain that as he's bowling there to Cook, who shoulders arms. No run. If you're just joining us of recent moments and didn't hear the start, Jordan Thompson bowled Nick Brown, first ball of the second over, first ball of Thompson's of the match for Jordan Thompson. Bowled him out for 1. It was 1 for 1. We'd barely played 3 minutes. Just that first over of Ben Codes out of the way, and then Patterson had Alistair Cook dropped, well, missed between keeper and first slip, with his first ball as well on replacing Jordan Thompson. His latest delivery is wide of off stump. Cook has a bit of a flash at it. Short boundary to Sir Alistair Cook's offside at this moment in time. That's a short boundary towards the east side of the ground, and particularly if you have a little flash at one, as Cook did to get off the mark. Very short down to third man at this end, the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Patterson in again and pushed into the offside this time by Cook. No run. Mentioned the shirt sleeve order. Shorts as well for some people. There's a few sun hats around. Other people happy to take it. Take the sun on the full sun on the head. Hope they've got some slip slap slop on down there. Could be a few burnt scalps. Patterson coming in again past umpire Rob White, and that was on the money, round about middle and leg, and Cook just angles it away backward of square leg for Ben Code to do the fielding. So another single to Sir Alistair. He's on to 11, 31 for 1.
Yeah, I think Sir Alistair will be quite pleased to get up the other end, just have a little respite from Patterson, who has been his nemesis, and give Wesley the opportunity to take care of him.
Wesley just taking his guard. I think this could be the first delivery he's faced, isn't it, from Stephen Patterson so far. The 17th ball that Pato would have delivered. They've brought in Will Frayne under the helmet at short leg. George Hill has moved into third slip. Patterson bowling to Wesley. Oh, gets away with one there. Played it very late. Bounced up over the top of the stumps. When it's your day, those things go for you.
Yeah, very fortunate there. That ball could have easily gone back onto the stumps. Didn't play it in the classic backward defensive shot. It was more of a push back, bit away from the body. Played it into the ground. Luckily for him, it just missed the stumps.
Bit of encouragement again for Patterson, but frustration at the same time. This one's wide of off stump, and Tattersall has a comfortable take as Wesley watches it go by. End of over number 12 then. More applause for Pato. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. But he's there or thereabouts, as is just about always the case. Essex are only just 103 runs behind, 31 for 1. It's one of those days, Roland, where they might not necessarily bat fantastically. Yorkshire might bowl well in these conditions, but Essex may still come out of it with a 100 lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's in Essex's favour right now is that they just come off the back of a very good batting performance done at Canterbury. Really, all of their batters, top order batsmen and even lower order batsmen, contributed. You had Cook, you had Brown, who got runs, Wesley got runs, Critchley got runs. As we wait for Cord now in, bowls to Cook, and that's bread and butter for Alistair Cook as he flicks this one through mid-wicket. I think he's going to get a boundary here. Yes, he does. That's Alistair Cook that we all know and seen for many, many years. Just flicks that ball off his hip. That's not the length really to bowl to Alistair Cook. He'll play that shot all day. And in this situation where you are not defending a particularly large score, really those deliveries must be minimised. And the first loose one to the left hand, and Cook gets 4. So he now goes to 15. The score moves to 35 for 1. He's bowling around the wicket to Cook. He's got 4 slips in place. He's got a forward short leg. Point. Whitish mid-off. He's in now to Cook. Bowls to Cook, and Cook is allowing this one to go through outside the off stump. Initially drawn onto the front foot, but then, typical Alistair Cook fashion, plays the ball very late, watches that one and pulls the bat high in the air and allow that one to go through to the keeper. 35 for 1.
Yeah, that the boundary was just a little bit too short, wasn't it, by Ben Code? Not a terrible delivery, but just a little bit too short against a player that quality. We know how well he plays both sides. Not notorious really for playing in the V, was he, in his test days, but square on the wicket on both sides.
Thrown into Cook, and he's struck on the pad. I don't think he's going to get that decision. The bowler thought there was an edge on it, kept going, but ball lands in front of him, so no harm done. And obviously, from this line, look, the LBW was certainly not an option. The only option there would have been a little nick onto the pad. But all ends well. Cook stays on 15. And yes, Alistair Cook, right throughout his career, he's not a man of many shots. He's got a couple of signature shots, which are really that shot he played through mid-wicket. He's a square-to-wicket player on the offside as well. As Code is in now, bowls to Cook, and Cook has to defend a good delivery up past mid-off. He's going to get runs here, misfielded there by the fielder from Whitish mid-off. He's gone for 1 and will easily come back for the second. So Cook goes on to 17 and really feel a little bit disappointed there in missing that one. He seemed to probably just injured himself a little bit, perhaps not too seriously, but he's just limping slightly. But in the meantime, Alistair Cook takes 2 and goes to 17. It's 37 for 1.
Yeah, Jordan Thompson, maybe kneecap, something like that. One of those that just catches you.
Code in now to Cook, bowls to Cook, and he's well forward, and this one strikes him on the pad, goes out on the offside. A bit of ooh coming from the slip cordon, who really desperate to get a wicket, and obviously the wicket of Alistair Cook. They will be fully aware of Cook's ability to stay at the crease. He's not going to bother about the runs. He'll just bat and bat and bat. And as I was saying at Kent, obviously he batted a long time. He was very disappointed when he got out in the 70s. Got strangled on the leg side, but still a wicket. 37 for 1. Code into Cook, and that's the wrong area again, and he's going to get the same result. On this occasion, played more on the front foot, and Cook whips him through that vacant mid-wicket position and into the boundary for 4. So the final delivery of the over costing a boundary. Perhaps that it's the end of Code's spell, I would imagine. Score goes to 41. Cook goes into the 20s. 21 for the loss of 1, and partnership now worth some 40 as the over comes to an end.
Yeah, you're surprised really that Ben Code's got through 7 overs, opening up with a bit of moisture around, and hasn't taken a wicket. He's been tight for the most part, but those 2 boundaries, just the first one just a little bit too short of length, the second over pitching, and works through that area, that very strong area that Roland alluded to. Off his legs, Sir Alistair Cook. So you would think after 7 overs that's probably going to be time for a breather for Ben Code. And Yorkshire will probably be turning to either Matthew Revis or, who knows, possibly George Hill. Haven't seen any obvious indicators as to a change, but we shall see how that one pans out as Patterson's in, and that's turned to mid-on by Tom Wesley. Jack Shutt is another option, of course, with the ball. He was the man fielding it, but you wouldn't expect him just yet. Off spinner. Might get a token over before the lunch break. Been out there for 51 minutes of play this morning. Essex started their innings today and have made 41 for 1 during that time. Wesley solidly behind this latest Patterson delivery as it crawls its way up the pitch to the bowler's end. Still 3 slips in place. Yorkshire have got to attack, of course. They've got a relatively new ball here, 13 overs and a little old. Patterson again. Pushes off and he comes over the wicket. Wesley right behind that. And there is no run. You can get in touch on @Jonathan Doidge or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Hey, Roland, remind me of your Twitter handle.
I'll do exactly what I tell all the other commentators. I have to look it up.
And you look it up, you read it out, and I'll write it down, then I can just...
But I will find it, I can assure you.
I'll probably find it myself, actually. Patterson coming in, Wesley behind it. Frayne is still under the helmet at short leg, and that's the first time he's any semblance of opportunity, but it dropped short of him, and probably not off the bat either. I've got you. And surprisingly, how did you not remember this?
Is it Roland?
It's @Butcher_Roland.
Butcher.
Love that. Patterson in again to Wesley. Edge short of second slip and Adam Lythe. And he'll be thankful he played that with soft hands.
Yeah, Wesley's... what I saw of him at Canterbury, he batted well. He looked pretty much in control of that innings, and most of the Essex batsmen, to be fair, I thought they played very well in conditions that were quite useful for the bowlers, but I thought Wesley looked in good nick.
Patterson again to Wesley, and he clips it off his hip. Frayne there, but very difficult to react from that deliberate stroke round the corner, which brings Wesley 1, takes him to 19. Cook on 21 still. End of the 14th over then. Still just that 1 breakthrough for Yorkshire. Patterson 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6, and Essex 42 for 1.
Yes, and Wesley with that single will take strike. And he is on 19, having been ahead of Alistair Cook by 8 or 9 runs before. Suddenly finds himself now 2 runs behind Cook. Cook has got 21 and he's got 19.
From Headingley, Jordan Thompson.
So Jordan Thompson is now switch ends, and he will replace Cord, who has perhaps had an over too many, went for 2 boundaries in that final over. Takes a rest, and Thompson now will come in as Wesley now marks his guard once more, and 4 slips stay in place. So there's 4 slips, backward point, wideish mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Thompson is into Wesley. In bowls to Wesley outside the off stump, a little bit short, a little bit wide, and Wesley wisely goes across, raises the bat high, allows that one to go through to the wicket-keeper. No run. Good pace so far in the pitch, particularly, but at the moment, just that delivery just too short to entice the batsman, and really maybe advisable to bring the ball a little bit fuller in length, try to get the batsman on the drive. Could cost you runs, but you could also get a wicket, as this delivery is flicked away in the onside, but he won't beat that mid-wicket fielder, and Wesley's quite strong in that area. We saw it on at Canterbury. He really did hit a few balls through the onside there very crisply, but there's a man stationed at a straightish mid-wicket, straight to him, and there's no run.
Yeah, you mentioned the pace in the pitch, and maybe that's already, just with a bit of sunshine this morning, starting to pick up, because yesterday it looked just a little, not very slow, but just a little on the slow side. Ali Maiden said that in his post-day interview as well.
Yes, and this delivery brings him onto the front foot and has to defend a good delivery straight back up to mid-off, and there is no run. So,
overhead conditions good. Pitch just a bit on the slow side, and he was basically saying, as a batting side, so difficult against skilled bowlers, because you're trying to force it, but if you do force it, the ball moves off the straight. You're usually tucking your bat under your arm and armpit, and off you go back to the changing room.
Yes, Thompson once more too, Wesley, in bowls, and that's, again, just slightly short of a length, and Wesley looking to play and realising the length, not quite full enough, withdraws the bat and allow that one to go through to the wicket-keeper. The game at Canterbury was quite a strange one in that pitch. Similar looks to this, then there was a little bit of green, but Kent won the toss and decided that they were going to field. It was very overcast, no sun, and next thing, 500 runs on the board. As this delivery is driven straight, and really he's going to get a single here. It knocks the leg stump out of the ground, but it certainly saved 4, but they go through for a single. That was a good-looking drive, over-pitch delivery, driven straight down the ground.
Jordan Thompson thinks he ran him out here. He says he's got his right hand on it as it went through to the stumps. Umpire Rob Bailey was immediately saying not out, and I think Tomo has asked him the question as well.
Well, I don't think Rob Bailey, without the benefit of the RS Hawkeye, would be able to give that decision.
Rob Bailey had played against him back in the day.
Yes, Bailey, a very good Northants player. Certainly played many times against him, and good to see that all of these years later he's still very much involved with the game. Still, as you say, still standing. As Thompson is now bowling to Cook, bowls to Cook, and Cook comes solidly forward and defends a good delivery. Ball goes out to mid-wicket. That's the over completed. At the end of the over, it's 43 for the loss of 1. The partnership now worth some 42.
Yep, and Dick about to take over from me. So what can Yorkshire do here? They've got to just keep pressing, really, and keep asking the batters to play. They need wickets. It's all right bowling dry and keeping it wide of off stump and all those sort of things to stop the opposition scoring, but that's not going to take them wickets, and that is what they need if they're going to have any chance in this match. A few more words from Roland, and then Dick will be in the chat. Yeah,
Jonathan, I think at the moment they're just bowling back of a length. It looks good when it goes past the edge, but really you want to try and make the batsman drive out. Just this first delivery now into Wesley, and he's met solidly on the front foot. The ball goes up to mid-off, and morning to you, Dickie, and over to you.
You?
Yes, and it's 43 for 1. Cook is on 21. Wesley is on 20. Not much in terms of ball's face, as this delivery is allowed to go through, just again too short outside the off stump. Makes good height off the pitch, but at the same time the length, and I think that's been the real problem so far for Yorkshire this morning. The length that they have bowled, they've just bowled back of a length. Really, it needs to be full. Really encourage the batsman to drive. Okay, you could go for runs through the offside, but that's your best chance of getting a nick. As Patterson is in now, ball to Wesley, and Wesley's reaching forward and defends a good delivery. Again, just slightly back of a length, and it goes into the offside, and there's no run.
They need, first of all, good morning, Ronan. I know we've met off air, but not on air. Good morning. They need to bowl more deliveries like Jordan Thompson's first of the day, don't they? Just hit the top of off. It's what they always say, isn't it? Aim at the top of off.
And full.
Alistair
Cook was on the front foot. 3 slips in place and the short leg of the catching fielders as this delivery is outside the off stump and allowed to go through to the wicket keeper. No chance of the batsman looking to score that one again. The length, just slightly short of a length. And, Thompson... The one to Alistair Cook really was the perfect delivery because it drew him forward very early, got a outside edge, and really should have been taken. There's no question about that.
Oh no.
43 for 1 in bowls, and Wesley drives. That's a lovely shot, and he's again guilty, as they say. If you can be guilty of playing too straight, I think Wesley certainly is guilty of playing too straight, as that one's hit firmly back along the pitch. Would have been 4 runs for the second time, but hits the stumps, and on this occasion doesn't even get the single.
No, he probably thinks he's been deprived of 7 runs, really, because he got 1 off the first one and nothing off that.
And he has. So when these coaches tell you to play straight,
they don't. Not that straight.
Not that straight. As Thompson bowls and this better length delivery, but just a little bit too wide. No shot play through to the keeper. Over comes to an end. Wesley stays on 20. Cook on 21. It's 43 for 1.
I mentioned off air. Well, no, not off air. I beg your pardon. When I was with Jonathan, that people have been singing the praises of Cook. I didn't go down to Canterbury last week. I chose not to go down to Canterbury. But you were there as a sort of an impartial eye. Were you impressed with Sam Cook?
Yeah, Cook bowled well. Don Topley had been speaking quite highly of him even before he had a chance to bowl. He came into the commentary box, on the first day, Cook, and had a word with him, and something that we've seen so often this year. The umpire's looking at the ball again. I mean, that has been a constant all summer. I think it was changed probably after about 10 or so overs down at Canterbury, so we got used to that.
Yes, you do, don't you?
And but Cook bowled. Yeah, he bowled well. He certainly did. Talking to him in the box, he's felt very confident this year. He's made a few minor changes and continued to work hard, and he's reaping the success.
Yes. And more success will probably come his way if he carries on bowling like that.
Absolutely.
So Patterson to continue from this end, the pavilion end, moves in right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Cook, who just plays defensively. It trickles out to mid-off. And the score 43 for 1. So we're slowed down a little bit at 12 o'clock after 11 o'clock rather, after half an hour. It was 30 for 1, so we'd had 30 runs at a run a minute and a wicket. It slowed down a bit in the last half hour, but it's still been entertaining stuff, and Essex trying to hammer home the advantage they clearly gained yesterday. They clearly gained the advantage at 10:15 when the coin landed in their favour, to my mind. I mean, I've said it several times yesterday, but I'm convinced of it that had the coin landed the other way, it's one of those situations where it could have easily been exactly the opposite situation, couldn't it?
Yeah, that's the case. I mean, winning a toss in those conditions is a good thing, but you then have to utilise the conditions.
Well, yes.
Because conditions down at Canterbury were good for bowling, but they didn't utilise it very well.
No. And yes, of course, I forgot that Kent put Essex in, didn't they?
That's correct, yeah.
Yes. That's played out of the offside as well, no addition to the score. Each time fielded by number 16. We don't have scorecards nowadays, and it's just, I'm not quite sure why. I've spent the last 20 minutes or so sitting in the terraces or stands downstairs with my wife, looking around. I thought maybe initially yesterday they just hadn't brought the cards up to us, but as next delivery down the leg side, well taken by keeper and captain Tattersall, diving away to his right. I thought maybe it was just us. Well, they're only the media, they know they don't need scorecards, but there are no scorecards available. And it's not just here at Yorkshire, but I notice lots and lots of counties no longer produce scorecards. And to my mind, as I've said many a times over the last 20 odd years I've been doing this, you know, a day at the cricket, especially county cricket, you know, one of the little traditions almost is that people like to keep a scorecard and like to, you know, put down the fall of the wickets. They don't all have instant access. That's just played out on the offside for one run. They don't all have instant access to online facilities. And anyway, you know, the numbers on the shirts, this is no more a reflection upon Yorkshire than any of the other 17 counties, I hasten to add. You know, the numbers are clear, but understandably not the names, because the numbers are 2 digits and the names can be anything. You know, you need to associate a number with a player if you're not familiar with them. So I think I'll start a campaign for bring back the scorecards. It'll probably fall on stony ground. So Essex 44 for 1. Cook not out 22. Wesley not out 20. These two going along pretty well. The wicket having fallen when the score was just 1. A loud appeal for LBW, and this time it does meet with umpire Rob Bailey's approval. And Tom Wesley's on his way. Tom Wesley loves always, more often than not, looking for runs on the onside, and sometimes, as with lots of other batsmen, sometimes it brings them success and sometimes it can prove to be their downfall. And I don't think that we're not right behind the line by any means, but I don't think that that was a testing decision for umpire Bailey.
Yeah, foolish delivery, and obviously Wesley looking to work it into the onside. Perhaps the ball straightened a little bit as well.
Yes.
And obviously Rob Bailey didn't have to worry too much about height.
No.
Because it was a full delivery. But the breakthrough comes, and I think York should be quite pleased to have picked up that second wicket, because this partnership started to become a little bit worrisome.
Yes.
Between Cook and Wesley. But I think Essex at the moment, you know, their batting, particularly in the last week, has been pretty good. If you look at all the players who scored runs at Canterbury, as well as Cook, Brown, Wesley, you had Critchley scored runs, and I was very, very impressed with Cushy. Cushy, his 100 was a brilliant one, really. For
yeah, I gather it was a very good knock. Yes.
For, you know, he came in at a time where, you know, he had to bat well, but then he shepherded the tail really well and ended up scoring his first class 100, and a very good one as well. So the new batsman comes to the crease, and it's Dan Lawrence, who didn't get many runs in the Canterbury game.
Yet again, it was the last ball of the over. We lost quite a few wickets yesterday to the last ball of the over, and that's being continued today.
Right, so Lawrence goes to the non-strikers then. Cook is on strike. Patterson comes in around the wicket to Alistair Cook, bowls to Cook, and Cook is a little bit circumspect as he comes forward. Good delivery on or about the off stump. He just plays it up to cover point, and there is no run. So there's 3 slips, point, extra cover mid-off, and on the onside there is a mid-wicket, slightly straightish, mid-on, and not really fine leg, it's more like deep square leg, 20-25 metres inside the ground. As Patterson comes around the wicket again now, bowls to Cook, and Cook comes solidly forward, just getting across to his off stump, just covering the line of delivery, and plays it defensively into the onside, and again can't score. Cook stays on 22. Essex are 44 for 2. We are in the 18th over of the day's play. Just to remind you, yesterday Yorkshire bowled out for 134 as Essex look to chase that score down now, as Patterson's in now, bowls to Cook, and Cook much more solidly in behind that one, comes again across to the off stump and pushes that ball out to extra cover, and there is no run. Lawrence yet to score, one of the few batsmen that really missed out at Canterbury in that big first innings total. after Kent asks Essex to bat on a very, very gloomy, bowling-friendly day. Didn't utilise the conditions as Patterson is in on balls to Cook, and Cook drives solidly up on the offside. It goes to mid-off, who moves smartly to his left, does the fielding, and there's no run. That ball pitched slightly fuller, and more balls really need to be in that area. At the moment, Yorkshire ball reasonably well this morning, but would have had perhaps a bit more success by pitching the ball per 6 to 8 inches fuller. They've been a little bit short as Patterson rung the wicket to Alistair Cook, and Cook is driving. The ball went eerily, stopped his shot. Cook, he was going for the drive and just held the shot back, went in the air for a while. There's a short extra cover. Ball fell short of him, so quite safe. He stays on 22.
Thank you, Sam, for your email. We'll, I'll get onto that one in next overs when I'm commentating on the action.
Patterson in, balls to Cook, and Cook again is on the front foot. A good testing over there by Patterson. He's really kept Cook very, very quiet. He should have had Cook out of his first delivery of the day. Got an edge 4 through the slips. Over comes to an end at the end of the over. The 18th completed. It's 44 for 2.
Yeah, it's from Sam, as I say, and it makes some interesting points. It starts off, it's a long email, with Kyoshi getting his opportunity last week and seizing it with both hands. Can you see many other players being fortunate to get these opportunities? And he then goes on to point out there are plenty of players in the Essex setup like Daz, Buttleman, Richards, who seem to get in the T20 side, but not too many championship opportunities. Will they look for pastures new? Well, there might not be pastures new available because, we have no reason to think that other counties aren't in a similar position. To my mind, one of the great advantages of the 50 over competition, come back to that after this delivery, which is outside the off stump, taken quite high up over his right shoulder by the keeper. But one of the great advantages, to my mind, of the Royal London Cup was that all counties were forced to play to give the newer, up-and-coming younger players opportunities, and several of them, as you point out, several of them in the Essex setup grasped them with both hands. But no doubt there were several. We can get a little bit too parochial about this, and no doubt there were numerous players all over the country for the other 17 counties as well. That's just played back to the bowler, who equally suddenly burst on the scene and gave their counties every reason for optimism for the future. It seems to me that the shorter versions of the game, the 20 over, the 50 over, now teams are almost, they're not completely separate teams, but they're getting to the stage where you have a championship side and a T20 or 50 over side. Would you go along with that?
I certainly would. And that pretty much is the case right now.
And that's just played out to mid-on, no addition to the score. So, yeah, there aren't necessarily, to my mind, going to be the opportunities elsewhere because, other counties are probably in the same situation. But it was still very encouraging anyway. And of course, it does cover the injuries. And Sam also thinks maybe the loan system could be used more. Well, yes, it could. And he points out that only Aaron Beard went out on loan this year, went down to Sussex for a game or two, as that's outside the off stump.
And of course, Jacob Bethel went to Gloucestershire from Yorkshire.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the loan system is something that should be utilised more. If for some reason at a point in time a club has an abundance of talent and no injuries, why not give that player, particularly if it's a young player, some first team experience elsewhere?
Yes. Too true. So it's
still your player. He will come back to you.
Yeah, yeah. But yes, I mean it's not uncommon. That's overpitched, and Dan Lawrence takes full advantage of that well over pitched. In fact, almost got it on the full, and it's a shortish boundary anyway out on that side, but that would have been 4, even had the delivery come from the other end and it was hit towards the long side of the Western Terraces, which it wasn't. But that was, that really was meat and drink to a number 4 playing for his county.
Yeah, a lovely shot to get off the mark by Lawrence. Full half volley, and really, he made no mistake.
And it's gone off my screen now. I'll get it back because there was also a PS. I will get it back, of course. As Thompson continues, bowls outside the off stump, goes through to the wicket-keeper. I'll just see if I can find out the PS. Oh yes, I'd be interested to know if a similar situation occurs at Yorkshire. Well, yes, as I say, I think it's probably all the other counties are in a similar situation. He says, thanks for the superb commentary. Well, it's our pleasure entirely. It's a job we all enjoy doing. And so at the end of that over, 48 for 2, and we've got, 42 or 3 minutes before, oh no, a little bit more than that, 52 or 3 minutes. Yes, maybe I ought to point out that because play has been extended for the day, because we lost so much yesterday, all the sessions now are of 2 hours and 10 minutes rather than 2 hours.
Yep, 48 for 2, Cook on strike as this first delivery brings him onto the front foot and plays it out to extra cover, and there is no run. He's bowling around the wicket, Patterson. He's bowled around the wicket to Cook all the time, and his line has been very much off stump to Alistair Cook. I think there's just perhaps one delivery that was a little bit straighter that Cook was able to play down to deep square leg for a single, but generally his area has been on or about off stump, and Cook getting right across to negate that as Patterson will start his running again. He's running towards us, approaches the umpire now around the wicket, bowls to Cook, and Cook flicks this one through the onside. He's going to get an easy single. It goes out to mid-wicket, who moves to his left, and there just gets the single. He goes to 23. The score goes to 49 for 2. Brings Dan Lawrence on strike to face for the first time Sam Patterson. So 134 Yorkshire made yesterday in testing conditions. Much nicer day today here at Headingley. It really is a lovely day. The sun is in its glory. Good crowd in, and obviously realising that the season is drawing to a close and want to get as much cricket as possible.
Almost a West Indian day. Not quite.
Not quite. I've still got a top on, so but I'm not sitting outside, I guess. So 3 slips in place for Lawrence, who's going to face his first delivery from Patterson, who's bowling over the wicket now to Lawrence. Bowls to Lawrence, and he's flicking this one through the onside. His runs here. It goes out for 1. We'll settle for 2. A younger man than Alistair Cook perhaps would have entertained the 2, but no need to push the issue. So a single, 50 comes up in some 80 minutes. Cook goes with that single, goes to 20. Sorry, Lawrence with that single goes to 5, brings Cook back on strike. So 50 for 2 Essex here, and Patterson goes round the wicket once more as the field changes for the left-handed Cook. Now there's a deepish gully actually as Patterson round the wicket and bowls to Cook, and outside the off stump Cook comes forward and plays no shot. Ball just slightly off line, and showing very good judgment, just allow that one through to go through to the keeper, and there is no run. Lawrence 5, Cook 23. Patterson none for 8 at the moment. Really should have had Alistair Cook with his very, very first delivery, which would have continued a remarkable number of times that he's got Cook out, as he's in now, balls to Cook, and he's striking him on the pad, and there's a loud appeal, and he gets the decision and continues his dominance over Alistair Cook as he goes out LBW for 23, and up went the finger, and Patterson once again gets the wicket of Alistair Cook. Cook goes for 23. It's now 50 for 3.
Yes, the umpire thought about it for a little while, but as I say, we're not behind the line, but we'll soon get the replay. And anyway, it's not for us to make the decision. Cook is on his way, and well, he's already had a life, as Roland said anyway. So he's out LBW for 23 to Patterson, and yeah, this game moves on apace. It's all set to be a pretty good game, I think. And next should be, but it's not, it's Critchley. There's a bit of a surprise, I think, for Rosie Cushy's next. I don't know.
Critchley batted before Cushy at Canterbury.
Yes.
And Critchley got 90 as well.
Yes,
so he's in pretty good touch as well.
Yes, he is, yeah. One of Essex's new signings came from Derbyshire, where he'd been, featuring large with both bat and ball. The other acquisition this year from another county was Adam Rossington, who's acquitted himself well. He's got a lot of catches in the last few matches. Rossington got several catches down at Canterbury, didn't he, I think?
Yes, he did.
And, so Critchley, all-rounder, may well come into this game all the more in the second innings, because Essex don't have Simon Harmer representing the spin department, so Critchley is the only recognised spinner, really. I mean, Tom Wesley, for a few seasons, was the main spinner. In fact, he was the only spinner. But with the acquisition of Critchley, then that has been strengthened considerably in that department. So you always feel that at the moment Essex are pretty well equipped. They've got more or less strength in all departments, all bases covered. They're a good all-round balanced side at the moment.
So Critchley is the new man in, and he will do battle with Patterson, who just got the wicket, and the important wicket of Alistair Cook. And there's 3 slips, there's a forward short leg, as Patterson will start his run in to Critchley in, bowls to Critchley, and that one bunks. He's going to get off the mark, but as he plays it with soft hands to a point. And the forward defensive, he gets a single. He will maintain the strike. End of a very good over there by Patterson. A successful over as well. At the end of that over, Essex are now 51 for 3.
Yeah, thanks, Steve, Istanbul Steve, for your email. As regards Cook's non-selection for England, which doesn't, I must admit, doesn't cause me too many sleepless nights. I'm convinced his time will come, but is he considered very good in English conditions, but maybe not on flatter, harder pitches? Well, I mean, we won't know until he's tried out, will we? Also, the sound effects microphone picks up the flights from Leeds Bradford very well. Actually, they're mainly the flights to Leeds Bradford. They go the other way when they take off. But from your perspective, how low are the planes? They look under 500 feet on the live feed. The next time one comes over, I'll study it a bit louder. I'm not very good at judging 500 feet, but they have to come in low to land, you know. That's played solidly defensively by Critchley. It's still it's Thompson bowling from this end. Also, he says, glad to hear that she who must be obeyed is having a good time. Keep up the good work, praising your wonderful wife, and keep up the thank you for the compliments at the end. Yes, my wife's a great cricket lover, despite her introduction to the game having been to watch me playing club cricket, which has put more people off the game than attracted them to it, I must admit. That's just played back to the bowler. Well, I say back to the bowler, he didn't quite get fully down to field it, but he knew there was somebody covering behind him. And my wife started coming along just to watch, and then was given the scorebook. While you're here, they said, you might as well make yourself useful. Oh, and of course, between the innings, when there's nothing to score, you may as well make the teas. And many a spouse or partner has got into cricket that way. And that's just played solidly, but into a gap on the offside, and they go through for a comfortable single. And Essex move on to 52 for 3. Lawrence has 5, including that sumptuous cover drive for 4. And Critchley a couple of singles. So thanks for all the emails. There's more yet, which I'll gradually get to. We've got all day, which we didn't have yesterday, of course. Nothing like it. Well, that was a bit of a surprise when after 3 o'clock we didn't get any more play at all. We thought they'd come back at some stage, but it was that annoying, that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Well, I say annoying, it probably wasn't annoying from the Essex point of view at all, or from their supporters' point of view. It was splendid stuff, but it never really chucked it down later in the day, but it was enough to stop the players going back on. At times it dwindled so much that probably had they already been playing, they'd have carried on through it, but you don't start when it's raining at all. Another one of the quirks of this wonderful game of cricket. As Thompson moves in, bowls, played defensively, trickles out on the offside, no addition to the score. As has been observed earlier, a goodish crowd compared with yesterday. I mean, I was asked to do a piece on air yesterday in view of the recent tragic events, asking what the atmosphere was like at the ground yesterday with cricket having resumed. And I said, well, it was impossible to tell. There weren't many people there, and it was very quiet. But it was probably very quiet, A, because there weren't many people there, B, Yorkshire weren't doing well, and C, the weather was miserable. So you can't really draw any conclusions from the crowd atmosphere, or lack of, yesterday. And that's just played solidly, defensively, trickles out to mid-on, no addition to the score. The end of the over, and Essex 52 for 3. After 21 overs. I'm just trying to think. I suppose Essex would be in the slightly happier position because it means they're only, 80 behind now with 7 wickets in hand. But on the other hand, Yorkshire will be pleased that they've made inroads, particularly having got rid of Sir Alistair Cook. So, no, maybe not quite on as even, but not an awful lot in it.
Yeah, it's very important for Yorkshire that they've picked up some wickets, and, and 3 of them. And Cook is one of them, so it's 52 for 3. And Critchley is on 2, and he's going to face the bowling now of Patterson. 3 slips and a 4 short leg as Patterson in now bows to Critchley, and he's playing this one again a little bit circumspect, but it goes to the backward point position. There's no fielder at backward point. Third slip has to come across and do the fielder, so he gets an easy single, Critchley. Takes the strike, gets up the other end, brings Lawrence on strike. Now 53, that's 53 for the loss of 3. We're in the 22nd over. Lawrence goes down now as this delivery is wide outside the off stump and dies on its way through to the keeper, just falling short of the keeper. And there is no run, and that one's been allowed to go through. So it's 53 for 3. Critchley on 3, Lawrence on 5. And this is in reply to Yorkshire's 134 all out yesterday. Different conditions today, different weather. As Patterson's in now, ball to Lawrence, and he's right forward on the front foot. Ball comes back slightly into the right-handed batsman, met with the full face of the bat. Ball goes back along the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. Yorkshire just probing this morning, really, how would they like to pick up 1 or 2 more wickets before lunch. Would make it a very, very good morning for themselves, as Patterson is in now, ball to Lawrence, and Lawrence is playing a straightish delivery that comes back once more into the up to mid-on, and Lawrence plays a little bit around his pad. I mean, he's very much a LBW candidate. He gets his head at times a little bit too far outside the line of the ball and then ends up having to play around his pad. On this occasion, the ball met the full face of the bat, but it's an area the bowler should keep looking to work on. This ball fairly straight, bring the ball back at him as helmet's being brought onto the field, is it?
Yeah, it looks like Johnny Talison's going to stand up.
Going to stand up. Yep, so it looks as if the keeper is going to
stand up to Patterson. Just wondered what's prompted that. Maybe Lawrence is looking to bat a little bit out of his crease, so the intention is to bring him back as Patterson into Lawrence. Ball to Lawrence outside the off stump, allowed to go through. It's taken by the keeper standing up. Ball kept a little bit low. But the keeper in a good position took that one, so it's 53 for 3. Lawrence is on 5. Critchley on 3.
Yeah, just dragging him back into his crease. So again, another reason why the LBW might be brought into play, just sitting a bit deeper.
And Patterson once more into Lawrence. Ball to Lawrence, and this time it's a slightly shorter delivery, and he's got more time to play this one. Gets in behind it, plays it to Whitish mid on. Can't score. The over comes to an end. Lawrence stays on 5. Critchley is on 3 at the end of that over, the 22nd of the innings. Essex are 53 for 3.
Thanks, Roland. Roland back in half an hour or so. We'll just do a quick change and Dick back in the chair. And Stephen Patterson getting Alistair Cook again. I think it's 7 times in as many championship matches that they've played against each other that Patterson has managed to remove the great man. So that's definitely one to tell the grandkids about. Matthew Revis for the first time in the match, having been rested in that drawn game at Old Trafford last week, although he was still on the field of play. Yorkshire using about quite a lot of men, something like 14 in the match, various substitute fielders. And first up, that's not a bad start, is it? He draws Critchley into a flashing drive through the covers, but he misses. Revis, for those not too familiar with him, probably an Essex persuasion, as you just saw. Really hit tall, hit the pitch bowler. They say he bowls a heavy ball, usually just back of a length, but we've seen him bowl a mean Yorker on occasions as well. And here he comes again, and that is driven by Critchley. So gave him a sighter first up, a flash and a miss. This time a little bit more width, and Critchley doesn't really flash, just checks his drive, but timed it superbly to the short boundary on the east side of the ground. He's on to 7. Essex 57 for 3. Yorkshire making just 134 yesterday. So continuing to press and need wickets, don't they? They need to minimise any lead Essex may be good enough to put on the board here. They've got a first bonus point with that wicket of Cook, taken by Jordan Thompson. LBW appeal here. Rob Bailey turns it down. There was bat, ground and pad all involved in that. Not necessarily in that order. Revis, body language suggesting he feels a little hard done by there. Rob Bailey just having a word as he goes by. Patterson also having a word, and Ben Code along with Pato at mid on and off respectively. And it's Code at mid on coming into play here as Revis's latest ball blocked by Critchley, and there's no run. So they've nipped a few out, Yorkshire. It's cost them 57. I'm sure just to top off the session they'd like to take a 4th, who knows, maybe even a 5th one with them. You'd expect things to get a little bit better out there in the middle. The sun continues to shine. Afternoon session, another 40 minutes across lunch for it to dry. Unbroken sunshine at the moment, as Revis's latest delivery was wide of off stump, and Critchley happy to watch it go by. Andy Walker has tweeted there's definitely something in the wicket for the bowlers. They have to keep their heads up and stick to their task against formidable batters. It's like picking a lock. Really enjoying the contest between bat and ball. This is county cricket, JD. Fascinating. Revis on his way in again. It's wide though, too wide to entice Critchley into playing a shot. End of the 23rd. Revis went for that single boundary in the over. So 1 over for 4 Lawrence 5, Critchley 7, 57 for 3. Liz Mitchell says the dulcet tones of Roland Butcher helping with a ton of post-holiday admin this morning. Even if it looks like Essex are going to give Yorkshire an absolute pasting, it's almost worth it to watch Alistair Cook bat.
From the Howard Standard.
Afternoon to you, Liz. And we have a change. It is George Hill, the hero of that first innings against Lancashire last week. And he took 6 for 26.
Bowling from the Howard stand end. Hill moves in, bowls outside. Lawrence is off stump, lets it go through to the keeper. Thank you, Mike, for your email. He said, interesting comment that Dick made this morning. The umpires generally get the decisions correct. Yeah, I think they do. I stick by that. Well, you're not arguing with it. He says, this is despite the constant and sometimes vociferous appealing from the fielding side. He points out that cricket is the only sport that's outside the off stump where you have to appeal to get a decision. In rugby, football, hockey, etc., they let the referee or umpire make the decision. Would it be too controversial to eliminate appealing and let the umpire, who is usually right, make the decision without appealing? Was it just part of the game? I think it's just part of the game. Oh no, cricket without appealing would be dreadful. There again, that's again almost part of the folklore to watch appeals and various different forms of ham acting and almost distraught bowlers when the decision doesn't meet with their approval. It's all part of the fun. Oh no, don't take that away from it. Sport is meant to be fun, even at this level, and take appealing away and it becomes bland. That's my view anyway. You're entitled to yours, obviously, because I am but one voice out of many, many billion in the world. That's outside. Not all of whom are interested in cricket, of course, believe it or not. But pity them. 58 for 3. As on a glorious, well, I was going to say summer's day. It's not. It's September the somethings. But mid-September, we'll say, to cover all bases.
It depends on your definition of summer, I suppose, doesn't it?
Well, yes. Oh, entirely. That's played solidly, defensively, but with a degree of authority by Critchley, and it trickles out on the offside for 7. I mean, for a single, he has 7. Not too often a player scores 7 with one shot. It has been known. With 4 overthrows, going for a third. I think an Essex player has the record for the most number of runs off a single delivery in county championship cricket. I believe, as the next delivery comes in, and is bowled, that the great Essex player, administrator, almost worshipped in Essex circles, Doug Insole, once at Clacton scored a 9 with 2 sets of overthrows. I believe that record stands, but I may be wrong. End of the over, 58 for 3, or buzzers as Nasser Hussain calls them for some reason. Don't know, nobody else seems to call overthrows buzzers, but Nasser Hussain does. 58 for 3. Lawrence not out 5, Critchley not out 7.
And Revis to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end, closing in on luncheon. Half an hour or so to go because they're playing extended sessions today. 12:40 until 1:10. 1:50 until 3:30. I think I'm right in saying. Will that be right? Revis in, and that's wide of off stump, and there's no run. 1:10, Dick, come on, 1:10. 1:50. Start of the afternoon session. 3 o'clock. Should therefore be tea.
You're getting in the mess here, aren't you?
We're going to be, yeah.
The only advice...
There'll be a couple of breaks during the day, and they won't finish the full allocated overs in the day. But that's pretty much what we know. So Revis is in, that's wide of off stump. Lawrence leaves it alone. They've scheduled 104 overs today, or of course, if you're watching the stream, there's still 132 overs to go. So the miners' lamps and floodlights on, and I think we'll be getting lunch, tea and supper in the press box today.
Yes.
Might as well.
There's no... Come back to that.
Could go stay in a hotel overnight just across the east side of the ground as Revis is in and Lawrence shoulders arms to another one.
From my experience, and I think it's the experience of everybody who does this job, that you don't get any training at all. They just throw you in the deep end, and if they're satisfied with what you do, you stay, and if they don't, then you get your cards. The only thing anybody ever said before I started was, don't try and do mental arithmetic live on air. And you'll finish up with egg on your face. And certainly in my case, it's very true.
Revis into Lawrence, who's working that one out into the covers. No run. Yeah, so it should be 150. Stop it.
You're a glutton for punishment. You're a masochist.
Stop it. I'll go back to what I said before. There will be a couple of extended breaks in play during the day. And they'll finish at some point later on. As Revis is in, and that's wide of off stump, and Lawrence shoulders arm. Their finishing times, they're just fictional anyway, aren't they? They're never... I mean, when do you... I think Yorkshire did actually manage to finish one day somewhere this year when they were miles in front on the over rate, on time.
Yeah, but very rarely happens. And penalties rarely get imposed.
Revis in again. It's wide of Lawrence's off stump, and he's happy to watch it go by to complete 25 overs of this Essex first innings. Yorkshire bowled out for 134 yesterday. Still have a lead, but also still need 7 further Essex first innings wickets before they pass 134. Oh, before they pass 133, really, to have a lead.
Alluding to over rates, one of the lesser known features of the historic innings played by the Australians in South Church Park, Southend, against Australia in 1948, when they scored 721 in a day, with at least 3 people making centuries, including the great Sir Don Bradman. That's outside the off stump. One of the lesser known features of that game is that in those days they played strictly 3 2-hour sessions. No business of a strict number of overs per session or per day. They bowled 3 2-hour sessions, which sometimes led to, towards the end of the day, a great deal of time wasting, of sight screens had to be moved and things like that. But anyway, in those 6 hours of play, despite the fact the ball was being dispatched all over southeast Essex, come back to that after this delivery, which is played down to backward point, no addition to the score. Despite the ball having been dispatched to various parts, no doubt even into the Thames estuary, they bowled 120 overs in that day, which is, well, 40 a session, 20 an hour. Ask any bowler, any team, any of the 18 to keep up a rate of 20 an hour, and they would be consulting the Professional Cricketers Association and say this is exploitation. That's just played defensively, trickles back to the bowler. Maybe spin was utilised more in those days. Or maybe they just got on with it. I don't know. Even I can't remember back to 1948.
Well, of course, the film's always a bit speeded up, isn't it? That's how they got through the overs that quick when you watch it back.
That could be the answer, of course, yes. I'd forgotten that, yes. That's worked away backward of square down to long leg for a single by Critchley, taking the former Derbyshire man on to 8, Lawrence on 5. Essex a little bit slowing down at the moment, 59 for 3. The last session of play, the last few overs have been fairly slow. But, the game's well advanced. Well, I suppose it's, we effectively had 1 innings on the first day, and you get 4 days. And the next delivery, just played by Lawrence defensively, pushes out to mid-on. don't think Essex quite will be sort of just batting for lunch. That's still 25 minutes away, but they probably don't want, well, obviously they don't want to lose another wicket before lunch. That's a daft thing to say, but yeah. They're in a goodish position, but they know that, yeah, they only did half the job yesterday. I know it's a cliche thing to say. But, that's outside the off stump, goes through the wicket at the end of another over from George Hill, and Essex are 59 for 3.
There are no cliches in sports journalism, Dick.
Yeah, I avoid cliches like the plague, but I don't.
Yeah, to be fair, at the end of the day, the bottom line is, when all's said and done, need to take a long, hard look at themselves in the mirror.
One of the Essex committee men, I know we're going off-piste a little bit, but I'm inclined to do that. We'll come back to that in a moment.
Revis then, still 3 slips for Yorkshire here, bowling to Critchley, who's playing solidly out to point, no run.
Who works in a, I think it was IT line of business, and he went to a presentation where they were trying to sell him some fancy software, and this salesman went through all the rigmarole with all the graphics and everything and highfalutin technical language, and he said, look, cut through all this, I just want to know what it does. And apparently the fellow who was giving all this spiel,
Revis to Critchley, again to point, no run.
In response to this, you know, cut through all the jargon, just, he said, well, it does what it says on the tin. God's sake, man. Use English. Or on the can, is it?
Yeah, we just got to go out there and, you know, not worry about the opposition, play mistake-free cricket. It's a process, it's not the outcome. We need to be concentrating on the process. The outcome will take care of itself. Revis in, and that's nicely played by Critchley off his legs. Going to pick up 4 here out towards the Western Terrace boundary. Always just had the legs to escape the attentions of Jordan Thompson, who gave chase much of the way. And so Critchley into double figures, now 12 on the board against his name. Essex 63 for 3. Revis just straying down a little bit too straight there, leg stumpish.
And of course, both teams will be trying their utmost to... I've just forgotten the phrase now.
You've got to give 110%, obviously.
Yeah.
Revis doing just that now for Yorkshire, and he's in, and Critchley drives, but no further than Patterson at mid-off, no run. They've been working well in training. They're really up for this game.
And they hope to use all their skill sets.
Yeah, use all their skill sets. Got to get the right mindset, of course, as well.
And dear listener, you think we exaggerate? We don't.
We'll leave the ball positively. Revis in from this coastal lane end, and Critchley leaves the ball positively. Wide of off stump, 63 for 3, 1 left in the over. We can't afford to concentrate on the opposition.
Play your own game, take each ball as it comes.
Only takes one good ball.
We could fill up a whole day of these, couldn't we?
Yeah. It's almost like we've listened and read about sport before. Revis in, it's wide of Critchley's off stump, and it's through to Tattersall, and the ultimate commentary cliche for 4-day cricket in particular. And there's no run.
Yes. Had a text from a good friend of mine who lives in he lives in Kent now. But that's neither here nor there where he lives. I'm certainly not going to give you any more details. He doesn't want to be...
oh, come on, give us his address, Dick.
23 Acacia Avenue, Folkestone. How about that? No, I shouldn't say that, because somebody probably does live in 23 Acacia Avenue, Folkestone.
Inside leg 31.
And, God, I dream of having legs that long. God, 29 I am. There you are. Yeah. That's just played defensively on the onside. Anyway, it says Henry Blofeld always used the word buzzers as well, but he doesn't know why either. I don't mean Blofeld doesn't know why. I mean my friend Peter doesn't know why. And he says he's sure he was doing it before Nasser Hussain. Yes, I think he probably was. Oh, well, that's interesting. Thank you for that. We must meet again before the season's over, maybe at the Oval or somewhere. As next delivery comes in, worked away over pitch on his legs, but just pushed out to mid-on for a single. Essex 63 for 3.
Yeah, George Hill, not seeing him from straight on here as to whether or not there is any swing for him. He'll certainly exploit that if there's anything out there, but of course looking above, probably not a huge amount.
That's outside the off stump, it goes through the wicketkeeper. An email from John, forwarded to us by the wonderful Victoria, who I'm not sure if she'll be presenting her excellent Round the Wicket programme tomorrow evening or not. We know the schedules are subject to change this week, but yeah. Anyway, she forwards me an email from John, says, I'm enjoying your commentary this morning. As yesterday, there seems to be a lot of seam movement this morning. That's not the pitches that counties have been asked to provide. Are these pitches seeming due to damp conditions and being underprepared? Ooh, dangerous territory here. I appreciate the skill of the seam bowlers, keeping the seam upright as the next delivery is played into the onside by Lawrence, no addition to the score. I appreciate the skill of the seam bowlers keeping the seam upright with a proud seam on the Duke ball, but the movement appears excessive on the live stream. Cook appears to be negating this problem with a big stride outside the off stump. I don't think the pitches are underprepared, no. I mean, it hasn't been easy for groundsmen this year, with it being such a barren, hard grounds to prepare. Now, I think it was Istanbul Steve who asked us how low is the aeroplane when it goes over on the way to Leeds Bradford. I don't know. It's how far away is Leeds Bradford Airport from here, Jonathan? 2 or 3 miles?
Little bit further, but not much. Yeah,
No.
Probably possibly 4 or 5.
Yeah. So if you use some basic geometry, Steve, I think you can work out what height it must be here, if you know the angle of the flight path approaching.
Revis bowling here to Critchley, who's pushing solidly into the offside, and there's no run. And in fact, actually, as the plane flies, as it were, no, it'll be shorter than, it'll be more like your 2 or 3 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't go by road, do they? No.
No. Well, not unless it's a Bond film, of course.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Top Gun, something like that. Went to see that last week, actually. Good to see that cameo role you played. As Revis is in, it's wide of Critchley's off stump, and there's again no run. Yorkshire pressing. Love a 4th wicket before they walk off for their lunch break, which will be at 12:40. Don't ask me about the timings thereafter, because I can't work them out. Maybe there's been a graphic on screen, but for those of you who don't have a screen, even if there has, I still can't remember what they are. 3 slips a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg down in the shadow of the Howard stand. Looks to be the lone figure of Jack Shutt, I think it is. Revis in, pushed firmly by Critchley into the offside. George Hill fielding, no run. I was asked yesterday by Mark Dean, former colleague of mine, on an email, if Jack Shutt is any relation to Carl Shutt. as they're from the same area, South Yorkshire. I wouldn't know the answer to that. Nobody's ever mentioned it, so I'm sort of doubting it, but it's the sort of thing you would think that somebody might have mentioned. Carl Schutt, former professional footballer, of course. And Revis in, it's wide of Critchley's off stump. And he's happy to watch that go by. You can hear plenty of chit-chat down on the balcony below.
Oh, that's my wife's just down. Oh, not on the balcony. She's just below the balcony. Yeah, she'll rabbit to anyone. Yeah.
Be careful what you say. Don't ruin your week away. There's only the two of you in the car all the way home.
That's right. Could be one by the time we get there.
Revisin gets the length and line slightly wrong here and is pulled. I think Bailey might be signalling a no ball as well. He is indeed. So another one on the total for the no ball, plus the single to Critchley, who swiveled quite nicely and turning that one to Jack Schutt. 64 for 3 now. Critchley on to 13.
Speaking of the balcony below, I don't know if you were referring to the players' balcony, but I understand when this building was first constructed, the players didn't have a balcony, and it was Dickie Bird himself who paid for it.
Revis is in. Lawrence pushing that back up the pitch to the bowler, and there is no run.
Which is why it's called the Dickie Bird Players' Balcony. So, yeah. Is that so? I heard it was, yeah. Dickie Bird put his hand in his pocket and paid for the balcony himself. Good for him. Frequently to be seen at the ground. I think he's been here. I think I saw him yesterday.
Did you? Yeah, I didn't myself, but yeah, usually is. As Revis is in, that's turned in front of square on the leg side. Jordan Thompson has a shy at the stumps, and hands on heads from the Yorkshire fielders suggest that would have been very close had he managed to hit the single stump that he probably had to aim at. Fortunately for Essex, he missed. So 29 bowled on the day today, and still 12 minutes to go before the break. Lawrence 6, Critchley 13. The partnership now worth 17. And Essex 67 for 3. The 3 wickets to have fallen today. Nick Brown bowled by Jordan Thompson. First ball of the second over for 1. Tom Wesley, the scorer, had moved on to 44, and he had 20 of them before Jordan Thompson trapped him LBW in the 18th over. And then Sir Alistair Cook LBW inevitably to Stephen Patterson for 23.
It's down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Tattersall, but taken well enough to prevent it going through for any buys. Revis taken over from the far end.
No, it's George Hill.
Oh.
Matthew Revis has been bowling at this end for the last 4 overs.
I beg your pardon. I had laser eye surgery during the winter. It didn't work properly. I'll get asked for my money back. Yeah, I'm sorry. George Hill, it is. Of course it is. Got so carried away looking at all these emails which have flooded in, including another one from Steve, who... well, various things. One, he didn't think that Alistair Cook looked on key, as he says. And also, he says from the live stream, it looks as if... how does he phrase it? It almost looks weird, the fact that one boundary is so much longer. Oh! Appeal for... LBW presumably doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire, but it was a very confident shout rather than just a shout born of optimism, as many of them are.
If we're going to replay, Steve Thompson, Jordan's dad, has messaged me to say Jet 2 flight 1,800 feet over Headingley. Apparently.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. 1,800 feet over Headingley. Oh, brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. See, you learn so much via our commentaries, not just about cricket. Well, you don't learn much about cricket if you listen to me. Yeah, so they go over Headingley at 1,800 feet. There you are, Steve.
Every day's an aviation lesson.
Now, would that be the same when they take off, or do they take off more steeply if they take off in this direction, I wonder?
Oh, let's not complicate it. It's bad enough trying to get the lunch and tea breaks right.
And that's just pushed out to mid-on, no addition to the score. Yeah, as regards the differences in the size of the outfields, I mean, Steve says, could the rope not be brought in on the Western Terrace side? Well, it has been brought in by, well, I think I said yesterday it was probably about 30 yards, but no, I think it's, you know, a lot of grounds, you know, no less chums than any of the others. They can't always be exactly symmetrical. The last test at the Oval, they weren't exactly the same. It's just played out to mid-on. I think that's yet another one of, you know, makes cricket so fascinating. You know, then all the pitches are not the same. You know, you go to a football match and the dimensions are exactly the same. Go to a cricket match and they're not. And it's another thing for the batsman to take into consideration. You know, that obviously the boundaries are shorter on one side here, so there's the temptation for the batsman to look for getting runs on that side, but on the other hand, in looking to get runs on that side, he may play an injudicious shot and get out. So it's all part of the game.
Confused? You will be, as Revis is in and Critchley drives straight back down the pitch. Revis can't get his hands on it, and it cannons off the stumps, but there is no run. Look forward to your tales from Surprise View tonight if you go up there. As somebody who's lived in the area, this, you know, not far away from here, lifelong, and forgive me for this sort of local, you know, tourism PR exercise, but if you are staying up in that general direction, Revis is in and Critchley pushing firmly towards Patterson, who dropped a couple of straightforward catches at Old Trafford last week and falls over this one almost. They get through for the one. No harm done. But if you're ever up that way, northwest of Leeds, Otley, and Surprise View, just up on the top of the Chevin. Magnificent view. Surprised by name and surprised by nature, because if you're driving along the road near it, you probably wouldn't really think too much about it. But you just have to walk along from the car park, stand on a couple of the large rocks. As Revis is in, that's turned off the legs, and Jack Shutt trying to give chase, or giving chase, but not managing to reel that in. 4 to Lawrence takes him to 10, and the score to 72 now for 3. So the past half of Yorkshire's first innings runs, and just the 3 down. You stand on a few of the rocks at the top, you get a fantastic 360 view. It really is, on a day like this, fabulous.
Yeah, I may well
take a little pack up with you, Dick.
I will sample that tonight. If it probably won't still be daylight by the time we get away from here, will it? But yes, I'm staying very much very near the area to which Jonathan refers, and in fact, the pub very, very close to the converted farm where I'm staying. We understand the landlord there is one of our listeners. And
Revis in. That's pushed back to him by Lawrence, and there's no run. Yeah, a couple of nearby pubs. The nearest one, sure Richard at the Chevin will be delighted that I mentioned the royalty, but that is the nearer of the two. But Chevin just down the road as well. Other pubs are available in the Otley area, I think.
Indeed. Yeah, I've sampled a few of them already since we've been here. Maybe more to come.
Dick going to his AA meeting when he gets back down to Essex tomorrow night, as Revis is in, and that's worked a leg by Lawrence, and there is a single, and so he's on to 11, 73 for 3.
AA meeting, yes.
I'm joking. He's not really doing that. He's going back for his eyes lasered again.
The other one done, yes. Well, the surgeon who did this, I said thank you very much. He said, "Oh, I think I'll be seeing you again in a couple of years." In other words, yeah, the next one needs doing as well. Wow. Happens when you get over 35.
Revis in, it's short of length down the leg side and will be 4 byes. Jonathan Tattersall, no chance of reeling that one in. So expensive over of sorts there by Matthew Revis. Not all off his own bowling. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. 4 byes, 2 leg byes, 2 no balls, 8 extras in this Essex 77 for 3 so far. Ben Mike, who's of course now arrived here on loan from Leicestershire and will be a permanent signing for 3 years from 2023. He's just made his way onto the field. Sporting number 16, Will Frayne just having a break. Ben Michael on his 12th man.
Colin in Great Wakering laments the fact that in Essex, quite near where I live, laments the fact that the next over, just ball pushed out on the offside, no addition to the score. They have now moved the little dot to George Hill, and he's still bowling from the Howard end. Laments the fact that, you know, under the current system, counties play some other counties once and some other twice. And, well, I think, you know, this has been discussed many times, but that's just played out to mid-off, no additional score. It's not ideal. And we all know the reason, so as to fit in other versions of the game. And I can't really think of a way around it unless we go back to 3-day cricket or a mixture of 3 and 4, which they did for a couple of seasons round about the turn of the millennium, I think. When my dad first took me to watch cricket many years ago, that's just worked out on the onside. I think they played something like 20. Well, obviously they're all in one division of, at that stage, 17. Durham hadn't joined. Counties played 28 a year, which meant even then, you know, they played some once and some twice. I suppose it didn't matter so much then because there wasn't so much money in it. As that's worked away on the onside. I think about as single as it appeared to be in a little bit of a gap, but no, they'd certainly never have got a run out of that. Lawrence 11, Critchley 14, Essex 77 for 3. So no, it's not ideal. I think we all know it's not ideal, but it's just the way of the cricketing world nowadays. I think championship cricket generally has to fit in around other versions. If anybody likes to think that's the tail wagging the dog, then you're entitled to your opinion, and maybe I wouldn't disagree with it, but that's just how it is.
That's just the way it is.
Serenade with Jonathan Point. Hill in again, sun still shining brightly. Solid looking shot from Critchley. Pushes the ball out into the offside. End of the over. We'll probably have one more before lunch. I make it about 41 minutes to 1 on my little Mickey Mouse watch, which bought from a well-known catalogue store for about $9.99 or something. Essex 77 for 3.
Mickey himself, of course, does have a Dick Davis watch.
Oh, yes.
So we are going to get a change of bowling here, and Jack Shutt, he's going to get the token over of twirl before the lunch break. Jack, those of you who are regular Yorkshire listeners, Yorkshire supporting listeners, will know is from the Barnsley area. He's made an impact in white ball cricket. Not that many opportunities still with the red ball in his hand. 25 years of age now. And looks like Yorkshire still think he's got a future with them, given the fact that he's playing in this match as he bowls his first delivery to Critchley, which is pushed out towards point as a sweeper set back, and they've got through for 1. Given the fact that he's playing in this match, and also B, this is just his 5th first-class game, by the way. He's taken 5 first-class wickets in 4 previous matches. But obviously behind Dom Bess in the pecking order. But clearly thinking he's still got a future, given the fact that they've let the 2 Sullivan brothers go. They released them. That was put out there last week. 2 spinners. And so short playing tells you a fair bit about the thoughts, I think, from within. Lawrence pushes that one back to Jack, who is in again. And that's worked to the onside of straight, no run. If you watch his little run up, it always reminds me of somebody who's doing one of those training runs with a rope ladder laid out on the floor, and stepping through them.
Yeah.
A little bit balletic about the approach. There we go, fairy steps, and that's turned out towards mid-wicket. Matthew Revis coming in with an underarm throw and another single on the board. So Essex playing for lunch, but still picking up singles as well. 2 to come in the session. Shot again. Pushed back by Critchley. Who'll be the happier of the 2? I should think it'll be the batting side at this stage, with conditions just likely to continue improving as the day goes on. They've only conceded the 3 wickets now. Then was that a chance? Shutt has got one past the outside edge, the final ball of the session. He put his hands on his head. Nobody else really suggesting that it was a nick. Tattersall didn't take it cleanly either way. So 33 overs bowled in the morning session, and they've taken the score off the board very quickly there. 79 for 3, Essex, in response to Yorkshire's 134 all out. Dan Lawrence not out 12, Matt Critchley not out 15. So we'll take a break just like the players, and we'll be back with you at around about 20 past 1.
probably stay down there.
Thanks. Yeah, and a tough old time here for Yorkshire. They're trying to take Essex wickets. Of course, they were bowled out for 134 yesterday, and at lunch, Essex 79 for 3. Jordan Thompson with 2 of those 3 wickets, and Stephen Patterson of East Yorkshire, of course, was dismissing Alistair Cook for the 7th time in as many matches. The great man, LBW, to Pato not so long before the lunch break. So trailing by 55 at lunch, Essex 79 for 3 in their first innings. Welcome back to the afternoon session where Jordan Thompson is opening things up by bowling here to Dan Lawrence, who's turned that off his hip down to the northeast stand where Ben Code fields, and they're through for a single. Roland Butcher and myself, Jonathan Doidge, to take you through this first half hour of an extended afternoon session. And after all that, when are they on and when are they not, from me, nobody else to blame, before lunch, thanks to Ken Lashley, who emailed in on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com saying, intervals, Jonathan, can I help? As Jordan Thompson's in, and Critchley this time turning it to straight mid-wicket, where Finley Bean does the fielding, and there's no run. So he says, play started at 10:30, which I think you forgot in your mental arithmetic. Lunch should be 12:40 to 1:20. Well, that's tick. Tea 3:30 to 3:50. Final session 3:50 until 6, or when it gets dark. Thanks for the comms, Ken. Thanks for the pointers as well, Ken, the mathematical pointers. I should easily be able to sort that out. Appeal here for LBW, and Jordan Thompson has struck early in this afternoon session then. Taken just 3 balls for Yorkshire to take their 4th wicket. They would have fancied one before the lunch break. But, well, get a bit of food and a drink down you, come back out refreshed and take a wicket. Jordan Thompson now has 3 for 25 off 7.5 overs, and Essex 80 for 4.
Yes, and the benefits of bowling wicket to wicket early in the innings, and on this occasion, Critchley just slightly squared up, struck on the pad. Feeling a little bit disappointed for himself. He probably thought he got outside the line, but the umpire thought otherwise, and he's got to go. Thompson gets his 3rd wicket, and immediately after lunch to get the breakthrough. 80 for 4, everything's still very much in the balance.
Yeah, I've been delighted. They've just been off for the lunch break and the drinks are straight out there after 3 deliveries, but there you go. It's Feroz Kushi coming in at number 6 for Essex. Going through the usual arm swings and stretches, so 54 run deficit following that single that started this session. Jordan Thompson, as I mentioned, he has 7.3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 25 to his name. Got that early wicket, and then didn't really get into a brilliant rhythm in that first spell, so Johnny Tattersall pulled him out after just 3 overs. But he's been back on it, hasn't he, since then, with 2 more wickets. I think he's only gone for another 8 runs in his last 4.5 overs, so tightened things up. Was switched to the Kirkstone Lane end, and he's starting his afternoon session at the Howard Stand end of the ground. Wicket taken, 33.3 overs. So Kushi in now. Rossington, Snater, Allison, Cook and Porter still to come. And Thompson bowling here. And there's another appeal for LBW to a ball that Kushi's trying to turn down square on the leg side. And that probably tells you all you need to know about that. Meanwhile, we've got one Thompson bowling and another Thompson arguing about the height at which the aviation passes over Headingley. You'd think, wouldn't you, that people have got, you know, jobs to do and better things to do during the day.
Absolutely.
Typical Thompson. Competitive aviation heights now, as Jordan is in, and that's worked off his legs by Kushi out towards Code, and they'll get a single. I mentioned that because I did have correspondence in as well. Who was it? Let me have a look back on Twitter. It was Martin Durkin who said on Twitter just before the break, the plane you were just discussing was still at 1,000 feet over Horsforth according to Flight Radar 24. Thanks, Martin, but Tomo's not having that. Steve Thompson, he's now sent me in a map with the flight path on it. Saying Ryanair arriving soon, I'll send you the details. Thompson, meanwhile, his son's bowling here, and that's flicked to leg by Lawrence, and fielded there by been end of the over, 34 gone, 81 for 4. And Steve Thompson says 1,800 feet and exactly 4 miles from Headingley to the runway. Well, so I was right first time rather than second time. Thought it would be 4 or 5 miles, but then thought, no, crow flies. 2 to 3. We are talking cricket here, I think. Cricket and aviation. Ben Code going to open up at the Kirkstall lane end. And there's no run, says, that's all well and good about other pubs, etc. This is Richard from the Chevin up there near Otley, but we're only offering a free drink to cricket commentators if you know any. I think you might get a visit from Dick and Sarah later on, Richard.
Cole will start this first over this end into Cushy, bowls to Cushy, and Cushy drives on the front foot. Doesn't quite time it. Ball coming off the bottom half of the bat, goes out to extra cover, and there's no run. 3 slips in position for the new batsman. Cushy fresh from his first-class 100 against Kent at Canterbury only last week. And different situation now with the score on 81 for 4. And thought he played exceptionally well in that innings. Let's see how he progresses. Here's Cord in now. Ball to Cushy. Cushy's, that's going to be 4-leg buys, I think. And yes, it is. As that must have been very close to the stumps. As Cushy's playing it into the onside, it evades the wicketkeeper and goes down to final leg, but off the pads. So no chance of a catch. There wasn't an appeal either. So he gets 4 to the total. 4 welcome runs to Essex. Now 85 for 4.
Yeah, still 49-run lead, Yorkshire, but Essex bat pretty deep as well. So I think there's still a lot of work for Yorkshire to do with the ball here. But with every passing minute over, that just a little bit more moisture coming out of the pitch out there, Roland.
Yeah, I mean, with every run as well, also a little bit more pressure is exerted on the bowling side. Cord into Cushy, and he's solidly in behind this one as he comes onto the front foot. Presents the full face of the bat. Ball goes back along the pitch. Cord does the fielding, and there's no run. Just to complete his fielding positions, Cord has got a mid-on, he's got a mid-wicket, he's got a man on the fine leg boundary. Those are the onside fielders. And yes, 3 men saving the single on the offside. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, and then the 3 catches plus the wicket keeper behind the bat. As Cord, fast medium, in bowls, and Cushy allows this one to go through just back of a length delivery, but perhaps 6 inches too wide outside the off stump, not forcing the batsman to play. Goes through safely to the keeper. No run. Cushy on 1. Dan Lawrence has been there for a little while. He's faced some 54 deliveries for his 13. I don't think that's a problem at this moment, because with wickets falling, what is important is that the batsman can bat balls, bat time. As Cord once more to Cushy, in bowls to Cushy, and again he leaves this one alone, but much fuller delivery on this occasion, and nice bit of ball in there. And Cushy, being very watchful, just goes forward and then lifts the bat above his head. Cleanly taken by the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, Ben Code wanted to come in the over. It not yet been successful in terms of taking a wicket. Anything he can do to change that?
Well, I mean, he hoped he gets the edge and somebody hang on to it, and this delivery is striking him on the pad, and he's got it. That's the other way he can get the wicket, bringing that ball back into Cushy. Kept a little bit low, he's played around it, struck on the pad, up went the finger. Rob Bailey had no hesitation in giving that one out. And Cord strikes another blow for Yorkshire, and they've had a very good session straight after lunch. I'm not sure what they were fed at lunchtime here. Whatever they've been fed, it certainly has worked to the benefit of Yorkshire. Essex now are 85 for 5 in the game, very much in the balance.
Yeah, well, I asked the question, and then Ben Code came up with the answer, and I think he deserves that as well. He's been very tidy all day long, just hasn't found the edge, as Roland was saying. Just wondered if there's anything you thought that he might do to adjust it, but sometimes you just got to keep, sticking to those principles and wait for the batter to make a mistake, and he's just got that one to nip a little bit. Cushy only just out there Most difficult time of anybody's knock, isn't it? Those first few deliveries when you're not yet used to the pace, the conditions out there, and he's not been able to get used to it because he's gone for 1 off just 8 deliveries. 85 for 5 then. 7 casino nights. Martin, good afternoon to you, who in a previous match was describing Mohammed Abbas as the Pakistan Pato because of their metronomic respective games. And he's back on about Pato today, saying rabbit pie for lunch at Headingley. Not able to watch this morning, but no shock to see Pato dismiss his bunny, Sir Alistair. And he thinks it's ridiculous that Stephen Patterson is being allowed to leave at the end of the season. Hopefully, he says he gets a new county, and he deserved 500 first-class wickets. Let's just check back in, actually, on Pato's record. I know he's closing in. I remember doing an interview with him when he passed 450 last year. 477. So 23 more needed, and that's the real milestone box he wants to tick. Here's Thompson from the Howard stand end, bowling to Dan Lawrence, who's 13. Being there either side of lunch and pushing that first ball of the over to Jack Shutt at mid-on. No run. Get in touch on that, Jonathan Doidge. At Butcher_Roland. He likes to do things backwards, this fella. On BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. As that's flicked to mid-wicket this time by Lawrence. Fielded there by Finn Bean. No addition to the score. And then Richard at the Chevin has sent us a lovely view from the beer garden. Excellent. Mine's a cold one in a bottomless glass. Will Frayne just coming out of slip now, and Bean has just been sent back from his position in mid-wicket towards the mid-wicket boundary in a sweeping position. Will Frayne is going to replace him at that shortish straight mid-wicket. So just the 2 slips now, Kohler, Cadmore and Lythe, and Thompson in and bowling to Lawrence, who immediately pushes one out to where Bean had been dispatched. He gets a single, just allowing Jordan Thompson, I guess, having that little bit of cover on the mid-wicket boundary to bowl it that bit straighter. Feels like he's got a bit of protection.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's the area you want to be attacking Lawrence, because he's particularly strong in that area. I think his vulnerability lies outside the off stump, where at times he gets a little bit too far across with his head, because he's looking to work the ball into the onside. So I think it might be better to leave that area slightly open and bowl a bit wider the off stump.
Frayne back in place at 3rd slip with Rossington on strike, the new Essex batter, and he's got that away off his legs. So again, just straying a little bit too straight this time, Jordan Thompson. Cody's a lot squarer than that. At a deep backward square come long leg, and so 4 runs to the shortest boundary on the ground. Rossington getting going, and Essex 90 for 5.
Yeah, I think with Rossington there's always a chance of getting him out early. I thought he was quite reckless at Canterbury when he came in, when Cushy was going nicely, and he just needed to hang in there with him, and he really gave his wicket away. So, you've got a good chance of getting him out early.
Thompson in, Rossington pushing to mid-on this time. And no run. Lovely sunny afternoon. Maybe a little bit, slightly more of a cloudy feel to it above, but sun shining at the moment. And you'd say, certainly aerially at least, the conditions for batting are good. Still some darker markings on the field, on the pitch itself, suggesting there's still a little bit of juice around. No surprises there as Thompson's in and Rossington drives. And Stephen Patterson with a full-length dive just touches that one round the post. Great penalty save. End of the over, 36 gone, 90 for 5. You played a bit of football, of course, yourself, didn't you, as well? Stevenage?
Stevenage,
yeah.
Yes, that was certainly say 4 runs there, because that was played on the offside of the pitch and mid-off. As you said, he had to dive to his right, and I think a goalkeeper would have been proud of that. He didn't pushed it back in front of him. So successful over for Yorkshire. Score now 90 for 5. And very, very much in the balance. So they've had a good day so far. Cord will continue. And he will be bowling to Lawrence. Lawrence is on 14. As Cord approaches the umpire now. Ball to Lawrence, and Lawrence is coming down the pitch and getting forward to that one and playing it with some suspicion, but eventually the ball comes off the middle of the bat, goes out on the offside, can't score. And I think what Lawrence will do is he will take the opportunity to perhaps bat out of his crease and also come down the pitch. Cord is, reasonable pace, so the keeper is standing back. And Lawrence is, way out in front of his crease. You can see it from here. As Cord is in now, balls to Lawrence, and Lawrence fixes on the onside. He's looking for a single, but there isn't one there. Fielder moves smartly to his right, does the fielding. He stays on 14. It's 95. And Rossington, just before, flicked down to fine leg, which went very fine. And really, Essex now, they need a partnership. That's what they were able to do in the last game, put partnerships together. Cord now balls, and this one is just short of a length, and the batsman comes nicely into position, shows the full face of the bat, pushes it up to mid-off. Lawrence, and there is no run.
Yeah, he'll keep nagging, will Ben Code. Just looked a little bit tired towards the end of his first spell, went for a couple of boundaries in his 7th and final over of that spell. Had a good rest in between.
Yes, and he's fresh in after lunch now, and balls to Lawrence, balls, and that's a lovely shot. Lawrence down the pitch and then just works it through the onside. They've gone for 1, they've gone for 2. There should be 3 here. Yes, they're coming back for the 3. Fielder gets onto that one, pulls it up 10 metres inside the boundary. And 3 easy runs there to Lawrence. That was well played.
Yeah, just laid his bat on it, didn't he? Didn't try and hit it too hard. Risk maybe ballooning it, scooping it up in the air.
And the new man comes on strike, so Rossington will face Cord for the first time. No change in the field, still 3 slips and 3 men saving singles on the offside. Short mid wicket. And a mid-on also saving the single. Cord in now with his first delivery to Rossington, and he's back and defends up to mid-off. Extra cover comes across, does the fielding, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's sort of classic Code delivery, really. Rossington not able to quite get forward to it, playing it from the crease. He'll just keep plugging away at the top of off stump, very much in that Stephen Patterson mould school of thought from bowling.
Yes, and Cord again into Rossington, ball to Rossington, and he squares up again, getting in defence, but the ball goes off the bat, outer half of the bat. To cover point, the over comes to an end. At the end of the over, that's over number 37. It's now 93 for 5.
Yeah, let's have a quick flick around what's going on elsewhere. At Northampton's 339 all out. Surrey chasing the title, 26 for 1 in reply. Trailing by 313, just of course day 2 there as well. Vital match in the relegation battle between Somerset and Warwickshire. Somerset 219 all out. Warwickshire already in a bit of trouble at 25 for 3 in reply on their home patch. And then in Division 2, Sussex 220 all out. Worcestershire making a real good response, 187 without loss down at Hove. And at Leicester, the home side 197 for 9, having been put in by Durham yesterday. Thompson bowling here to Lawrence, who shoulders arms to one wide of off stump. Rain around at Lord's, Rowland's former home, and Glamorgan 214 all out. Middlesex making a good fist of that response. They're 184 for 4, trailing by 30. And that's your lot from around the county scene at this moment in time. Thompson in again from this Howard stand end, and Dan Lawrence dropping into the offside There's no run. Matthew Revis picks it up. George Hill will give it a shine and send it on its way back around to the bowler, and both Revis and Hill should have more of a part to play as the day goes on, you would have thought, with the ball. They've already both had a spell. Revis 5 overs for 18 and George Hill 5 overs 4 maidens, none for 1. Following that to 6 for 26 in the first innings at Old Trafford last week. Jordan Thompson bowling to Lawrence, who plays it with a lovely straight blade beyond the diving Stephen Patterson, and that will be 4. I think Pato may have got a little bit of something on that, but couldn't get enough on it to stop it going to the Howard stand end boundary, and that was a lovely thoroughbred stroke.
Yeah, just driven straight down, but he looked certainly in a good position to stop that. Perhaps that was an even slightly easier one than the one before because it was on his fingertips. I think he might have gone a little bit too far on this occasion. It went under his body. But a nice shot nonetheless.
Jordan Thompson then coming into bowl to Lawrence. Gets that towards the inside of the bat. Just swivels round in his hand. Will Frayne fielding it for mid-wicket. Probably got a few, certainly got quite a lot more in today than we had yesterday in the crowd, enjoying a bit of LS6 sunshine. Thompson then. He's just handed the ball on to Patterson for a bit of extra polish before he delivers this next one. 2 to come in the over. 3 for 35 for Jordan, and he comes in now past umpire Rob White, and that's turned to leg by Lawrence. Jack Shutt round at mid-on does the fielding. Encouragement from Revis. Thompson then, after more shine from Patterson, turns and running towards us. Going to Lawrence again, who's not quite fully over the top of that, and it bounces just short of Jordan Thompson in his follow-through. Dot ball to complete the over. 38 now gone. Lawrence on 21, Rossington on 4. Partnership in its infancy, just the 12 so far. And Essex 97 for 5. If you just joined us since lunch, 2 wickets already for Yorkshire. Critchley, LBW, Thompson for 15, and Cushy, LBW, code for 1.
Yes, and that last delivery could have easily gone straight back to the bowler. That's a bit of a problem in Dan Lawrence's play, in that when the ball is slightly short of a length outside the off stump, he loves to hit the ball on the up. And at times it goes eerily on the offside. Rossington is in strike as Cord in now, ball to Rossington, and he's off the back foot, strokes this one pleasantly up to extra cover. Cannot score, and there is no runs. 97 for 5. And saw Dan Lawrence this winter in the West Indies in the Test match, had 100 really for the taking, and really got out disappointingly, playing a similar shot to that, quarter extra cover for 96, I think. He would be absolutely gutted because he's played it really well, but that shot gave him trouble all the time, and Rossington is defending nicely here as he gets right behind the line of delivery and strokes it up to mid-on. Can't score. He stays on 4, and with him Dan Lawrence, he's on 21. He's looked pretty good today, Lawrence, hence the field change where they've got a short mid-wicket. You know, they could get him out there, but that's also a very strong area for him. He would be much happier playing in that area than playing on the offside. As Cord is in now to Rossington, and Rossington drives. That's a lovely shot. Makes a sweet sound off the bat as it's stroked up to extra cover, and there is no run. That was a nice shot, pressed onto the front foot and just pushed through the line of the delivery. But the result was no run. It went straight to the fielder. He stays on 4. 97 for 5. We're in over number 39 on a lovely afternoon here at Headingley. Enjoyed by this good crowd in as Cord bowls and striven, and has been the case on a number of occasions. Today the ball strikes the stumps at the non-striker's end as a firm drive, and that perhaps would not have gone for 4 but could easily have gone for 3. So in terms of the luck and those sort of shots today, certainly going with Yorkshire, because the previous 2 had 4 written all over it. This one perhaps would have just been pulled up inside the boundary after a long chase, but the result was no run.
Yeah, there was some hand on that, wasn't there, from Ben Code, actually. He was trying to divert it onto the stumps for the run out like they do.
Yes, Cord and Rob Bailey signalling dead ball. I think Rob Bailey, like, he's getting a call there from his wife has asked him what time to get the supper on this evening. So he sticks it back in his pocket.
I think he just said, make sure there's 2 Yorkshires on it.
Yes, and Corded now to Rossington, ball to Rossington, and he flashes. That's a poor shot, really. That's a get-out shot. It's wide, and teams looking for that's the recklessness that I saw in the last game. He gives you a chance earlier on, and really that was a naughty shot to play. Just driving at the up. He was never in a position to play the shot.
Yeah, he can do that, can't he? Adam Rossington likes to get after it.
Yeah, I mean, his team would like him to bat for a period now, as Cord is in now to Rossington ball, and this time he has to defend, and he defends well. Up to mid-on, that's the final delivery of the over. Over comes to an end. That's the 39th of the innings, and Essex, there are 97 for 5. Dan Lawrence, who will face the next ball at the start of the new over, he's on 21, and Rossington on 4.
Yep, so Yorkshire still working hard for a wicket. Essex still apparently working hard as well to earn their next run. 37 runs they are behind Yorkshire, but they've still got 5 wickets. And you would expect them to be able to rack up some sort of lead. Given the conditions, you would have thought they might have had at least 100 or so on Yorkshire, but there's an opportunity here for Yorkshire to really drag that one back and try and make it into more or less a 1 innings match. Thompson to Rossington, to Lawrence, who turned it into the leg side. There was no run. 39 overs and that 1 ball gone. Been together just over a quarter of an hour, this pair so far, since that Cushy dismissal. Snappers all opposite us at the Howard stand end, trying to get the shot of maybe the next wicket, maybe a boundary, as Thompson's latest ball sees Lawrence shoulder arms. There'll still be a bit on the chilly side opposite where we're sitting. We've had the sun streaming through the combox window. Greenhouse effect always up here. Tried to pull the blinds down to some extent to give us a bit of cover, but if you're listening from opposite, then always in shadow, so always a little bit cooler over there, as Thompson's latest ball again sees Lawrence shoulder arms, and there is no run. Jordan Thompson 3 for 35 still into his 11th over. Used more now than any other Yorkshire bowler in this match so far. No great surprise, because he just keeps on going, Jordan Thompson. They keep talking about resting him, but I think save for 1 match, 1 day earlier in the season, that's about it. As he's just been flicked off the hip. Maybe it was literally off the hip rather than the bat by Lawrence. No, in fact, been umpires signalling it was 4 off the bat. Through fine leg. Clipped it away nicely. He's on to 25 now. And Essex have got 3 figures on the board.
Yes, and
1 for 5.
Yeah, and just strained on the leg side. That's Don Lance's area, as I said. He didn't connect properly. Bit of bat and pad went very fine, but certainly the direction of the delivery, I'm not quite sure. I'm not like this field placing at all.
Here comes Thompson again. Lawrence flicks it towards Frayne, who gets something on it, enough to stop him getting a run at mid-wicket there. What would you prefer to see?
Well, Jonathan, I think that man on the deep mid-wicket boundary is not in a wicket-taking position there. That is to save the 4. And to me, that's bad bowling. If you've got the fielder to save the 4, that's. I would prefer to have another fielder on the offside and drag him wider.
Thompson to Lawrence, gets one around about off stump, I would imagine. It's pushed back to the bowler to complete that over. 40 now have gone in this Essex first innings. 101 for 5, 33 runs behind, with Lawrence on 25 and Rossington on 4.
Yes, and I think they're missing a trick here, Yorkshire. No doubt Lawrence is strong. He's strong on the leg side, and I prefer to put a bit more pressure on him, because if you get him out now, that exposes the lower middle order. You know, he's one of the key batsmen. So I would like to be attacking him, not protecting a boundary on the leg side, which is his favourite area. As Cord will come in now to Rossington, bowl to Rossington, and he beats him with a good one. He plays down the wrong line. He's playing down the middle stump. The ball goes past the outside edge and straight through to the keeper. And there is no addition to the score. 101 for 5. Partnership now is 16. Been together for a little while, and that's what's required at this point in time. Just batsmen occupy the crease, spend some time in the middle. Obviously, the longer you stay in the middle, then the easier it gets. As Cord now into Rossington, and this is worked away into the onside. He can't score once more as it goes to the right of mid-wicket, who moves smartly to his right. Just one of 3 fielders on the leg side. That's mid-wicket. He's got one on either side. He's got a mid-on and then a man down on the long leg boundary. And it's quite a long way inside the boundary, because that is quite a long boundary. As Cord once more, 10 on his bat, passes the umpire, bowls to Rossington, and Rossington has flicked this one away on the onside. Am I watching the ball? Is it going to get there? And it goes into the boundary for 4. And not the best of deliveries, strong offside feel. And then really Cord strained down the leg side, as we saw him did in his final over of that first spell to Alistair Cook.
Yeah, just dragged it a little bit, didn't it? That was enough, both line and lengthwise, to enable Rossington to play the shot. That wicket of Feroz Kushi, by the way, was Ben Code's 200th first-class wicket. So congratulations to him, averaging 20.3.
Rossington goes to 8, and Cord in now to Rossington, and he's LBW there, and he got into a poor position again once more. Rossington played all around a delivery that's wicket to wicket, and really a ball there that should have been forward to goes back and gets struck on the pad. Rob Bailey once more raises that index finger, and the 6th wicket goes down just as Essex has started to get a little bit of a partnership together. Rossington goes for 8, LBW to Cord, and it's 105 for 6.
Talking yesterday about Sam Cook getting to that landmark of 200 first-class wickets with an average of less than 20. The first player to do that since Alan Ward in 1971. Ben Code he knew about the record, and he was trying to get there himself this season. And obviously he's a day behind Sam Cook in getting to the 200, and he's only just out on the average as well. 20.3 is still a very, very good performance in 50 first-class matches, Roland.
Yeah, that's a good effort, and you should be quite pleased with that. And really, the benefits of bowling wicket to wicket. We've seen several wickets go down today where the ball has been straight at the stumps, wicket to wicket. Cook, LBW, and again, Kushi LBW, and then on this occasion, another LBW. Success for Cord. 5 for 6. And obviously Yorkshire clawing their way back into this game after a pretty low score in the first innings. They will feel that they have made a good effort in much warmer conditions today. Obviously yesterday completely different when they had to bat. Ball still has moved a little bit today, and they have picked up those wickets. So the new man comes, Snater. He comes in. Again, he was pretty reckless too down at Kent, and then it was left to Allison to come in and show some sensible batting, and ended up getting a very good half-century at the back end of the innings. Good afternoon to you, Dickie. As
good afternoon, Roland.
Cords in, no bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump, allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper, who takes it in front of first slip. Score stays 105 for 6.
Well, it looks as if we're in for first innings being more or less equal, doesn't it, really?
Yes, unless there can be a partnership. And we saw, as I said, at Kent last week,
well,
we saw Allison come in.
And, of course, Lawrence is still out there.
And then the same Cook came in and thrashed a quick 30-odd.
Yeah, they could get near 200 possibly.
And this delivery is allowed to go through outside the off stump. That was the final delivery of a successful over by Cord at the end of the over. It's 105 for 6. Lawrence is on 25, and Snater yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, so quite a lot happened since lunch. At lunch it was 79 for 3, so 3 wickets in 35 minutes or so. And Yorkshire certainly had the better of this session so far. But as I say, it's not going to be much in it. Well, maybe not first. Well, I don't think there's going to be a lot in it anyway. Even if Essex do somehow scramble their way towards 200, they'll still only be 60 odd ahead. So, yeah.
In the context of the game, that 60 might be very, very handy.
Well,
so
true. Yes, of course.
I think Yorkshire would certainly hope it's not that amount.
Yes, of course they would. Yes. So it's going to be Patterson to continue bowling from the Howard stand, and he's bowling to Dan Lawrence, on whose shoulders a lot rests now. As Roland says, Essex have some capable batsmen in the lower order, but obviously Lawrence is the main target now. Few England Test caps under his belt, maybe a few more, although that middle order of England looks pretty strong at the moment, particularly with Pope coming on so well. And that's just played back to the bowler, no addition to the score. So Lawrence has to a certain extent, rein in his natural game. He's naturally a very aggressive player, a very attacking player. And he came bursting onto the scene, as a 17-year-old, I think, getting a century at the Oval, which I was very pleased to witness. That would have been well pre-COVID, obviously, maybe half a dozen years ago. Let's look it up. And that's just played defensively. Back to the bowler. One loses, well, not one, but I lose track of when these players came onto the scene. And Patterson in again, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Lawrence, who goes forward and just pushes it out on the offside. No addition to the score. Dan Lawrence got capped in 2017. I must mention this innings at Surrey. Yes, here we are. 2015, 161, when he would have been only 17, nearly 18, but still, it's still only not much more than a boy. And that's played splendidly, straight driven. This time it didn't hit the stumps. A lot of straight drives this morning before lunch. Certainly 3, if not 4, were so straight that they clattered into the stumps at the bowler's end. That didn't, it just evaded them and went through for 4 in the shadow of the Howard stand. The only part of the ground now that is in shadow. 90%, maybe that's a bit of exaggeration, 80% of it is bathed in very pleasant September sunshine.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot.
It certainly was, as Lawrence faces up again, and this time another defensive shot just pushed out on the offside. So yes, 161 was Lawrence's score in that first innings. In that innings, well, it was his first innings, I think, for Essex. Only his first innings at the Oval, and that was a memorable day, no doubt for him as well. The bowler pulls out of his approach to the crease for reasons better known to him, and goes back to his mark. Turns just before the shadow of the stand. Moves in now, tall, fair head, right arm. Bowls, and Lawrence goes forward solidly, defensively, showing the full face of the bat to the bowler, as they say, and over reaches its conclusion with Essex 25 behind now on first innings at 109 for 6. 25 behind with 4 wickets in hand. Interestingly poised, and the next hour or so could be vital for both sides.
Yes, most definitely, and I think Essex will be hoping that this pair can stay together for some time, certainly get past that first innings total of Yorkshire, and then look to move on. Any more wickets before that, obviously, then suddenly you're almost back on parity, as Slater, yet to get off the mark, will face Cord, as Cord is in now. Ball to Slater, and he's trying to turn this one down the leg side. Doesn't make contact. Ball goes through to the keeper. No run. For Slater, there's 3 slips. Backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off. Mid-wicket, mid-on, and a long leg. 3 fielders on the leg side. And so far today, I think Yorkshire have been quite disciplined in their bowling. Perhaps they could have tested the batsmen a little bit more in terms of bowling somewhat straighter. The straight balls have picked up wicket, as this delivery is onto the back foot as he defends up to mid-on. Slater, and there is no run. We've seen that if the ball is pitched in the right area, that there is sharp movement. 3 batsmen caught on the crease by deliveries that were pretty straight and just zipped onto them. Umpires having an easy task in giving those decisions out. As Cord in bowled, and he's flicking this one up to mid-on. He's looking for a single, initially set off, but changed his mind as the mid-wicket fielder came across, shadowed that one, and there is no run. 109 for 6. Dan Lawrence played a lovely shot in the last over. Nice crisp drive straight down the ground. He played a nice drive with the ball before that to extra cover, but that one was beautifully timed. Cord in now, bowls to Slater, and he's forward on the walk. Doesn't play that one that comfortably. It wasn't a push out on the front foot and defend. He was walking into the shot. And as a bowler, I would feel very, very happy to see him do that, because again, a straight ball could just be his own doing if he's not going to go back fully or forward fully. Very much on the walk. As 2 balls remaining in this over, the 43rd of the innings. As Cord is in now, bowls, and he's might have got an inside edge there. Again, not coming forward or going back, just playing on the crease, and that ball just coming back slightly, and I think he might have got an inside edge onto the pad there.
Yes, I was just hoping there'd be a replay, but doesn't seem to be.
But really, I think to Slater, I would definitely bowl wicket to wicket. Not too concerned with trying to get the outside edge, wicket to wicket. Then I'm very much in the game. Last ball of the over to Slater, and a horrible shot.
Oh,
really, that was an awful shot. Last ball of the over. He just had a skewer of the ball before, and he tries to lift that one over the top on the onside as well, but the ball goes past the outside edge through to the keeper. And I think the coach and captain in the dressing room would be just wondering what is going on out there with a batsman who is yet to get off the mark to play a shot like that. gets a talking to from Dan Lawrence, but the over comes to an end. 109 for 6.
I'd love to know what Lawrence said to him now, but you know, this is Headingley, it's not Village Green, third 11. And yes, it was distinctly agricultural, that one. So anyway, he survived, and of course that's what he might say when I'm still there. Well, he is, admittedly, you can't argue with that, but more by good luck than good judgment. 109 for 6 till 25 behind. I seem to say that a long time ago, so there hasn't been a run for a while, and that's just played out on the offside. No addition to the score. Lawrence facing the bowling at the business end. A goodish crowd. I think the crowd has built up quite a bit during the day, understandably, because the weather forecast is good, and also, you know, people will have watched the live stream or by some means found out what's going on and realised that their county are gradually edging their way back into this game, which they certainly are, and that's pushed down the offside. No addition to the score. So yeah, I don't know how this compares obviously with a normal county championship game at Headingley, but it seems a goodish crowd to me. Of course, they've only have one more home game after this, so when the weather's like this and there's only one more home game to look forward to, you want to see as much cricket as you can. And Patterson moves in to bowl to Lawrence, who plays it solidly defensively, pushed out on the onside. No addition to the score. Still of 109 for 6.
I think I absolutely agree with you. I think it's a good crowd, this. Very good crowd, and I think the weather would have had a lot to play with it. The fact also that season's drawing to an end, and Yorkshire fighting their way back. It's a good crowd. Yes,
and also I think mathematically, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen looking at it from the outsider's point of view, but mathematically Yorkshire could still get relegated, and I think one or two supporters are still a little bit on edge, aren't they? But it's probably not going to happen. In fact, I hope it doesn't happen, because Yorkshire, you know, Yorkshire belong in the top level of cricket. There's a lot of history behind Yorkshire. But a shadow, no, not as much as a shadow, just as that slight area of doubt, possibly, if the rest of the season goes wrong. So they'll certainly be looking to collect as many points as possible from this game. Just played back to the bowler, ideally, thanks to a victory. Essex, on the other hand, they can't realistically win the championship. Mathematically they can win the championship, but no, that's not going to happen. We live in the real world. If Essex got maximum points from all their 3 remaining games, and those above them somehow contrive to get very, very few, but you know, that's not going to happen in the real world, and similarly they're not going to get relegated either. And that's just played defensively back to the bowler. So it could be argued quite easily that there's more at stake for Yorkshire in this game than Essex, even if only to ease their possible concerns. End of the over, still 109 for 6, and it's a while since we've seen a run scored, but that doesn't matter. Essex at the moment are just trying to graft their way to first of all to a lead and then build on it.
Yes, another tight over there by Patterson, just really keeping Lawrence in check, as Corey will now start a new over, and he will be bowling to Rossington, and Rossington sort of he starts his running now past the umpire bowls, and this is down the leg side, and try to whip that one away. Doesn't make contact. Ball goes through to the wicket keeper, taken cleanly, and there's no run. 109 for 6, and Snater yet to get off the mark, really. Last ball he faced of the previous over, tried to hit it over the top. No way in the right position to play a shot like that. And I guess he would have been absolutely delighted that he didn't get an edge on it either, because I don't think his team, his partner or his team would have been happy. As this delivery, he's again trying to work on the onside. He gets it off the pad. He's going to get a leg by as the ball goes behind square on the onside. Lawrence responds to the call. 1 signal to the total. Score goes to 110 now for the loss of 6. Brings Dan Lawrence on strike. Lawrence is on 29, and perhaps today he's looked more sure than any of the other batsmen, really. He's, at the moment, the ball's hitting quite nicely into the middle of the bat, and again the leg side field being reinforced for Dan Lawrence with a deep square leg in place, 4 fielders on the leg side, 1 slip taken out, so there's 2 slips in place now. As this delivery, Lawrence comes forward and he's going for a single chance for a run out, and had he hit, he was gone, and really Lawrence had given that one up. Pretty poor call. He thought he hit that ball a little bit harder as he came down the wicket, pushed defence, and excellent fielded there as he came across from extra cover, dived, picked up, threw underarm at the stumps. Lawrence no way in the frame, and fortunately for him, it missed the stumps. He gets a single, and score goes to Nelson, 1-1-1 for 6.
Well, he would only have had himself to blame. I mean, he called the run, and no, that would have been dreadful.
Cord to Snetter, and Snetter does what he tried to do with the first ball of the last over, down, and he's going to get 3. The return is on its way. Yes, 3 again. Not a particularly good shot there by Snater. He just threw the bat at it. On this occasion, he got it back over the bowler's head, chased down to the boundary, hit long on. He gets off the mark with 3, and the score goes to 114. Now for 6, Lawrence comes back on strike. He's on 30. He's now been at the wicket for some time. He's faced 86 deliveries, and I don't think that is a consideration for him, as he has to take guard again because the wicketkeeper comes up. Lawrence has been coming down the track to the medium fast bowler. As Cord comes in now to Lawrence, Lawrence drives and doesn't quite time that one. Feet not in a particularly good position on the walk. It wasn't a stride out, on the walk forward, and just ended up hitting it off the inner half of the bat straight to mid-on, and no run. 114 for 6, and for Dan Lawrence also there's a change there. There's 2 slips in place. As Cord into Lawrence outside the off stump, no shot taken by the wicketkeeper, standing up to the stumps. The over come to an end at the end of the 45th over. It's 115 for 6, Lawrence 30, Snater on 3.
And the live stream has actually got the minimum number of overs right. Gary in Frenton will be particularly pleased. He emailed saying, can we do something about getting it right? Well, no, we couldn't, but it now does say 59, whereas before, as Jonathan suggested, if we'd actually played the number of overs it suggested on the screen, we'd have been here till about 10 o'clock at night. So, no, 59 overs of the day remaining of an extended day to try and catch up some of the overs lost yesterday, and similarly more will be added on tomorrow, I think. Not sure about the final day. These regulations are a bit beyond my comprehension, I must admit, as the next delivery comes in. And that's whipped away through the onside for a single by Snater. Patterson bowling from the far end, the Howard stand end. And Essex edging their way towards parity. 19 behind now, 115 for 6. Not that that in itself means a lot. I mean, it's psychological as much as anything. I mean, you know, obviously it's a 2 innings a side match, so yeah, but it's a milestone on the way to what they hope will be a bigger score. That's just played defensively. Trickles out on the onside. And can't emphasise not just that it's such a pleasant day today, but it's such a contrast to yesterday. At this time yesterday, 2:15, it was really dull, really miserable, and it was no surprise when the rain came down. Today, you'll bet the mortgage that we won't see any rain. Well, not in the next 3 hours anyway. And that's a pleasant looking shot from, well, that doesn't really do it enough justice to say pleasant looking. That sort of a bit undervalues it. It was a splendid shot from Dan Lawrence playing it through mid-on, well, wide mid-on or straightish mid-wicket for 4 runs. Now that you will know better than I, as a vastly experienced county and test player, that is not an easy shot to play, is it?
Very difficult shot. It's beautifully control and timing, placement. There's a man at short mid-wicket, and Dan Lawrence has played a couple of good shots, a couple of straight drives, but for me that was the best shot he's played so far, really.
Yeah.
Because it's so many things he had to do right there to keep it standing up. So he was on the walk. He had to keep it away from the short mid-wicket and the mid-on, and struck it beautifully.
Patterson in again to Lawrence. Well, more runs here, not quite as elegant as the previous shot. In fact, probably a thick outside half of the bat, but it was all along the ground, and it's 3 safe runs down to wide third man. So 7 runs off the last 2 deliveries. Helps Essex cause considerably. They now move up to 122 for 6.
Yeah, good positive run in there.
Yeah.
Snater really was the catalyst for that. He pushed Lawrence hard for the 3rd run, and correct decision. So score just creeping up. Deficit now really some 12.
Patterson in again to Snater. Snater shoulders arms and lets it go through to the keeper, who has 2 slips. Then there's a backward point, a cover, a mid-off. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't see anybody else on the offside. So therefore there must be 6 on the leg. There's mid-on, short mid-wicket, long leg, deep mid-wicket.
He's bowling with the 5-4 feel, like 5-4 offside feel.
5-4. Yes, 5-4. Gosh, basic arithmetic letting me down there. And that's worked away on the onside. Down to that man patrolling the short boundary in forward of square on the onside. And yeah, in front of the reasonably populated, I think that's the members' stand. I managed to blag my way in there yesterday, just for a look around. And during the rain, well, people don't, stewards don't mind to a certain extent where you go when it's raining. You're not sort of taking advantage of anything. I just had a look around. End of the over, 123 for 6, 11 behind.
From the coastal laner, Jordan Thompson.
And a change in bowling. Corey will take a break, and Jordan Thompson will come back into the attack. He's going to be bowling to Snater, who's on 5. Essex just creeping along now, 123 for 6. And still maintaining the 5-4 field. Shortish mid-wicket, mid-on. Then there's a deep square leg and a long leg. That's the leg side field. Complemented by 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off. As Thompson comes in to Snater bowls, and he's not playing that in that area, looking to drive, but it comes off the inner half of the bat. Goes up to the sweeper on the leg side and get a single. He goes on to 6. Score goes on out to 124 for the loss of 6. Brings Dan Lawrence on strike. Lawrence is on 37. And looking much more assured at the crease, Lawrence. And some discussion in terms of field placing. And once again, that mid-wicket fielder comes pretty close in there, maybe 10 meters away in the catching position. As Thompson in now to Lawrence, and he's getting a bit of luck here. Lawrence looking to play this one on the onside. It straightens, gets it outside edge, runs down to 3rd man. There's a vacant 3rd man, so the ball goes into the boundary for 4. He gets a fortunate 4. Wouldn't mind. He goes to 41. 128 for 6, and the deficit now only 6.
The Grumbler inquires, well, I say inquires, yeah, I mean, obviously it's all down to opinion anyway. Do wicketkeepers make good captains? Yorkshire have one today. Essex used to have Foster, and many, many years before him they had Brian Taylor. You could argue that they see everything, how the bowler's bowling, the pitch is playing, and how the batting's going. However, it's a very busy position. Yeah. I don't know that you can generalise. Maybe it depends on the individual.
Thompson bowls, and Snater's turning this one nicely off the pads. He's gone for one. He's looking for two, but the return is on its way, and just one run completed. So scores now go to 129, and with that one, Snater, he goes on to 6. The scoreboard is scoring 6, so he's got 7.
There was
That's 129. He's on 6.
Sorry.
Dan Lawrence comes back on strike.
Was recently an Indian captain who captained from keeping wicket. Dhoni, was it? Yeah, he did a pretty good job. But
so Snater's on strike. As this one is short, and he's gone for the pull. Is he going to get? He hit it well enough. He has. The fielder dropped it, but he was 5 meters over the boundary when he dropped it.
Yes.
So not a chance. It was 6 all the way anywhere. He pulled it high in the air, and the fielder was tracking back, hoping he could just get high enough inside the boundary. But the height of the ball meant that he had to keep going. So when he did actually get his hands to it, he was at least 5 to 7 meters over the boundary. So no chance of that being a chance. But 6 to Snater. And as we know, we said he's a very risky player. He's now put Essex in the lead by 1 with that 6. So it's 135 for 6. As Thompson in now, bowls to Snater. And he's cracking this one through the offside for 4. On the up, strong leg side field. 4 fielders on the leg side, giving himself a little bit of room there. That ball had some width, and it's hit square the wicket of the offside for 4. Score goes to 139. The lead goes to 5, and that has been a little bit of a problem for Yorkshire at times. I think they've been a little bit too defensive, as he's in now to Snater, and he's getting the luck again as he tries to hit this on the onside, gets a leg by, goes over the keeper's head and down to the boundary for 4. What a way to finish the over. So now 143 for the loss of 6. Lawrence is on 42, and Snater, he is on 16.
And Roland taking a break then. So runs coming at pace then. At this moment in time, 105 for 6 when Adam Rossington was out. That was after 40.4 overs. We've had a further 6 overs and 2 balls since then, and they've added 38 runs. That's very much sort of fastest scoring we've seen really in the match so far. And so Essex have that lead of 9 runs, 3 bowling points themselves, of course. Yorkshire have 2 of those at the moment. Yet to see a batting point in the match. Yorkshire won't be getting one. Essex still working on one if they can. And Patterson bowling here to Lawrence, who's on 42 and turns that to Frayne. Straight mid-wicket, no run. Adam Lythe's been brought into a catching position just off the cut strip. Straightish mid-off. There is also a more orthodox mid-off, Jordan Thompson. Cover point. Tom Kohler-Cadmore out slip. Long leg and a sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary and a mid-on. Patterson over the wicket to Lawrence. Turning it to shut at mid-on. There's no run. Nice extended lunch break, Dick.
Yes, we had a bit of a search to find somewhere to eat, but we found it eventually. It was right under the rugby club stand, and yeah, but it was worth it. It was worth it.
Good to hear. Patterson in again, and that's wide of Lawrence's off stump. Tattersall standing up to Stephen Patterson, making the take.
But referring to a conversation we had yesterday, the walk to get round there was actually further than the walk is from at Chelmsford, to go from the press box there round to get a bit of lunch. Not that I'm making a point, of course, but just thought you'd be interested.
Yeah, my step count went up that week when we were down at Chelmsford. Patterson to Lawrence, who pushes to extra cover where Hill is round to field, and there's no run.
Thank you, Richard. We've got quite a few emails to get through, so I'll try and get through them fairly quickly. We do really value them and appreciate you taking the time to send us them at bbcsexcricket@gmail.com.
Patterson turns. Running towards us, past umpire Rob White, and Lawrence across towards the off stump and plays it to the leg side of straight. Once again, Shutt doing the fielding. There's a distinct lack of atmosphere yesterday, perhaps on account of the fact that Yorkshire were losing plenty of wickets. There's a little bit more in the way of atmosphere out there today, not least from the players themselves, who are staying chipper despite the fact that they're now behind, and Essex have got 4 first innings wickets still in hand. Patterson trying to reduce that to 3, but not with that delivery. Pushed out into the offside, and again no run, so end of the 48th. Lawrence 42, Snater on 16, partnership already worth 38. They're 143 for 6, and that is an Essex lead of 9 runs.
And Richard says, how lovely to be able to hear your cricket from a very sunny Zurich. Well, that's all right. Well, I bet it's no sunnier than Leeds, but no. But we don't own banks, as you probably own a merchant bank or a private bank in Zurich, I'm sure. You might not. This might not be the most interesting thing I've ever written, but. Plane to go over Headingley at approximately 1,900 feet, according to a well-known website, and which more or less, that's outside the off-stump, ties in with somebody earlier on who said 1,800 feet, so maybe it varies a little bit. We won't worry too much about the odd 100 feet. Well, I suppose if you're flying the thing you might, but no, it gives us a good idea anyway. 1,800 or 1,900 feet they are, which is... what, about a third of a mile? Yeah. As the next delivery comes in, and it's whipped away on the leg side for a single, just backward of square. Jordan Thompson bowling from this end as an emergency vehicle goes by. And, Lawrence has 42. That single brings Snater on to 17.
Ambulance responder, just in case those of you listening are emergency vehicle plate number collectors or something like
that. Yes, no doubt there are such people, as this is played pleasantly but non-productively out to mid-on. So thanks, Richard. Colin, what's Colin got to say? We were talking about cliches earlier before lunch. He says, at this moment in time, rather than simply now. Yep, there are plenty of them, and we're well aware of it. Now, Norman has an interesting point. Apparently, I said, when we're talking about the fact that some people take exception, well, that's an exaggeration. That's played on the onside with no addition to the score. Not take exception to the fact that the boundaries are very dissimilar, but I found it a bit strange. I may have said that football, rugby pitches are generally the same size. Maybe I should have said more or less the same shape. At least they're symmetrical anyway. And Norman points out that there are considerable variances in sizes of pitches, but I would submit, my lad, that at least they are all symmetrical, which this isn't. And that's pushed out to mid-off, no addition to the score, but then again, thanks ever so much for pointing that out. I've never really been a great football fan, I must admit. Rugby's been my game, but on the other hand, having spent all of my more than 27 years in Southend, and Southend United now of the National League are the only side I really even keep half an eye on their progress, which over the last few years has probably been a good idea. Played out to mid-off. I think I'm having trouble with my head because I think about 3 times in the last day and a half the headphones have fallen off, and I don't blame the headphones, I blame the topography of my head. 144 for 6,
Afternoon, Richard. Yeah, Essex in front in this one for the first time in the game. Yorkshire, of course, 134 all out yesterday. Essex 144 for 6. But Yorkshire have bowled well in conditions that certainly wouldn't be as favourable as Essex had with the ball in hand themselves yesterday. Jordan Thompson has taken 3 of the wickets. Stephen Patterson's taken 1. But most notably, perhaps, Ben Coad has taken 2, which took him, his first one took him to 200 first-class wickets, an average of just over 20 in 50 first-class matches, which by anybody's standards is a very, very good display or career so far as a seam bowler. Dan Lawrence is not out 42, Shane Snater is not out 17. They have put pretty quick runs on since Adam Rossington was the most recent man to be LBW to Ben Coad. 5 of the 6 wickets today to have fallen have been given LBW. But we're into the 50th over of Essex's response to Yorkshire's 134, and they're in front at 144 for 6. Well, there we go. No forewarning on that front this time, but we do what we can. Stephen Patterson in, and that's turned to leg by Snater. Adam Lyth doing the fielding at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Just that one slip in place. Johnny Tattersall was standing up to Patterson for a while, but has decided to leave the stumps behind for the moment. Snater on strike. 4 to come in the over. Patterson to Snater again, then who turns it to one of the 2 men set back. Deep on the leg side, that is Finn Bean coming in off the east stand boundary. He'll keep him to 1. Ball getting older, pitch getting drier, and the Essex score increasing. 11 runs on.
Getting older and drier. I find I'm doing the same thing.
Like a fine wine, Richard. In comes Patterson, and that's dropped into the offside by Lawrence. Hill in competition with Lyth, both go for the ball, and it's the younger who makes the pickup.
Lyth turns his arm over, doesn't he? Or would he be offended if I said turn his arm over? A bit more than just turns his arm over.
Well, yeah, he's currently not able to bowl.
Oh, is he not?
No.
Oh, right. So he doesn't.
Because of questions to answer about his action.
Oh, really?
That came about after the semi-final of the T20 down at Edgbaston in July. Patterson bowling there to Lawrence, who pushed it into the offside, no run. So currently suspended from bowling until he can satisfy the powers that be that his action passes the usual criteria. I don't think, I know he's taken some wickets in his time, but it's not quite the same as having Stephen Patterson, for example, missing for something like that, is it? As far as your bowling lineup's concerned. Last ball of the over turned to Will Frayne at mid-wicket, and that's the end of the 50th over then. Essex have just increased that scoring rate, which was crawling around just above the 2 mark, and it's up towards the 3 mark now. They're 145 for 6.
Well, I find that really interesting. I mean, it's sad, but it's interesting. I actually remember a time when quite a lot of young bowlers had their actions questioned, but you know, the emphatic word there is young bowlers, but just coming into the game. But I mean, Adam Lyth has been on the scene for a long time. He's one of the sort of the most experienced players on the county circuit. How come his bowling is suddenly open to question when it's been all right? Or has there been a question mark over it for some time?
Not that I've ever been aware of.
No.
I mean, you can draw your own conclusions, I think, is the best thing to say when you watch him bowl.
Yeah, well, yes, of course, always, yeah.
But he's bowled a lot of deliveries during his career before anybody queried it. For example, in first-class cricket, he's bowled almost 3,000 balls, and he's bowled going on for 900 in white ball cricket. So,
good grief. Nearly getting on for 4,000 in total, yeah.
Yeah. And the first query.
Oh, very strange, very strange.
Change at the Kirkstall Lane end. Matthew Revis coming into the attack.
And, yeah, right arm over. Fair hair, just having a few practice deliveries. And Essex, it's just taking it off the board now, but it'll be back very soon. 145 for 6, a lead of 11. And Revis bowls, and that's 4 off an open-bladed bat. To give him the benefit of the doubt, I think it would be unfair to say it was an edge, but maybe it was deliberately played down to third man for 4 runs. Nick in Hanya in Crete. It's interesting, we'll come back to the end afterwards as to why I sort of not exactly laugh at Hanya in Crete, but why it raises an eyebrow. I just want to say how much I'm enjoying the commentary today. Roland Butcher, JD, Jonathan Deutsch, and Dick Davis are to me the dream team. Well, thank you very much. Yes, we all have our likes and dislikes, and but we appreciate that very much anyway. That's just played down to third man.
Was that signed by Mrs. Butcher?
Yeah, it is. It actually is. Well done and keep up. It's certainly not signed by Mrs. Davis, I assure you. Well done and keep up the good work. Off to my favourite beach bar shortly, but we'll continue listening on my phone. Yeah, he lives in Crete, in Hanya in Crete, and the reason I am now aware of that is not just because it's just played out to mid-off. He's been emailing us for some years, but my young niece has gone off on holiday, and she came to see us just a day before she went. And she said, I'm off on holiday tomorrow. She said, to Crete. I said, well, whereabouts? She said, I don't know where it is. She said, it's a place called Hanya. And yeah, she's been sunning herself with 3 of her chums on the beaches of Hanya. So I hope she had a good time. She was amazed when I heard of it and told her it was the 2nd largest conurbation in Crete. That's worked down to long leg, where the only fielder fielding in the shade fields it, and they go through for a single. So Kevin emails us, what's the situation with Simon Harmer? Immediate answer, but we'll try and elaborate, is I've no idea. I gather he was, I'll wait till the 3:38 has gone over, and sorry, can't tell the time, the 2:38. That's just played out in the covers, no addition to the score. As Lawrence on 42, Slater 23, Essex 150 now for 6, so a lead of 16. Rivers again in, played out on the onside, and Kevin goes on. I gather he was to return to Essex for the last 2 matches of the season. Is that still the case? Will he be on the South African tour to India? Great commentary from your team, and best live coverage I've seen all season from Yorkshire TV. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Kevin, very much. No, I mean, I didn't mean to sort of be dismissive. I'm not. Good heavens, no. As I say, if you take the time and trouble to email us, the least we can do is address it. But we really don't know. And yeah, I mean, there was a view as to the fact that since South Africa didn't pick him for the last test, why didn't Harmer play for Essex? We don't know. But I'll put it no stronger than I'm confident that he will be back for the last 2 matches, but just because I'm confident doesn't mean he will.
Patterson bowling from the Howard stand end, and it's wide of Snater's off stump. Can't get him to have a go at that one. Mid on, mid off. Extra cover, point, 1 slip, which is Adam Lythe on this occasion. Will Frayne catching position, straight mid wicket. Ben Mike, I think, looks like he's back out there at the moment. Plus Finn Bean in front of square on the boundary on the leg side, and Ben Code south of square. Northeast of square, really. Snater has got a delivery that is of good length and flicked that nicely beyond the left hand of Will Frayne for 4 runs. Wide of mid on.
That was a splendid shot. I must admit, the moment he played that ball, I assumed it was Lawrence, because it was Lawrence who's very adept at that sort of stroke through the onside, and then I realised it was Snater. Superb shot. So much better than the the rustic haymaker that he executed, I don't know, half an hour ago.
Patterson to Snater again. This time it's upwards. It's aerial, and it's, fortunately for him, dropped short of Yorkshire's substitute fielder out there, Ben Mike, at mid-wicket. Gives it a bit of a polish. So it looks as though there is no Stephen Patterson perhaps at the moment. Check on that. I think it's Tom. Snater just having a go at this one as well. Pulled it round the corner, been round to field it, and we'll keep him to one. Doesn't appear to be Tom Kohler-Cadmore on the field. Jordan Thompson is at mid-off. And Jack Shutt at mid-on. 155 for 6 with that single. Partnership now has gone to a half century, and they have been very difficult to come by in this match so far. So, got to congratulate this pair. They've only been together for 11 overs precisely for 50 runs, which, as far as the match is concerned, is some going. Patterson in, and just falling over that one, Dan Lawrence. Pato getting it to nip on him. So yeah, it looks like TKC who's just off the pitch while Ben Mike is on. Lawrence on 42, Snater 28, and Patterson 1 for 29. Has bowled 5 maidens from what'll be 14 overs after this delivery, which is sending down now to Lawrence, with Tattersall standing up once again, and Lawrence playing out to point where Revis fields. So 52 gone, 52 theoretically remain in the day. We're halfway through at 2:42.
Yes.
Essex 155 for 6.
Yep, still plenty to go. So, what commentary session would not be complete without an email from the legendary Lillian Moulton? And it's after a day and a half, here it is. Hi, Jonathan, Dick and Roland. The runs are coming for Essex. Congratulations to Ben Code on his 200 career wickets. Yorkshire have bowled well in the sunny weather. I hope Yorkshire aren't so far behind before their second innings, I hope Yorkshire can bowl Essex out soon. I love listening. Here we go. I love listening to the fantastic Jonathan George. Thanks, Lily. Don't we all? There's a question mark on the end of that. Are you not commentating from this end?
No.
No, I lost track of things, sorry. That was played out for 4 by Snater. I got carried away with Lily's email, I do beg your pardon, and the pardon of listeners. That's played down to third man. Well, I'd say that Snater was trying to hit it vaguely in that direction. Exactly where he didn't quite have under control, but it was safe enough. 4 runs, and down to conventional third man. In the shade of the stand, where there's a smattering of spectators there as well. Strange at that end, the spectators are spread out more to each side rather than trying to get. Oh, they can't get behind the bowler's arm, but nearer behind the bowler's arm, of course, it will be roped off. That's just pushed down the offside. No addition to the score of 163 for 6. So Lily is a bit of a legend, isn't she, Jonathan?
Absolutely.
As Revis moves in again, bowls to Snater. Again, he's playing the way he likes. Aggressive shot down for 4 to wide mid-on. No, mid-wicket. And well, Essex doing exactly what they and their supporters would want them to do now, building on that lead in what's so far a low-scoring game. And 167 for 6. A lead of 33 with 4 wickets in hand. And as the 246 goes over, or the 1446 goes over.
Now, Stephen Patterson's got hold of the ball because, of course, it disappeared over the rope. And he's just asking the umpire, Rob Bailey, about it again. He's going to go and consult with t'other umpire, Rob White, who he's lobbed the ball to. So a debate about whether they can carry on with this or whether they're going to change it.
Well, that was a fairly cursory look by the umpires, I think. They must have said words to the effect, no, nothing wrong with that, get on with it. We certainly haven't seen the ceremony of somebody coming out with a bag or a case of balls and then they pick over them like trying to pick out the best oranges in the supermarket. So just get on with it. As I said before, over the years at Essex, when they've got home games, they have the ploy, if they can't change the ball by any other means, they put on a slow bowler who can almost guarantee to be hit back over his head into the river. And then then they've got to change the ball. But of course, other sides can adopt the same tactic when they go to Chelmsford. They probably latch onto that one. Cost them 6 runs, but if it gets a new ball, that's balloon. Well, no, not balloons. That's unfair. Balloons suggest it was sort of over short. Oh, it was a no ball though, signalled by umpire Rob Bailey, but it was short enough for Snater to duck beneath it. He's on 40. Lawrence on 42 out of 167 for 6. Last wicket fell at 106. So they've added 53 for this wicket. And that's gone off an edge. It's gone high, and it's it's Snater's lucky day so far. He got away with an outrageous shot early in his innings, and that could have gone almost anywhere. As soon as he played the shot, he looked heavenwards, wondering where it was, and it landed in no man's land between the backward point and the boundary. So, he ought to go and buy a lottery ticket tonight. It's obviously his lucky day. As Rebus, he does start to move in and bowl, but then has to turn back again. Moves in again, bowls, and that's pulled away for a single down to deep backward square leg. Splendid piece of fielding there, diving away to his right by the fielder, some 10, if maybe not as much as that, 7 or 8 yards from the boundary. End of the over, and Essex at 174 for 6 have now established a lead of 38 runs.
Yep, and who knows how important this 43 now from Snater could be.
Yes.
Highest score in the match so far, and he's only been out there for 38 deliveries. Dan Lawrence, different makeup to his innings, well over 100 balls he's faced with his 42. But Snater just kicking Essex on here from being 29 behind when he came in to 38 in front. And in a low-scoring match, it could be significant, but if conditions stay like this for the next couple of days, then you'd think that significance might be less so, because conditions getting better for batting in. Certainly now, because the ball's getting that bit older as well. George Hill into the attack at the Howard stand end. Snater pushing out into the covers. Jordan Thompson will field. Checking in on the scores elsewhere. Northamptonshire 3-3-9 all out. Surrey 26 for 1 last time I gave it at score. Let's just update that if we can. And they're 80 now for 4, Surrey. So in a little bit of bother, but they do bat very deep, as you'd expect for a side up towards the top end of the table. Snater pushing this latest Hill delivery back to the bowler. No run. That's Edgbaston. Somerset, of course, were 219 all out. Warwickshire 84 for 3 in their response, having lost a couple of earlies. They've steadied the ship to some extent. At Hove, Sussex 220 all out. Worcestershire 48 run lead at 268 for 2. They're off for rain there, as this latest Hill delivery is pushed back to him by Snater. There's no run. At Leicester, Leicestershire 202 all out. Durham 69 without loss, trailing by 133 in their first innings. And at Lords, Glamorgan 214 all out. Middlesex are 1 run ahead with just 4 first innings wickets down, so 215 for 4, getting themselves into a potentially match-winning position. Good delivery here from Hill. Snater was late on playing that and has knocked it into the ground behind him. Tattersall cleaning it up. Again, when it's not your day, that might have just cannoned into the stumps. Snater 43 from 42. That's included 6 fours and a 6. Will he take George Hill on? Well, he sort of does. Running down, walking down, having a flick at that to leg, but misses out. .176 for 6 with 1 ball to come in this George Hill over. His 6th of this match so far. He's keen to get his hand on the ball, George. Says he'd like to bowl more than he gets the opportunity to do, and here he is getting that chance. Right arm over the wicket, turned square on the leg side where Bean does the fielding, and Snater picks himself up another single. So 44 to him, 42 to Lawrence. Partnership now 68. And with 54 overs bowled in their first innings, Essex are 173 for 6, leading by 39.
So, if anything, the sun is coming out with even more intensity at the moment. It's a glorious, glorious day. And I've looked at the weather forecast for the next 2 days, and not quite the wall-to-wall sunshine, but there certainly seems to be very little rain threatened. So, probably this game will reach its natural conclusion, which is very good. And it's going to see another change of bowling. We're going to see spin come into the attack again. Jack Shutt, I think he bowled just the last over before lunch, didn't he? And that was all. And as it's almost a tradition on all counties, oh, it's 5 minutes to lunch, we'll put a spin bowler on, just to see what it does. So, Jack Shutt. Yep, he bowled 1 over for 2 runs just before lunch. Moves in now, bowls, and whipped around the corner for a single by Snater. Moves Essex on to 174 for 6. Previous wicket having fallen at 105, so 69 now make it 70 for this wicket, as that's also turned away on the leg side, just forward of square this time. They go through for a comfortable single. These two batsmen going more or less in tandem as regards the score. Snater on 45, Lawrence on 43. And Shutt moves in again, right arm over the wicket. Just an economy of approach to the wicket. And this has gone down for another single, backward of square, this time on the onside. So Essex probably adopting the right tactic of putting bat to ball with purpose. And they, as Roland pointed out when he was watching Essex yesterday, reverse sweep. I think that's reverse sweep we've seen all match. And it's effective, but there's a good bit of fielding down at, it's third man, or by the time it's shots played, it's become long leg almost, but a good bit of fielding diving away to his left by the fielder.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of reverse sweeping of Sam Cook yesterday.
No, certainly wasn't. Shutt moves in now, and that's just played quietly, pushed back to the bowler. Pushed out to mid-wicket, beg your pardon. Or wide mid-on. Shutt in again, bowls, and that's just Lawrence just turns the bat as he plays the shot to deflect it down to backward of square on the onside, and they go through for another single. So the score moves on at the end of the over to 179 for 6. Plenty of time left in this game. As I say, it doesn't look as if it's going to be interrupted by the weather. So Essex can just try and build their way to as large a lead as possible. And at the moment they're consolidating quite well, having been 105 for 6 when it looked, from the visitors' point of view, distinctly unpromising, for want of a better word, but it's still anybody's game, of course. Essex is quite capable of collapsing and being out for fewer than 200. And game on.
Yep, Lawrence on strike on 46. George Hill to continue at the Howard stand end. He has 6 overs, 4 maidens, none for 2 to his name. So very economical so far. Make that 3 because Lawrence just working his first Hill delivery of the over off his hip down to long leg for a single. Tee, of course, set for 3:30. It's not a case of 32 overs today. I think it's set in stone. 3:30 through until 3:50. Close of play scheduled to be 6 o'clock. There are theoretically 104 overs to be bowled in the day to make up for some of yesterday's lost time, as Snater gets right behind that, pushing into the offside for Jordan Thompson to field. In a super day in terms of weather here at Headingley. You couldn't say that about yesterday when the floodlights were on throughout.
No, it was just about this time yesterday they all went off. Well, they went off, the players, and we expected them to return at some time and they didn't.
There's a wicket for George Hill, who has struck Ben Mike, his first contribution in terms of that sort of thing on his loan spell here for Yorkshire before he signs next year. And Snater has pulled it straight to him at mid-wicket, and it is 180 for the loss of 7 wickets. And I think you'd have to say, Dick, no more than George Hill deserves.
Oh no, certainly. No, he's bowled well, as you pointed out at the beginning of the over, being exceptionally economical. And Shane Snater, a good knock there. Caught sub bowled Hill, it says on the board, and it's caught by the lone E, I think is the phrase used, or the word used. It's not a phrase, it's a word, lone E, for an entertaining 46. Shane Snater's always entertaining when he bats. He clearly likes hitting the ball. And so we're going to see Ben Allison, who as Roland pointed out, made a good half-century last week down at Canterbury. And, yeah, so proving he's no mug with the bat.
Thanks, Dick. Dick taking a breather. 180 for 7. And Snater, well, how important could that innings be in the context of the match? I was saying that, you know, with the good batting conditions, or better batting conditions as they are as this day goes on, it might not be as significant as on some days. Certainly, had it been yesterday, you'd have said that was a huge contribution, but still, without prior knowledge of what the conditions are going to be like for the rest of it, he's taken his chance at a good moment in the game, and he's kicked things on for Essex, and that's an excellent effort from him. So Essex leading by 46 runs here at 180 for 7. Ben Allison, as you heard, is the new man in. That previous wicket, the pair batted for 66 minutes together, as Allison shoulders arms to his first delivery, and in those 66 minutes they added 75 runs. So really did up the ante. They were together for 1 ball shy of 15 overs. Lawrence 47. The non-striking end, just doing a spot of gardening. They've still got the 2 straight mid-wickets in. Frayne, the straighter of the 2. Mike, substitute fielder who took the catch, is a little over his left shoulder, probably 5 yards behind, as Allison leaves this latest Hill delivery. 2 half-centuries to his name already in his short first-class career, Ben Allison. So probably Yorkshire supporters' first chance to see him with bat in hand. Still an important role to play as Essex try to just take this game away from Yorkshire. Already a useful sort of lead, 46. Any leads, something you're happy with, I guess. Final ball of the over, pushed out into the offside. Applause for Hill, who finishes it with 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 3 to his name, 180 for 7. And welcome back, Roland Butcher.
Yes, and vital breakthrough. Snater there chanced his arm, but got some valuable runs for his team, which enabled him to get a good lead, shared in a good partnership with Dan Lawrence, who now has to shepherd the tail. And if Allison plays anything like he did at Kent, he wouldn't have too much to worry about. He just played very straight and just defended stoutly, and Cushy did the scoring on that occasion. Now it's over to Lawrence, as so Lawrence will take strike. Scoring 180 for 7. Feel fairly well spread for the spinner, just a slip in place. And straightish mid-wicket. Those are the 2 catching. Shortish extra cover, and then protection. Bowling around the wicket now, and this one is worked neatly away off his legs, out to deep square leg. There's just going to be a single as the return is on its way. It's a good one in. And Lawrence goes to 48. Scores now goes to 181 for 7. And Shutt bowling. He's going to switch to come over the wicket to the right-handed Allison. So it's 181 for 7. Lawrence 48. Lead of 47. And Phil comes in a little bit closer. There's a slip in the forward short leg. There's a short fine leg. There's a deep square leg. As Shutt comes in, bowls to Lawrence, and he comes forwards, gets an outside edge. Sorry, Allison gets off the mark as that ball goes down to short third man. He gets an easy single, so he gets off the mark immediately, and now brings Lawrence back on strike. 2 runs short of century, which would be the first one, if he gets it, the first one of this match. And he's batted pretty well so far for Essex. Obviously, changing conditions, a little bit easier to bat at this moment in time, but Yorkshire made a good effort. Shot round the wicket now to Lawrence, and he goes back. Initially looking to open up the offside, finding the ball a little bit too straight and just plays it off the back foot. Straight up to mid-on, and there is no run. Stays on 48. And shot is bowling round the wicket to Lawrence. And over to Allison. In bowls to Lawrence. And this time he does exactly that. Opens up the offside and plays it expertly through the offside for 4. And will get his half century. The first of the innings. Well played, Dan Lawrence. And a good knock for his team. Really, he has looked in good touch today. Apart from a couple of uppish deliveries, I think that half century was well deserved, and he moves on to 52.
170 minutes and 118 balls, 8 falls included, and the only player in the match really who's been able to bat proper time, you'd say.
As this one has worked easily off the pads by Lawrence, out to deep square, and a very comfortable single. He now goes to 53. And Allison come back on strike. The field comes in once more. Short leg fielder call for the helmet. He goes on the bat. I just wondered why there's a deep point for someone like Allison, who's only just come to the crease. And it's a modern day fielding position, even for somebody who's only faced 2 balls. As he comes forward and dead bats this ball on the offside, the over comes to an end. And at the end of that over shots, he's got none for 15. Lawrence is on 53. It's 187 for 7. Allison on 1.
Yeah, 3 overs for 15 for Jack Shutt, and probably a bit disappointed with himself that bowling off spin to the right-hander, he got punched through the covers for 4.
Well, yes, but I mean, it doesn't appear to be a big spin of the ball, particularly not on this pitch. So Lawrence had tried, he opened up a couple of deliveries before that, found the ball was a bit straight, and then defended it up to mid-on. But if it's just slightly short, with the field set in, I think Lawrence will look to play that shot. Hence, Shutt has really tried to bowl around the wicket to cut Lawrence off, try to bowl a bit straighter. Word to Allison, he's gone over the wicket.
Hill then, who is coming over the wicket to Lawrence here. Lawrence on 53, and turning this one, as he has done so many, into the leg side where Finn Bean has been placed. Ben Mike was substitute fielder and in that position, taking the catch, of course, of Shane Snater not so long ago. He's back off the field. Adam Lythe's been sent out to sweep the squarish mid-wicket boundary. Ben Code is not so far away from him, only about 25 yards backward of square. Bit of protection to that east side short boundary. As Hill's in again, bowling straight. And Lawrence turning it to the other man at straight mid-wicket, Will Frayne. Hugh Suntan's been topped up today. Temperature must be pretty good, it certainly feels it in here, although we've got a lot of glass in front of us, so that might be exaggerating that feeling. In comes Hill, shuffling in once more, this time flicked straighter still, so he's gone mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket, now mid-on. Lawrence in 3 successive deliveries, which tells you that George Hill's bowling is pretty straight. Hill's only conceded 3 runs so far in 44 deliveries. Keeping it very tight. And here once again is Hill, and Lawrence again finds a man in the leg side, this time Frayne. Another straight delivery. Dominic McMullen says, enjoying the cricket on YouTube feed. Nice to hear Roland Butcher, who I met in Barbados earlier this year while working on the T20 and Test match tours. Really nice guy. Has he got the right guy there, Roland?
Yeah, Dominic's he's a nice guy, and yeah, he's part of the international cricket tours who go to Test matches. And
yeah, good delivery from Hill again here. Lawrence once more trying to turn it to leg, but gets a leading edge to point. No run.
Yeah, they take cricket fans all over the world. I know they've got a group going down to the World Cup, and the West Indies is a big tour for them, so they had a few hundred people following the England ODI T20 and then the Test tour as well. So say good afternoon to him for me.
Here's George Hill once more. Lawrence again looking to turn to leg, and this time it will get him a run. Adam Lyth coming in from the mid-wicket boundary. The ball aerial for a little while, but dropped safely. So Lawrence on to 54 with just that one single run off the George Hill over. 1 for 4 off 8 now for him, 4 of which have been maidens. 58 overs complete. Essex leading by 54 at 188 for 7.
Yes, and Lawrence will take strike. Shot will continue, and he's going to bowl. As he's done with Lawrence so far, his attack has been wrong the wicket, and unfortunate. When he bowls wrong the wicket to Lawrence, it's much more difficult to control both sides of the pitch. He leaves it quite easy for Lawrence to either work him on the onside or to pick the single up on the offside. I think it'd be better to bowl over the wicket, look to bowl one side of the pitch, which would be the offside, defend that side. Bowling wrong, he gives him too many scoring opportunities as he's working this into the onside for an easy single. Mid-wicket has to move to his right, and he goes now to 55. It's 189, and shot will switch over the wicket to Allison, and I think both to Lawrence, you should bowl over the wicket as well, because then you can set an offside field and look to make the batsman play in that area. Bowling around the wicket opens up too many scoring opportunities because the ball is not turning. Shot to Allison, and Allison drives up to mid-off firmly, and there's no run. That one tossed up, slip, short leg in place, extra cover, probably 20 metres, and fairly straight as well. Shot into Allison, and Allison is forward and defends. Ball goes into the middle of the pitch, short leg comes forward, does the fielding. He stays on one, Allison. And he certainly can defend, Allison. There's no question about that. He showed in the last game that he's capable of doing that. And there he goes again, right forward, and just defends the ball back along the pitch. 189 for 7. The lead is 55, and sun really out in all its glory here at Headingley as this ball is up, and he's working it off his pads. Comes off the knee pads of the short leg fielder. Doesn't go too far away from him, so there's no run. Stays on one. Shot just about to complete this over. As he's just one run off the over so far. Comes in, and dead ball signaled by umpire Bailey. Slip goes with his hands on knees, and Allison now, he's ready to face this final delivery. As this one is short, and he goes back and just defends at the last minute. Bowler does the fielding. Over completed, 189 for 7. We've had some 59 overs bowled so far in the innings.
Yep, Dan Lawrence is very much the mainstay now of this Essex knocker. They want him to stick around as long as possible. And along with that Shane Snater stand, he could completely take this game away from Yorkshire if he continues in the vein he has. He's not been playing the ball to all parts, but it's not been that sort of an innings that's needed it, or that sort of a day. Snater came and took his chances and did that. Lawrence, 11 test matches to his name. Averages 29 in that sphere, with a highest of 91, having scored over 500 test runs and 4 half-centuries involved in that, and he's flicking this first ball of George Hill's over to Finn Bean. Mid-wicket, there's no run, so obviously out of favour at the moment as far as England go, but once you've been on the radar, then you kind of stay there, don't you, for a while, keeping an eye on his performances, doubtless. Who says he can't get back in at some point in the future? He's played 104 first-class games, plenty of experience as he turns this Hill delivery square on the leg side. Adam Lyth coming into field. They get 1. An important job for him to do, but also for Ben Allison, who's scratching his guard before facing fellow young player George Hill. A bit more passing aviation. Go on then, sweepstake, Roland. 1,000 and...
Make sure you get the speed right and the height.
So 190 for 7. Hill coming in, bowling to Allison, who's almost walking into that and then drops it into the leg side where Frayne fields. Adam Lyth has been brought in off the mid-wicket boundary, so they've now got 3 people in catching positions. And there have been 1 or 2 that have been flicked aerially in that direction, although you'd have said probably he wants to be a little bit squarer the way a couple of them have been flicked than he actually is.
Yeah, I think Allison is more likely to defend and not try to score in that area.
Hill to Allison, who's right over the top of this one, pushing to mid-on.
And he's not a rabbit. I mean, I've been told that in his younger days he was very much an opening batsman, so he has got some idea how to hold a bat. But those 3 mid-wickets there, obviously looking for him to play the ball uppishly on the onside.
Hill, Allison right behind it, no ball, another 1 to the total. Another 1 against the George Hill analysis. I like that. He was an opening batter when he was younger, so he obviously knows how to hold a bat. Who were the bunnies then? Who was the Middlesex bunny when you were playing?
The bunnies, well, I think when Daniel enjoyed batting, he wasn't the best.
As Allison tries to flick this to leg, there's a stifled appeal. Not out.
Yeah, he enjoyed batting, but it was never long innings.
Crash, bang, wallop. Okay. Thanks very much and goodbye. That type of thing. Yeah.
Now, Wayne, I need you to hang on here. Caught long on.
Here's Hill. And bowling to Allison, who's flicking 1 off his legs here, down to fine leg. And he's going to pick up 4 runs. Well played. George Hill, a rare stray from him, and he's now into double figures from 9 overs. 1 for 11 off 9 overs and 4 maidens. Allison on to 5, and Essex 196 for 7. 62 ahead now, and building that lead.
Yeah, nice deflection there by Allison, just turning that one down to fine leg. Very, very fine. Gets himself a boundary. More importantly, 4 to the total, so it's 196 for 7. Lawrence will take strike. He's 56. And obviously batting conditions right now a lot better than earlier this morning.
Wayne Daniel, you wouldn't have bounced him in the nets, would you?
Well, if you were going to bounce him, that was the place to do it. You did want to bounce him in the middle because his memory was pretty good. So
I was mainly suggesting nets because you'd get yours when you went in and had a net.
Yeah, shot will now ball to Lawrence. He's bowling around the wicket, ball to Lawrence, and Lawrence works on the onside for an easy single once more. And that's going to be the pattern. When Lawrence is facing with this field, he's just going to work it into the onside, wait for the ball outside the off stump as well to go for the boundary. But it brings Allison on strike, and really not a great adjustment to the field, just the deep point comes up to backward point as he's going to switch over the wicket. Shot to Allison, ball to Allison, and driven through the offside for 4. Don't take this man as a tail ender. He can bat a bit, and he's driven that one beautifully through the offside, tossed up delivery, and he gets his first boundary. The 200 comes up. It's now 201 for 7, and that's a lovely extra cover drive.
Yeah, beautiful shot.
Shot in again to Allison, ball to Allison, and he has to defend a slightly quicker delivery, and he does that well. Ball goes back along the pitch. Shot does the fielding, and there is no run. 201 for 7. Shot in now Bowls to Allison, and he's forward, slightly flatter delivery, lower trajectory, but Allison, not deceived by that, still got onto the front foot. He's quite a tall man. Just got well forward and just defended it. Shot in to Allison and Bowles, and Allison with a dead bat once more, right out on the front foot. Plays that one back to the bowler. Can't score. 201 for 7. Lawrence is on 57. As shot the off spinner, just a few paces in. Bowls to Allison, and he's back onto the back foot. Works just one to short leg. Does the fielding. Over comes to an end, and at the end of that over, Essex with a lead now of some 67. They're 201 for 7. Dan Lawrence, he's been there for most of the day. He's on 57 to date. Face 129 balls, and with him, Allison on 9.
I've just taken a phone call from Wayne Daniels' lawyers because he got a 53 not out in first-class innings and averaged 11.48. 1,551 first-class runs. You're in big trouble. Fellow Bajan as well.
In 20 years. That's not.
Ben Code back into the attack at the Howard stand end. He only played the 10 tests, Wayne Daniel. I think that was because he went off to World Series cricket, wasn't he?
Well, I think he was just...
He just got going.
I think he was unfortunate at the time he was around, really.
Yeah, there's that as well, obviously. Yeah.
Not just himself. I think he and people like Sylvester Clarke suffered from being around at the wrong time, where West Indies had a long list of fast bowlers who remained fit. And that was the important thing.
Here's Ben Code then bowling to Dan Lawrence, who's leaving one wide of off stump as Ben Code gets himself loosened up again. He's gone 13 overs and 1 ball now, 6 maidens, 2 for 29. Yeah, it's interesting you should say that as well, and it's not something you think about too much, but they did all start. Michael Holding got an injury back-endish, didn't he, really? Yeah. Back end of his career.
Andy Roberts was hardly injured. Colin Croft hardly injured. Joel Garner hardly injured. Malcolm Marshall never injured.
I mean, no, and even when he was with his hand here, he still managed to hit Paul Allott for 4. He was mentioning that on commentary last week at Old Trafford, as Lawrence pushes that back up the pitch to Ben Code. Again, no run.
So you can see why Wayne Daniel and Sylvester Clarke had to, sit out, because those guys were in possession and they remained fit. They were performing, and they just had to wait their chances.
Code turns almost in the shadow of the Howard stand as he sets off running in and bowling again to Lawrence, wide of off stump, and once again a dot. Is he still seen around at all in Barbados? Wayne Daniel still involved in the game?
No, not involved with the game. I mean, he's still in Barbados. I see him quite often, but no, he's fine. He's still in good nick. Looks after himself.
He was like a boxer, wasn't he? Big shoulders. I can remember him sort of almost falling over as he put right through with that follow-through. Code in, that's turned to leg by Lawrence. Used to see him probably more so in this country. We saw him in the 76 series a bit, I think, but I think Sunday league games for Middlesex, that sort of sticks out in the mind on TV.
Yeah, he was a great servant for Middlesex. I mean, probably one of the best overseas fast bowlers that they would have had over a long period.
Here's Code, and Lawrence diverting that one from where he intended to go through extra cover, perhaps something like that, or the covers to mid-on. Looking at his List A record, so that would include, of course, Sunday League fixtures. Took 362 wickets at 18.16, bears that out, and 7 for 12. Terrorised a few people in one single innings. As Code's in, that's turned to mid-wicket by Lawrence, and again no run. End of the over, still 201 for 7, and a batting point for Essex, of course.
Yeah, tight over there by Cord, and there's a story to that. 7 for 12.
Who was that against?
That was against Sussex in the Benson and Hedges game at Sussex, and it was preceded by rebatted first. And Wayne was batting, and he received some short deliveries from Imran Khan, and there was one in particular where It was captured on film. I'll just wait. Shot comes in now and bowls, and Allison drives back along the pitch, and there is no run. Shot will get through his overs very quickly, so until there's a scoring opportunity, we'll have to stick with the cricket. As Shot in 2. Allison bowls short, and he goes back. That one perhaps turned a little. Plays it into the onside. Mid-wicket comes forward, does the fielding, and there is no run. There is a backward point. There's an extra cover. Mid-off. That's the offside field. Shot's bowling over the wicket with his off-spin. Into Allison, and Allison drives along the ground up to mid-off, aiming more towards extra cover. And just pulling that one back with a bit of bottom hand. That one was thrown up outside the off stump, just tempting him into the drive. Shot is in once more now. Ball to Allison, and he goes back to a quicker delivery and has the presence of mind just to come down on it, defend it on the offside. Extra cover comes in, does the field in. Score remains 201 for 7. Lead 67. Shot in to Allison. That's tossed up and driven firmly, but he can't beat extra cover. Who doesn't feel cleanly, but it's picked up by the bowler who helps him out. But a nice, pleasant off drive as that delivery was tossed high in the air. Final delivery of the over, shot into Allison, and he allows this one to hit him on the pad. Stifle appeal by the bowler, given not out by umpire Bailey. Made an over there for Shot. 201 for 7. And the lead is 67. I'll just run quickly to that story. Imran Khan bowling down the hill gave Wayne some bouncers, and there was one particular one was captured in the newspaper the next day. Wayne was like 3 feet off the ground jumping, head back, the helmet is come off, and the ball is there in front of his nose. And I remember Ian Gould complaining bitterly and behind the stumps, "Hey man, what are you doing? You must be crazy." And as they say, you could see the whites in Wayne's eyes.
Code to Lawrence, who turns that backward of square, and Adam Lyth will field. They'll get through for 1.
And really, that was a red rag to a bull, because he came out and was frightening. And 7 for 12, game over.
Some furniture cartwheeling there, was there? Yeah, and a few people hit, no doubt.
Oh yeah, Imran copped his. He got his. Oh, he found the extra yard when he came in.
Yeah, brilliant, great story. It's similar. It reminds me of the Devon Malcolm against South Africa story, that sort of thing. The helmet being broken. Here is Code coming in, and Allison turning that one to Frayne in straight mid-wicket. No run. They brought 2 slips back in here for Ben Code with Allison on strike. Kohler Cadmore at first and Lyth at second. Looking forward to the tea break, I would think. Adam Lyth, hands on knees, staring at the green stuff beneath his feet. And 4 balls to go in the session. 202 for 7 then. Essex with 4 points so far, Yorkshire with the 2. And they've got plenty of time in that respect to get themselves maximum bowling bonus points, as Code bowls another dot there to Allison. That been the most fearsome spell that you saw W. Daniel bowl then in Middlesex days?
He's bowled some pretty quick ones, but I think that one had a little bit of... There was more venom in that because of what preceded it.
Code in, and that's turned to leg this time by Allison. There's no run. What sort of a character was he? Did he take a bit of winding up then, or was he?
Yeah, Wayne's really, Mike Smith used to call him a pussycat. I mean,
right,
he's very, very easygoing, fun-loving. Really, you wondered how he was a fast bowler, because there wasn't that aggression and
that killer instinct.
No.
Code to Alistair, who gets an edge, and Lythe misses that second slip. It wasn't a catch, I hasten to add. It had dropped short of him, but it kicked on, and he couldn't react quickly enough. So 4 runs through the slips for Ben Allison, who moves on to 13. The score to 206 for 7.
Yes, and Allison not going hard at that ball, hence the ball, once it came off the edge, just went straight to ground.
Code will feel a little bit frustrated that he found the edge, but couldn't make it into a chance. And another towards the outside edge of the bat this time, which is wide of the cordon. Revis round to field. That is the end of the 64th over, the end of this afternoon session on day 2. And Essex then are 206 for loss of 7. Dan Lawrence having a break on 58 not out. Ben Allison not out 13. And that means that Essex lead by 72 runs, Roland, and it's looking handy at the moment. You wouldn't go overboard about it, but you'd rather have it than not.
Absolutely. It's a good, nice 72-run cushion to have. Still got 3 wickets in hand. If you can extend that by another 50, then really you put yourself in a very, very good position to, to not lose the game. But right now, still a lot of batting to be done, and obviously Yorkshire, they've got a lot of bowling to be done as well, because that partnership and that deficit could be more than the 120, 125, and that's not what you want. It's been a tough session for the bowlers. I think, without being too extravagant, Essex have batted well. They've got past the 200 mark, so they'll be quite pleased with that, and at the same time picking up a nice lead.
Yep, thanks Roland. OK, we're going to take a breather as well as the players, and we'll be back with you for ball-by-ball coverage once they return in just under 20 minutes' time.
Welcome back to Headingley for the last session of the second day of this intriguing county championship game between Yorkshire and Essex. The situation is that Yorkshire were bowled out yesterday for 134 at about 3 o'clock, at which time play was curtailed for the day because steady drizzle, never really intense rain, but steady drizzle set in, and that was it. And today, Essex have got themselves into a useful position. They're 72 ahead with 3 wickets in hand at 208 for 7. And my name is Dick Davis. With me I have the great pleasure of working with Roland Butcher for the first time. And, well, I can remember earlier on in the afternoon, we said... well, I said something about Essex will be hoping to get towards 200, and you said, well, if they do, that lead of 60 or so could be very useful, and that's coming into play now, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so, and 72 at the moment, and looking to push forward.
Yes, as Stephen Patterson, first ball of the final session, it's just played out on the onside, picked up at mid-on. Now, the way this day is slightly extended, so each session, rather than being 2 hours, is 2 hours and 10 minutes. So this is scheduled to end at 6 o'clock or when 104 overs have been bowled. Well, since we've still got to get in 39.5, I think we'll be here sometime after 6 o'clock. That's edged down towards the third man boundary, and it's hauled in about maybe 10 yards short of the line, and they go through for 2 runs, taking the score on to 208 for 7. I think I might have said they were 208 to start with, sorry, 206, 208 now, of which Darren Lawrence has 60 and Ben Allison has 13, and Roland was at Canterbury last week, and he reminded me that Ben Allison got a very useful half century last week. So, although there's a loud appeal for LBW there, but doesn't meet with the approval of Rob Bailey. And still to come, there's Sam Cook, who seems to like batting here. I remember the last time we came here, which was pre-COVID, I think. He batted well, averted what could have been a follow-on, and helped Essex build up a good lead. And then there's Jamie Porter. So, Yorkshire have got a lot of work to do. As Patterson moves in, bowls to Lawrence, who just pushes that out on the offside. I think, well, the conditions generally seem to be getting better. The weather forecast is better. It was quite funny. At tea time, I went and bought something from one of the numerous food outlets, and the girl behind the bar, while I was waiting for my toasted sandwich to be cooked, she said, "Oh, you work for the media, you know something about this game. How long are we going to be here, do you think?" And I said, well, how long's a piece of string? Nobody knows with cricket. Even if we've watched it for years, we'd never know. But I said, that's just played out in the offside. She was obviously thinking, should I book up somewhere else, take the trailer somewhere else on Thursday? And I said, no, I think Yorkshire will bat far better a second time round because the conditions are getting easier. And I think you'll still be here on Thursday. And I said, but if you're not, don't sue me for loss of earnings.
You had allayed our fears.
Yeah, quite, yes. Let's just play defensively for no addition to the score. So the end of the first over, which 2 runs came from, and Essex have nudged their way to 208 with a handy lead of 74 with 3 wickets still in hand. Allison 13 not out and Lawrence not out 60.
Yes, and a nice handy lead. That's 74-run lead. And Yorkshire in this final session really will be hoping that they can get through this innings and start their second innings. But before that happens, they've got to get rid of these 2 batsmen. There's three Fielders crouch at short mid-wicket as this first delivery is driven nicely up on the offside and goes straight back to the ball. Allison coming nicely onto the front foot. Just punching that ball up towards mid-off. Can't score. So Allison stays on 13. And nice little partnership developing, and very unusual field setting.
It is, isn't it?
Just the one slip.
Very unusual.
3 men on the leg side. And this delivery, Allison again looking very confident as he strides out on the front foot and plays that ball nicely on the banks up to extra cover.
Now, following last week, as I say, you watched Ben Allison. I didn't go down to the Canterbury game, so you know more. You may know more about Allison than I do as a batsman. Would you have perceived that as where he likes to pick up his runs?
No, I think he plays quite straight, and he plays defensively. As this one is allowed to go through outside the off stump, keeps it a little bit low.
Yeah.
But I didn't pick up anything in the last game that he played the ball eerily in that area.
No, but they've obviously seen something. It certainly is a very unusual field.
Yeah, I think they've tried to employ that field even to Lawrence.
He
didn't have 3; they had 2. But
yeah, but he's
very much a leg side player. But that's also his strength. I think his weakness is more offside. As this one, Allison comes. That's what he does. Defends firmly. Doesn't get across, look and clip through the onside. If anything, he gets across and then defend.
Yes.
He likes to play through the offside as well. And really, while Yorkshire may feel it's an attacking move, for me, for Allison, it's more of a run saving. I think what they need is wickets.
Yes.
As Patterson comes in now, bowls, and that's driven again up to mid-off, looking for a single. Perhaps there was one there. But extra cover moving across, shadowing the ball. So that would have brought some hesitation to the batsman. In the end, they decided not to go for a run. The score stays on 208 for 7. Alistair still on 13, and Don Lawrence at the non-strikers end. He's on 60. Now the field changes. There's a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and there's a backward point. As this one is met with a full face of the bat, defensively out on the offside by Allison. End of a maiden over, but well played by Allison. 2-8 for 7.
Yes, he is looking very competent. Just see if we've had any more emails. Yes, Michael says he says, was that a toasted cheese? Well, actually it was toasted cheese and ham. I'm not quite sure if it's really of any interest to listeners, but since you asked the question, I'll answer it. Yes, it was a toasted cheese and ham. Thanks, Michael, for the inquiry. You're now going to tell me they're not very good for me. Well, I've been living off them for many years. As the next delivery, it's Hill bowling from this end, the Kirkstall Lane end. Well, there's something about the very words Kirkstall Lane end. I can remember when I first listened to Test match commentary and the likes of John Arlott saying, and Truman moves in and bowls from the Cooks. I won't attempt to do an impression of John Arlott. That would be heresy, but yes, he moves in from the Kirkstall Lane end. As that's just nudged away on the leg side, down to long leg, long leg for a single. The score moves on to 209 for 7.
Yeah, nice deflection there, just flicked off the pads. An easy single. And, so it's Patterson. I thought I had a feeling it was still Patterson. The little dot on the scoreboard told me it was Hill, but when I said it, I thought I'm sure this is not true. And now the little blue dot green dot rather has moved to the name Patterson.
beg your pardon, but in mitigation I'll say that for once, possibly the only time, the scoreboard was a little behind the real activity. But it is very good, especially compared with some, no names, where it's not at all good. That's just played out to mid-on. No addition to the score. Still, understandably, a very good crowd. Well, yes, I think it's a good crowd here, and I think Roland said it was a good crowd. And they want to get as much cricket in as they can here at Headingley. And Patterson turns, moves in, bowls to Allison. Allison plays solidly, defensively. Makes its way out to mid-off. No attempt to score runs. There's plenty of time left in this game. And as I say, there's no earthly reason to think that it's going to be interrupted. Because the forecast for the next 2 days is hardly any rain. Maybe not quite as sunny as this, but still no rain, which is the important factor. As Patterson moves in again. And again, with studied defence. Ben Allison plays that delivery. So a very good over from Patterson, but also well dealt with by the batsman, Allison in particular. 209 for 7. Lawrence not out, 61 off 144 deliveries. Ben Allison 13 off 41 deliveries.
Yes, another tight over, but Allison showing very good defence. Just getting right forward, playing the ball in the middle of the bat, very straight, not trying to play around his pad. Lawrence will take straight, as this delivery is edging and caught behind. Yeah, playing away, that's really the area that he struggles with.
Yes.
I could not believe all day that they were concentrating on the deep mid-wicket to Lawrence. Ball outside the off stump. He doesn't quite play the ball as well when he has to play on the up. And just really feeling outside the off stump, gets the thin outside edge. And he goes caught behind, so the 8th wicket goes down after a very, very good innings by Don Lawrence today. He has played well, there's no question about that. He has held his innings together, and he is now gone for a very well played 60. But the 8th wicket goes down, and Hill now has 2 for 11, having picked up that wicket.
Yes, and I've said it several times this season, but I'll say it again. Dan Lawrence is a very good batsman. Has played for England, may well play for him again. But I don't think he appreciates having the crowd, because all batsmen are disappointed when they're out, whatever level of, whether they're playing for their club or whether they're playing for Test cricket. They don't like getting out, but they do. And if you've had a good innings and the crowd go to the trouble of applauding you, I don't think it's too much to ask just to acknowledge, just to raise your bat in acknowledgement, really. And Dan Lawrence is notorious for never doing that at all. And I just find that a little bit rude. Maybe I'm going over the top. I just find that a little bit rude to the spectators, personally.
No, but you should acknowledge the applause.
Yes.
The spectators are applauding because they feel that you have contributed something to the game and something to their enjoyment. So it doesn't take a great deal out of you to acknowledge that they were here and they were happy with what's happened. Cook comes to the crease as Hill into Cook bowls, and Cook defends on the front foot. That ball just bunks a little, and he gets on top of it, plays it gently on the offside. Gully comes in and field, and there's no run. Cook also had a breezy 30 that batted quite well. In the end, they resorted to trying the ball short at him and sort of pull consecutive sixes. Looks to score, so if he stays in for a while, he will score quickly. While Allison and the partnership he was with was Allison as well. They batted together too. So there's 2 slips in place for Cook. Backward point, extra cover mid off, and the onside field. As we said, there are 2 mid-wickets as Hill took. This one is met under forward defensive, full face of the bat, back to the bowler, and there's no run. Those 2 mid-wickets we're talking about, one's relatively straight, one more traditional, mid-on, and man down on the long leg boundary as Hill. He's got 2 wickets. He's in his 11th over, 2 for 11. He's been pretty tight as he's in now to Cook. Balls to Cook, and Cook is driving. He gets a thick inside edge. He's going to get a single and get off the mark as it goes down to the field at long leg. And he was really driving on the up. Got a inside edge. Takes the score to 210 for the loss of 8. The lead now moved down to 76. Brings Allison back on strike. And for Allison, one of those 3 mid-wickets have been removed. So there's just the 2 mid-wickets in place as Hill is into Allison. Balls to Allison. Allison meets this one on the front foot, showing the full face of the bat. Defends the ball firmly up to mid-on, and there is no run. He is now on 13, Allison. And he's been in now for 42 deliveries, so has a little ability to bat, and I'm sure he enjoys it as well as Hill comes into Allison, bowls, and he's solidly forward and plays it straight up to mid-wicket. No run. Final delivery of the over, 210 for 8. Allison 13, successful over. Cook is on 1 and scored 210 for 8.
Yes, so a lead of 76 runs. So, yeah, very useful indeed. So, when Yorkshire bat the second time, first of all, they've got to knock off the arrears before they get into credit. And, of course, by first innings standard, 76 was a major contribution, but you can't help but feel that runs will come rather more easily second time round. Really was very trying conditions yesterday, very trying, challenging. As Patterson moves in again, bowls, and played out to mid-on. Patterson so far 18.1 overs, 1 for 32, the scoreboard tells us. Tall, fair-haired, built like a seam bowler. And sorry for the funny bleeps in the background, it's my tablet. I don't mean my medication either. I mean my electronic tablet. That's just played out to mid-off. No addition to the score. Yes, I know you can turn the volume down, and sometimes I forget, so accept my apology, please. Patterson moves in again and bowls. Again, played defensively, trickles out to mid-on. And the score remains at 210 for 8, with Ben Ellison not out 13. Sam Cook has just come in. Oh, shush. Sam Cook not out 1. There, I've turned the volume down now, ladies and gentlemen. As Peterson moves in and bowls. And that's just, again, played back to the... Well, yes, it is played back towards the bowler, but he declines to field and leaves that for mid-on to come across and complete the fielding. It was only sort of going along at a very gentle rate, so there was no risk of conceding a run. Something of an air of sort of anticipation here that Yorkshire will be very, very keen to, having got rid of Dan Lawrence especially, who understandably was seen as the major threat in the middle of the innings, especially once Sir Alistair Cook have gone, and now they've got rid of Dan Lawrence, then they will really want to polish off these last two pretty quickly. They'll consider they've overcome the major obstacle. But as we've said many a time, that's just played out the onside. There are no real rabbits in cricket nowadays. I suppose that is one of the several good things to have come from one-day cricket. But I mean, when you were playing on the county circuit, I'm sure when number 10 or 11 came in from certain counties, you'd think, well, he won't last more than half a dozen deliveries. We're almost home and dry. But there's nobody quite. I can't think of anybody on the circuit who is a genuine old-fashioned type of rabbit batsman.
Well, I think these days there are two reasons. Obviously, there's better equipment and protection for tail end batsmen who quite happy to get on the front foot and maybe even get hit. Hill will bowl to Allison. He is in now and bowl to Allison, and Allison defends a shortish delivery, pushes it out on the offside, and there is no run. And this little session also, while Yorkshire would love to get rid of these two batsmen, they've got to be careful because it's also a tricky little period for them, because Cook likes to strike the ball. If he stays in for a few balls, he's likely to score and score quickly. So you've got to be mindful of that fact as well. As this delivery is popped away by Allison, and he's put that into the stand. No need to look for that one. He played some of those shots previously, and obviously somebody's told Hill that he's not a very good batsman, and he bowled that one, a bouncer, and he's poked it into the stand for 6. So he goes to 19, Allison, and shot of a batsman. That's not a tail-ender shot, and maybe either the ball is lost or it's out of shape again. Umpires converge to discuss the ball. Also, the two batsmen take the opportunity to meet mid-pitch and just have a little discussion. But surprise there for Hill. He bounced Allison. Looks as if they will make the change finally.
Oh, right.
And he just took the 1-6 to do that.
But also gives me the opportunity to reminisce a little bit, talking about tail-end batsmen. Not only were there genuine rabbits, but at one stage, when my dad first took me to watch county cricket, there was a convention that you wouldn't bowl. You certainly wouldn't bowl bouncers or short pitch deliveries, not dangerously short pitch deliveries to tail enders. It was considered very, very ungentlemanly conduct. Admittedly, they didn't have helmets in those days, so you'd get roundly booed if a seam bowler bowled a bouncer at a number 11. It was just really not done. So, naturally, understandably, we've long since moved on. Particularly, as Roland says, they will have protection. They will have helmets and umpteen other guards. So no, all spare in love, war, and county cricket or professional cricket.
Yeah, obviously, 70s, 80s, 90s, you certainly had a lot more genuine fast bowlers around.
Yes, of course,
and,
yes.
The tail-enders, they didn't pretend to be any sort of batsman. They came in, they had a little bit of fun, and then got out of the way. But what you would find now is that most tail-enders, because of the improvement in protective wear and also the lack of genuine fast bowlers within the county game, that tail-enders now find themselves being able to bat a little bit better. We're back with the action. The ball has been changed, and Hill in bowls, and this one is short of a length, and Allison stands up straight and defends it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 216 for 8. The lead is 82. And Allison showing some good resolve. Here his plays very straight, and a valuable member of the team lower order. When Essex find themselves in a bit of bother, they can call upon him, as Hill is in now. Ball to Allison, and Allison's drive in looking for a single, but it isn't on. It went up to mid-on. Came onto the front foot, just drove that ball. It slanted into the right-handed batsman, but mid-on came in quite quickly, prevented the single. So he stays on 19. 2 deliveries of the over to go as Hill in. Ball to Allison, and Allison's on the front foot. Ball comes off the outer half of the bat to backward point. Can't score. And still showing a minimum of 34.1 overs remaining. If that's the case, I think we're going to be here for quite a while. There's no question about that.
No.
Cook on 1 and Allison 19. 1 ball remaining in over number 70. As Hill to Allison. Allison drives firmly up to mid-on, but the fielder's in. Does the field in. Over comes to an end. And Hill now with figures of 2 for 18. He's had 12 overs to his name. 16 for 8. Allison 19. And Cook, who will face the first bowler next over, he is on 1. Lead 82.
Yeah, so 216, 34, 66, 76, 82 lead, yes, dear oh Lord. O-level maths testing me out a bit there. 82, so useful runs. So I suppose the next psychological landmark will be to try and boost that up to 100 lead. And Patterson it is, bowling. Again, played solidly by Cook. Again, the full face of the bat. And I was just thinking, you were talking about, the real fast bowlers. Were any of those around when you were still playing for Middlesex?
The real fast bowlers?
The real ones, yeah. You were talking about, in former times the bowling was quicker. Would that apply even to when you were playing?
Right through my career.
Yeah.
I mean, you would have had the Holdings, the Roberts, the Marshalls, the Garners, the Gartharu, the Imran Khan, Mike Proctor.
Yes, that's enough.
Sylvester Clark, Patrick Patterson.
Yes.
Waka Yunus. You can go.
Yes, well, so that wasn't difficult to answer there, was it?
You could go on.
A lot of that does inconvenience Cook quite a lot. It wraps him on the pad or the thigh, and a lot of former professional batsmen, county batsmen of that sort of time say that of all the bowlers, although many of them are more well known, there were very few that they found more difficult to face, which they probably wouldn't admit at the time, and all these years later it's obviously rather different, than Sylvester Clark. They said Sylvester Clark was a real handful. Would you go along with that?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, Sylvester Clark was he's a big guy, very strong action, just ambled in actually. He didn't run very far, maybe 15 metres.
Yeah,
just ambled in, but a very quick arm, strong upper body, and really had the ability to get the ball to rise from close to the batsman.
Yeah. And
with an inward movement as well, so it was always coming towards the right-handed batsman.
That's something of an involuntary shot probably, but it was safe enough. Off the inside half of the bat goes down to short long leg for a single. Short long leg sounds a contradiction in terms, yes. And the score clicks on to 217 for 8. That's just played solidly, trickles out on the offside, no addition to the score. So a quiet session of play. It wasn't so quiet when Lawrence and Snater were at the wicket, both of whom really like to get on with proceedings, but these two just want to graft their way to, well, as I say, at least a lead of 100 for psychological as much as practical reasons. And there's no hurry at all.
Yes, I think really Yorkshire have got to look to try and dislodge Cook fairly soon, because the longer he stays there, he is capable of getting a quick 20-30, which changes that 80 to 130, 140 lead. As Hill comes in now to Allison and bowls, and he's groping outside the off stump to a delivery that keeps a little bit low. Goes first bounce to the keeper. No harm done, so Allison stays on 19. Hill in over number 13. He's got 2 for 18, so he's done a sterling job for his team, being very, very tight, and continues to do that. He's got 2 slips in place and 2 mid wickets, and so Cook is a batsman on strike. As Hill in to Cook, and Cook drives nicely back along the pitch. First bounce to the bowler, pushes up a right arm and stops it from going behind him. So Cook stays on 2. That ball was a full length delivery and met with a front foot drive. Cook has faced 15 balls for his 2 runs, 217, the lead on 83. As Hill comes in to Cook, bowls to Cook, and Cook comes forward to a ball that bounces a little, stands up straight, defends to extra cover. Can't score, stays on 2. So tight tussle taking place, and Dickie, even though with this glorious weather and sunshine, when we look and see there's still 32 overs left after this.
Yeah, so it'll be 6:30.
Suggests it's going to be a long time. As Hill to Cook, bowls, and Cook again on the front foot. This time it goes to the left of extra cover. Who trots across and fields, and there's no run. 217 for 8. And the last man out, Lawrence. Very well played, 60. Been the mainstay of this innings so far. He's got some good support from Snater and others, but generally he looked perhaps the more shorter, the higher order batsman, as this one is driven off the bottom of the bat up to mid-off. Cook just rehearsing that drive back over the bowler's head, and in this last game he played a few of those. He lights it up, and perhaps holding himself back at this stage because he recognises that maybe the lead is not significant enough. As Hill comes in once more to Cook, bowls to Cook, and this one is whipped away down to fine leg for 4. That's more like it, slightly offline, and just looking to whip that over the infield. Gets it very, very fine. There's a long leg, he's very square, and with that delivery, which was the final one of the over, Cook boundary, he goes to 6. Score goes to 221 for 8. A lead now of 87.
Yes, a splendid little shot there from Cook, helping it on his way down the leg side to that short boundary. And it looks if it's going to be a change of bowling from this end. It's
from the Caxton Lane end, Jordan Thompson.
Jordan Thompson, who took a wicket with his first ball of the day when he bowled a beauty, clipping the, well, more than clipping, hitting the top of Nick Brown's off stump. That's just played defensively, out on the offside. Yes, and Brown was on his way for 1, which was the Essex score at that time. So, yes, he had a very good start to his spell today. Moves in now, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Allison, who goes forward, then takes the bat out of the way with a flourish. He goes through to the wicketkeeper. 3 slips, a backward point, a mid-off, and well, they're moving around a little bit. Short extra cover, perhaps. Yeah, short extra cover rather than mid-off. And 5 on the off, 4 being long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. That's edge down to third man for 4 runs. And another field I haven't quite located, maybe camouflaged against the white seating somewhere. Yeah, went forward, went on the front foot, didn't get completely to the pitch the ball, got an edge, but it was nowhere near to anybody's hand, so it went down to third man, to the boundary there in the distance, on almost exactly the opposite side of the ground to that from which we're commentating. 4 balls of this over to be bowled before I, well, make way for Jonathan, unless he wants me to move before the end of the over. No, it's a shake of the head. 225 for 8. So a lead of 91. And I'm convinced Yorkshire will bat a great deal better than second time round than first. And now an appeal for LBW, and it does meet with the approval. It does meet with the approval, and I think Alistair knew it was out because he turned his back on the umpire, hoping that might persuade him not to give it. But umpires are wily creatures, especially the likes of Rob Bailey, who's been on the scene for a long, long time, and he's not going to be fooled by that. And sends Allison on his way for 23 useful runs, and helped to boost Essex up to this 225 for 9 now. So we're not right behind the line, as we've said several times over the last day and a half, but I don't think there was much doubt about that one, probably.
Yeah, and
so it's a good opportunity to change change commentators.
Yeah, and a very good contribution there by Allison. And acknowledged here by the crowd, he has played well. It's been stout defending. He was there for 55 deliveries for his 23, so he's done his job. And Thompson gets the breakthrough. Again, the benefit of bowling wicket to wicket. We have seen the number of LBWs where the ball has pitched in line, stayed in line, and the wicket has been taken. So 9 wickets down, and Porter, the last man, comes to the crease.
Thanks, Roland. We'll take a breather, and Dick back with us in a moment. Sorry to interrupt mid-over, folks, but I've got an update to do for Radio Leeds in a few minutes' time. So Jamie Porter, last man in for Essex. And Jordan Thompson, 4 for 60 now from his 13 overs and 5 balls. Wicket falling there on the 5th ball of the 73rd over. So 2 of them since the tea break. And LBW very much the order of the day today, isn't it? 9 wickets have fallen. 6 of them have now fallen in that manner. So 1 left in this 73rd. And back with Dick for the call on this one.
Played back to the bowler. No addition to the score to bring the over to its completion. With 31 remaining. So, yeah, we'll be here for a good couple of hours yet. I don't even have to modify that by saying weather permitting, because I'm pretty sure the weather will permit. Thompson, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 60.
Oh, you can tell you're not local, can't you? Confidence in the weather.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that sea fretter. Oh, you can smell it coming in now.
Sea fret, yes. God. Where's the nearest seaside from here? Long way away.
Yeah, well, in the general direction of the east coast.
Yes.
The nearest point, I'm not entirely sure. Hill in.
Ooh.
That's pushed
Somebody will tell
into
us.
the offside by Sam Cook, and there's no run. Yeah, somebody will tell us, but Scarborough from this point here, probably 70. Brid, something similar. So all in that general distance. Hull is, well, central Hull at least is more like 65, so something similar out to the coast probably. Hill over the wickets, and Cook has a big mow at that one and misses, well, nicks it I should say, misses out on runs is what I was going to say, and that's the end of the Essex innings. They've got a 91 run lead then, all out for 225, so no addition to the score at which it was when the 9th fell, and Sam Cook just feathers one through to Jonathan Tattersall. Caught Tattersall, bowled Hill for 6 of 22 deliveries, which means that Jamie Porter was not out naught from just that one delivery. And as I say, 91 run lead for Essex, which is well, it could have been worse for Yorkshire, I guess, given these batting conditions, but also could have been a little bit better as well. But I think they'll not be too disconsolate given the state of the conditions yesterday by comparison to today. It feels like it's got a little bit easier to bat on without necessarily being easy, and particularly against this Essex bowling attack. Ben Code then finishes with 15 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 34. Jordan Thompson, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 60. Stephen Patterson, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 33. Matthew Revis wicketless from 7 overs, 40 runs he conceded. George Hill finishes with 3 for 22 from 13.2 overs, 5 of which were maidens. Excellent stuff from him again, following up that good spell, or innings in particular, the first innings at Old Trafford last week. Jack Shutt, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21. So Essex all out for 225 in their first innings, and that was in 73.2 overs. So Yorkshire will need to rub off that 91 before they can even get into credit here. And you'd have to say that against a good attack, whether the batting conditions are getting better or not, they're still going to be very much up against it here. But plenty of time left on day 2. We're only just nicely into the evening session. Play going to be going on till 6ish. We'll bring you ball-by-ball coverage of that as and when they come back out. But for the moment, we'll take a short break. You may just hear me doing an update for BBC Radio Leeds in a minute or so.
No, we have stopped between innings. Oh, right. Well, okay, well, once we start again, perhaps you can let me know. Either yes or no. But I think nobody else has emailed or anything to that effect. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, right, cheers, bye. Well, Sarah said the commentary dropped out with 2 wickets to go, but nobody else has said so, so I think...
All right.
With her phone.
Yep, got you. Okay. They are indeed, yep. You'll recall Yorkshire made 134 hard work with the bat yesterday. Well, Essex today have had better conditions to bat in. Yorkshire have worked hard with the ball, I'd have to say. But even at that, Essex, in these slightly better conditions, have managed to go 91 runs ahead. They've just been bowled all out for 225. Good effort by Jordan Thompson, 4 for 60 from 14 overs for him. Excellent by Ben Code. He took 2 for 34 from 15 overs. His 200th and 201st wickets in his first-class career. Averaging 2 wickets in innings, which might not sound a lot, but in terms of consistency over 50 matches is an excellent effort. Stephen Patterson, former captain, 1 for 33, and 3 wickets for George Hill. He's been bowling really well last couple of matches. 13.2 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 22 for him. So a 91-run lead for Essex to take with them. Yes, conditions for batting are going to be a little bit better in this Yorkshire second innings, Richard, but still lots of time to go today for Essex to work on the Yorkshire batters, and you'd have to say, against a good attack, they're up against it. I'd love to sell it to you big time in that respect, but Essex are in 4th place and can't win the championship. They're safe, so no problems with them. Yorkshire mathematically could get relegated, but there are 4 teams beneath them, and I've been kind of risking the egg on the face by saying for a while I think that they've got enough ability in them to ensure that they avoid the drop in that respect. But yeah, it's more vital to Yorkshire to take some points from this game than for Essex in terms of what it means in the longer term. They've picked up 3 bowling bonus points by taking all 10 Essex wickets, and that could be their lot if they lose the match. You know, they're still going to be fighting hard to try and get winning points. Welcome back then from Headingley, where Essex have that 91-run lead. Yorkshire trail by 91, it says on the board. Adam Lyth and Finn Bean out there to open the batting for Yorkshire's second time around. Lyth on strike, and Jamie Porter to open up from the Howard stand end, and to open up in the commentary box, Dick Davies.
Thank you, Jonathan, very much. Jamie Porter bowling from the Howard stand end to Adam Lyth, as Jonathan said, right-hand bowler to right-arm bowler to left-hand batsman, and played out to forward square leg, where it's fielded by Feroz Kurshi. No score, so 91 is well, it's a very useful lead in what so far has been a fairly low-scoring game, but you can't help but think that the obvious conclusion to be drawn is that batting is going to become an awful lot easier for both sides second time around, as Porter moves in and bowls. Ooh, and that gets the better of Lyth, goes zipping through to keeper Rossington. And yeah, but we think that just before the closure of the Yorkshire innings, the commentary may have dropped out, for which we apologise, but we also understand we're now firing on all cylinders, and hope you're listening to the commentary and watching the pictures as well, where applicable, as Porter moves in and bowls. A loud appeal, but doesn't meet approval of umpire Rob Bailey. Of course, with the second innings of each side, then the umpires change ends. So Bailey is now at the far end, the Howard stand end. And umpire, just reminding myself, Rob White at this end, currently at square leg, to the left-handed Adam Lyth, with the sun behind umpire Rob White. And that's played solidly, defensively, correctly by Lyth. No addition to the score. Thank you for a few emails that have come in, including another one from Lily, who, amongst other things, we understand she's going to be here at Headingley tomorrow. Well, we hope you enjoy your day, Lily, and thanks for continuing to contact us. And that's, well, 4 runs, very fine on the leg side. Whether they're runs or leg byes, I can now tell you they're leg byes indicated. I thought they probably were anyway. So, yep, 4 runs.
Yeah, Adam Lyth trying to get some bat on it, but couldn't do so. Jamie Porter trying to follow up his 3 for 42 from the first innings. There's some more wickets. Still 27 overs to go in the day, Dick.
Yeah. Oh dear. No pubs will be serving food by the time we get to them tonight. As that's just played defensively. Might have to resort to a curry, I suppose. How dreadful. End of the first innings, over. Yorkshire 4 without loss.
You're not that far from curry land. There's plenty of good curries in Bradford.
Yeah.
Probably all over the place, to be fair. But, yeah, pointing in the direction of a few. Anyway, 4 without loss. Nobody's got to run off the bat just yet. And inevitably, it's going to be Sam Cook to try and improve his match figures. 15 over 7 maidens, 3 for 31 yesterday. Bowled with unerring accuracy, going at just a little over 2 and over. And on another day, could have had double the number of wickets. So Finley Bean has the unenviable proposition of facing Cook, who flips the ball up in the air and then runs in round the wicket straight away to the left-hander. And is right on the money first up, asking the batter to play into the offside. Brown doing the fielding. They've gone with 3 slips here, plus point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg down in the shadow A combi of the Howard and Taverners stands down there. South and southeastern corner of the ground, still plenty in. Press lads were speculating there might be 2,000 in today. I'm not sure there'll be quite that many. But better than yesterday, no doubt. Cook in again. And shouldering arms to this one is Bean. Slightly different flight path to this Ryanair vehicle that's overhead.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I hope he knows where he's
the runway
going.
there. They've all come straight over the top today, and he's gone over the top of the rugby ground instead of the cricket ground. Sat-nav.
Well, I think, yeah, it's definitely letting him down.
It is. Cook in, Bean covering that. Everything behind it. Drops it into the pitch, no run. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge, at Butcher_Roland. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Gary got in touch on that and said RB and DD are talking about rabbits. Harris Ralph would definitely be a rabbit in my book, he says. I'm sure Yorkshire supporters will think of some more. Tim Murter springs to mind.
Yes, I suppose so.
Cook in, Bean thinking about playing at that, giving the benefit of the doubt that he withdrew the bat at the last moment. Shannon Gabriel also put up by Gary as a rabbit.
Well, according to the website, that aeroplane was the 1640, which has been delayed by 11 minutes from Paris. Well, if he flies off the accepted route, not surprising, he's a bit late.
Don't tell me you're into this aviation thing as well, as Cook's in again and Bean dabbing that one down into the ground, where it ends up in the hands of Dan Lawrence at third slip. Gary also follows up. He's certainly getting involved on the keyboard this afternoon. First time I've ever heard Kingston upon Hull being called a seaside resort. I expected it to be someone from down south, but not from a Yorkshireman. Come and lay on the sandy beaches of the lovely black beaches and beautiful blue river of the River Humber. Who needs the med when you can come to sunny Hull with a capital I? Sorry, with two small I's even. Final ball of the over is a dot. Forward out lost Yorkshire after that. Afternoon to you, Malcolm Palmer, who says we certainly have a real all-rounder in George Hill. It was the pick of our bowlers again. As I've said before, shame we're losing TKC, but otherwise things look good for next season. Need to buckle down now and get this lead rubbed out. Yes, I should think they'll be trying to do that for you. And Mark Dean says he's got home early. Mentioned this email earlier today. Is Jack Shutt related to Carl? Nobody seems to be able to confirm that he is, so I will assume that he isn't, but until I've spoken to Jack himself, wouldn't know.
Loud appeal from Porter, but doesn't meet with the approval of umpire Bailey. And you sometimes get the feeling that, there are ways of appealing, and you just got the impression it was more like an inquiry, albeit quite a vociferous inquiry, but not really an air of conviction about it. Porter moves in and bowls. Right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Adam Lyth, who still has to open his account. Well, neither batsman has a run to his name, although Yorkshire had 4 runs. That was courtesy of 4 leg byes in the preceding Porter over.
It's got a look of Derbyshire, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, it
Headingley.
does. Yes.
It's green, a few peaks around.
As Porter moves in again and bowls, and that's just worked away on the onside. In addition to the score, we've also had an email about rabbits from Phil from Billericay, and also an Essex member. I was following your chat about bowlers who couldn't bat. Yes, I was talking to Roland about there being no genuine rabbits on the scene now, and he said in the old days there were batsmen who were even worse than rabbits, and they were called ferrets because they went in after the rabbits. Yes. Thanks for the great commentary, he says. Well, thank you for listening. That's more to the point. no point in us being here unless we know we've got somebody listening and or watching. So thanks very much, we appreciate that. And that's just played solidly, and Adam Lythe is underway as it just escapes the attentions.
That was Finn Bean. Adam Lythe had got the single.
Oh yes, I beg your pardon. Sorry, two left-handers. I'm so easily confused, especially when I'm trying to look at emails at the same time. Ask for numerous other offences to be taken into consideration.
Just saving you from a few more emails, that's all.
Well, yes. As that's just nudged out on the offside. And no addition to the score. I think there is one more, but maybe I ought to wait till the end of the over rather than give myself the opportunity to get something else wrong. And Porter moves in and bowls. And all that does get the better of the batsman. Adam Lythe outside the off stump goes through to keeper Rossington. No addition to the score. Yes, the one other email was from Michael. We were talking there again when I was talking to Roland about, he was saying there aren't the really fast bowlers that there were in his day. And he, in common with a lot of batsmen I've spoken to of that era, professional batsmen, reckoned that although he wasn't the most well known, one of the most difficult to handle, and they wouldn't use the word frightening, well, not at the time, but I know one or two who said they were genuinely frightened of him, was Sylvester Stallone of Surrey. And Michael says, I'll tell you what he says in a minute.
Sylvester Stallone. He was.
No, did I say Sylvester Stallone?
Yeah,
I did,
good
didn't
delivery
I?
from Cook first up, but Bean not interested.
Sylvester Clark. Sylvester Stallone, not a lot of people know, he was quite a useful leg spinner.
Yeah, Sylvester Clark, notorious, wasn't he, for appealing for LBW, having it turned down and saying to the umpire, "Don't push me."
That's right. Oh, dearie me. Oh, that could go in the Christmas blooper tape, that, Sylvester Stallone playing for Surrey.
Here is Sam Cook, not in the charts, well, the bowling ones perhaps, turning this square on the leg side, Finn Bean, and there is no run. I can tell you that John Ver, Yorkshire's second team scorer, has been sending me a few texts throughout the day. Second team in action at Blackpool against Lancashire today. There were 92 for 1 at lunch. James Wharton had made 43 and Yash Vigadia 34 not out at that stage. Yash went on to make 54. Will Luxton was 33 not out at tea when they were 164 for 4. But a bit of a slump after tea, all out for 190. The last 9 wickets for 59 runs in 41.2 overs. As Cook is in and Bean turning that one to leg, and there's no run. So no disrespect to any of those Yorkshire second 11 batters, but Matthew Fisher is probably the story of the game going into it, in that he's making his return after another lengthy spell out with injury. And so round about now, maybe already, he should have ball in hand, and we wish him well to try and prove his fitness in the second 11. Here is Cook, and that's pushed out into the offside by Finn Bean and fielded by Nick Brown. No run, one apiece for these two batters. There was that 4-leg buys, so 6 without loss, 85 runs behind Yorkshire. And we're going to have to bat with a bit of due care and attention here if they're not going to be placed under serious early pressure in this their second innings. Porter in and round the wicket again, and Bean gets something on that. He played it with soft hands, and he's going to pick up 4 runs between keeper and slip. Neither could get across Sir Alistair Cook nor Adam Rossington, and so the first boundary off the bat wouldn't probably be how Finlay Bean would like to be striking his boundaries, but nonetheless it'll go down on his record, and he's on to 5 and Yorkshire 10 without loss, and still 1 to come in the 4th over. What sort of riposte has Sam Cook got then? Number 16 on his back in past umpire White, and dropped into the offside by Bean to complete the 4th over then, with Yorkshire on 10 without loss.
Yes, because of my unfortunate blunder, referring to dropping the word Sylvester Stallone in the conversation rather than Sylvester Clark. Michael actually says, apropos your quick bowlers, having negotiated all sorts of sorts, a spell from Sylvester Clark. I remember seeing Simon Hughes as white as a sheet. Yes, quite likely. And a lot of people think that he was the most difficult to face. That's just played out on the offside rather, for 2 runs. And as Ronan Butcher said before change of innings, it was partly not just that he was a really big man and brought it down quickly, but only sort of ambled up to the wicket off a very few paces, but he was so powerfully built he just brought his arm over and generally just short of a length, and it reared up at you. And yes, well, from the club cricketer's point of view, stuff of nightmares. That's outside the off stump, goes through the keeper. And it's sometimes quite nice as mere club cricketers to hear afterwards. They'd never admit it at the time, but it's quite reassuring to hear afterwards professional cricketers and highly accomplished ones, say that there were a few players on the circuit that they'd never actually used the word frightened, but distinctly apprehensive about facing. And of course, why not? They're only human. They didn't all have helmets in some of those earlier days. And that's played out on the onside. 1 run, a cruise to Adam Lyth. Yorkshire now 13 without loss. Which means they are 91 minus 13, 78 behind still. As Porter moves in again, right arm round the wicket. Bowls, and again that has the better of Bean. Zips by outside his off stump and outside the edge of his blade. Through to wicketkeeper Rossington, who in animated conversation with Sir Alistair Cook. That first slip. Then there's Critchley at second, and Dan Lawrence, I think that is, at third. Then there's a cover, a mid-off, or a backward point I didn't see, hiding behind the television screen. Or from my viewpoint, he was hiding behind the television screen. That's just played back to the bowler. On the onside, a mid-on and mid-wicket. And fine leg. 13 without loss. On a glorious late summer or early autumn day here in North Leeds. The very pleasant suburb of Headingley. As we were driving in both yesterday and today, we were very, very impressed. I'm quite happy to do my bit for the local tourist board. That's overpitched and cracked away to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot by Finn Bean.
It was.
Jamie Porter, he bowled well yesterday, but probably grew into the role. Didn't start as well as Sam Cook, and he did throw down 1 or 2 more loose deliveries, but certainly by no means a poor effort. His figures were, 3 for 42, I think I said, from 13.2. So managed to get the radar sorted and picked up some wickets. So Lyth and Bean, so far so good. Cook going to continue. Jay Grover says the only phrase that springs to mind in connection with Tim Murtagh is utter genius. He were also handy with the bat until, to paraphrase his lethal weapon namesake Danny, he got too old for this stuff. Here's Cook in, beats Lyth, who's walking forward into it and is bent slightly double by a ball that jags on him. And there's no run. The red dot on the scoreboard is against Finlay Bean, but I can assure you it's Adam Lyth who's on strike. 17 without loss after 1 ball of the 7th. Jay Grover then follows up by saying, sorry, Danny Glover was the actor, Roger Murtagh was the character. Okay. There we go. Lyth on strike, Cook in, and Adam Lyth struck somewhere that was not bat. Pad and out into the offside, and there's no run with from that delivery, so just the 4 of Sam Cook so far, still early days, but he continues to challenge everybody that he bowls at, doesn't he?
Yes, he does, even the best.
Here he comes again, sweatband on that right wrist, it's just short of length, and Lyth can't get fully over the top of it, plays it from the crease, but plays it soft enough hands to drop it down in front of him. And again, no run.
And there are very few more experienced players than Adam Lyth on the circuit at the moment. I think I said yesterday he's one of the players that commands respect of cricket lovers and watchers, and certainly comes in that category as far as I'm concerned. Just trying to see when he first played for Yorkshire. Debut in 2007.
Yep. As he drops this latest Cook delivery into the offside, no run. Yeah, I think it was probably about 3 years before he fully established himself, but then has become a mainstay since. Talented player, lots of runs, over 12,000 to his name in first-class cricket. Meanwhile at Northampton, Northants having made 339, have got Surrey 180 for 4, so Surrey deep batting lineup are managing to get themselves out of a little bit of a hole early on in their first innings. Cook in again, appeal for LBW against Adam Lyth, pushing half forward, but looked like it would have been missing leg, and assuming that was probably the decision. At Edgbaston, Somerset 219, Warwickshire 157 for 7, trailed by 62 runs then. That one's bubbling up into a cracker of a relegation avoidance contest. Meanwhile at Headingley, Yorkshire 17 without loss, and Adam Lyth gets the ball short of length that he thinks about cutting, really. Back foot shot, drags it down. End of the over, 6 gone. Yorkshire 17 without loss. The second division scores. It's already stumps at Hove, where Sussex 220 and Worcestershire 289 for 2 lead by 69 at the end of the second day. At Leicester, Leicestershire 202 all out, Durham 141 for 1, trailing by 61, but in a pretty strong position by the looks of it. Match delayed by rain at Lords, where Glamorgan made 214, and Middlesex, leading by 72, are 286 for 5.
So Porter to continue from the Howard stand end. Right arm around the wicket again to Bean, who just plays it defensively. Yes, the more about Adam Lyth. Obviously, Yorkshire listeners will know his credentials, so I won't make a big meal of this, but Essex supporters will only know sort of that he's a vastly experienced player. 7 tests in 2015, highest score of 107 against New Zealand at, century in a test match on his home ground. Well, that, I bet he enjoyed that. As Porter moves in and bowls. And let's just play defensively. Back to the bowler. No addition to the score of 17 without loss.
Jay Grover says, I refuse to believe you A, have not seen Murtagh play some excellent innings, and B, never watched any of the Lethal Weapon films. Neither, Jay. Too busy trying to decipher your tweets to be able to have time to watch Lethal Weapon films.
That's worked away to the boundary, just about. Just beats Ben Olsen, I think it is, to the boundary rope. That deep backward point that goes for 4 runs, 21 without loss. Adam Lyth 4, and Finley Bean 13 to his name. Way up in going. I'm surprised I didn't call him Sean Bean. And that's worked away for 4 more. Same place, more or less. And give or take a yard or 2. So Porter not bowling with quite his usual control, conceding 2 fours in more or less the same place off similar deliveries, giving Bean plenty of room outside his off stump. 25 without loss. Porter again. A better delivery, which Bean meets with the respect it deserves. Just plays it defensively and the ball drops down in front of him. So they've made a good positive start. Going along at, well, this excellent board tells us at 3.75 and over. 25 off 6.4 overs. And Porter moves in again and bowls. That again is played totally defensively, and the ball just played back towards the bowler. End of the over. Yorkshire going in second time round, 91 in arrears, are 25 without loss.
Yep, Lyth on 4, Bean on 17. And so a handy little start when you've got a 91 run deficit to rub off, 66 runs behind. Super conditions, so 21.1 overs remain. And they can play, the scheduled close of play, of course, would normally have been 5:30, scheduled to close at 6. Looks like we're going to get through with conditions as they are. 3 slips, point, cover mid-off, wideish mid-on, and a wicket as well. Adam Lyth swishes at the turf once more because he's been induced to play at one there by another excellent delivery by Cook. It looked wide of off stump. Adam Rossington takes the catch, and Yorkshire already 1 down, so it was a handy little start, as I said, but that has come to an end, and Lyth has gone for the second time in the match for a low score. 13 first time around, 4 second time around. Conditions significantly better, you'd have said, at this moment in time than they were when he was out yesterday, and he's a bit disgusted with himself. He's gone for 4 off 21 deliveries, and Yorkshire 25 for 1.
Yes, pretty straightforward catch there for Rossington, who was also responsible for Lyth's dismissal in the first innings, though only that time it was off Jamie Porter. So, yep, Essex make the first breakthrough. With Yorkshire still 25 off 91 is 66 in arrears.
George Hill then bowled well earlier today. Now his turn with the bat. And a bit of work for him to do here to rub off this deficit. 3 slips still in place for him. Sam Cook on the money again. Really good effort in the first innings. I think you'd say exemplary spell of county championship seam bowling. As I mentioned earlier, could have had a few more than the 3 on another day. Who knows, he might pick him up in this innings instead. George Hill trying to stop him doing that, and he's switching back to over the wicket to bowl to the right-hander, who just holds the bat inside the line on that leave. 2 young players out there. George Hill clearly significantly more experienced than Finlay Bean is at this level, Bean's second first-class match. And George already have made sizable contributions in several matches this season, and it augurs well for his future in the game and for the county itself. Got to get himself in here though, and waits and opens the face, runs it out to point. Cook again asking the batter to play. Haven't seen a replay of that Adam Lyth dismissal, but just from this angle, and we are several pitch widths, good half a dozen or 7 or so, to the right of where they're playing. Dick's brains rattling again in his headset. And so difficult to say, but it looked like it was wide of off stump, and he just had a little flick at it that maybe he didn't need to do. George Hill, though, top of the bounce here, has run this one down through third man. Ben Allison gives chase and reels it in a yard or so short of the rope, and Hill off the mark with a couple. Yorkshire on to 27 for 1, but they've still got 64 runs to find before they can go into credit, and want to minimise the loss of any wickets before then. Still only a day 2 pitch this, and it's been basking in the September sunshine here at Headingley throughout this second day, so he'll be drying out quite considerably compared to yesterday, as right over the top of that hill, kind of been too far away from cannoning it onto his stumps. Does play it late, runs wide of off stump. Rossington cleaning up, and 1 to come in this Sam Cook 4th over. He has 1 for 6 at the moment, a couple of maidens involved. George Hill waits, stands tall, right arm over Cook, and just straying a little bit straight, and George just swaying away to the offside to open up backward of square on the leg, and they pick up 1 run. So 3 to him, 17 to Bean, 28 for 1 Yorkshire, trailing by 63.
Yep. So it's still going to be Jamie Porter to continue from the Howard stand end, which has a few people in it. There's a lower, well, there's 3 levels of it. I think the middle one is hospitality or corporate or something like that, but top level and the lowest level are available, and more in the top level, which is very high. Hope there's a lift to get them up there. Sure there is. So Yorkshire 28 for 1 as Porter moves in and bowls to Hill. Porter over the wicket now, since Hill's the first right-handed batsman he's had to bowl to in this innings. And I'll do this over, and then we'll bring Roland back into the commentary team to join Jonathan, who, looking at his schedule on the table in front of us, has numerous updates to do in the next hour and 20 minutes or so.
Well, some of us have got to work, you know.
Yes, exactly. Some of us have got to earn our keep, haven't we? Haven't they? As Porter moves in, bowls, that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. 28 for 1. Starting off 91 in arrears, so that's 63 still behind, which a significant initial milestone, but it's only 1. It's the sort of time when people say, well, what sort of lead do Yorkshire need to challenge the Essex batsman? And, well, how long's a piece of string? And that's just played back to the bowler, who shies to throw at the stumps. But with conditions getting easier, runs are going to get easier, although the pitch will obviously deteriorate a little, but maybe not a lot. And Porter moves in, just starting his run up from what's left of the shadow of the stand at that end, as it's just played out on the offside. Shy at the stumps, but doesn't hit them, and I think the batsman was probably home and safe anyway.
Tom's tweeted, given his lack of batting time for England over the past month or so, do you know if anyone at Yorkshire has spoken to Joe Root about playing the last championship games of the season, particularly as he won't be playing until the middle of November? I don't know if the conversation has actually taken place. I asked that question of Otis Gibson after the match at Old Trafford last week, and he said he would be asking that question.
Porter in again, and bowled, played with great confidence, and indeed it's parried at mid-on, or very straightish mid-on, but not enough to prevent it still making its way over to the boundary. It took some of the speed off the ball, but not enough, and it still made its way to the boundary for 4 runs. Yorkshire move on to 33 for 1.
Jay Grover follows up my my little sarky dig at the previous tweets by saying I should have realised I need to use pictographs and yelped voice commands to communicate with people from Leeds. Cave paintings, preferably, Jay.
Porter moves in again and bowls, and that's turned away on the onside, but well, attempted to, but not entirely to, well, not at all to the way he wanted to execute the shot, and it finishes up just dribbling out in front of him, slightly on the offside. End of the over, end of my commentary stint, and after a few more words from Jonathan, he'll be joined by Roland Butcher.
Yeah, not the end for Dick. He's not quite ready just yet. So, 33 for 1. Still 19 scheduled to be bowled in the day. And good conditions out there. The light's been good throughout the day today. No need for floodlights. Sun pretty much unbroken. Very different feel to what we had in yesterday's play. Here's Sam Cook coming in from the Kirkstall lane end to bowl to George Hill, who drives. Cook stopping that with his foot, or diverting it at least into the leg side. And it was Nick Brown who was round to clean up the loose ball. So after all of that, it was a dot. Been on 21. It's been out there since the start. George Hill has faced 10, I think it says on the board away to our left. It's a bit of a sheen about it with the sun. And so Cook, in he comes again. And that one pushed out into the offside by Hill. Soft hands is always the way with him. 33 for 1. Welcome back, Roland.
Yes, and it's great to be back. End of the day, and it's really a glorious afternoon, and players cannot have any complaints whatsoever about today's weather. Perfect for cricket.
They can't have had many complaints about the season's weather, really. It's been just good. So many days this year. Very good summer as Cook's latest delivery. George Hill just a little bit towards the outside edge of the bat. Again, though, those soft hands mean that the ball drops short of third slip on its way through.
Yeah, absolutely right. The summer in general has been exceptional, and batsmen have flourished as a result.
Cook turns, makes his way in past umpire White, and that is pushed back up to mid-off where Wesley fields. Again, no run. Andy Walker says Adam Lyth must be very disappointed, JD. Once more, he was out swishing at a ball well outside off stump. Yorkshire really don't want to lose another wicket this evening. If they do, tomorrow could be a very tricky day. They just need to play slow and steady. That's Andy's opinion. You can have your say at Jonathan Doidge, at Butcher_Roland, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Cook in, that's down the leg side this time. There's a stifled appeal for a leg side strangle because Rossington collected the ball cleanly. But it was pretty swiftly stopped. One to come in Cook's 5th over. He's gone for just the 7 so far. Again, giving the opposition few opportunities, just as you would want it to be, as the man who's just thrown the ball to him, the captain of Essex, Tom Wesley. Control for the skipper. Cook again, short this time, and hits Hill round about the right shoulder. Rotator cuff sort of area, out into the offside, and no run. End of the 10th then, 33 for 1, but as I say, Roland, as a skipper, you want that control out there, and Sam Cook throughout this match has very much offered that.
Yeah, very true. I mean, once you're You've got a lead that you don't want to get whittled away too quickly, so you do have to have that element of control. And while it may seem significant, if the opposition get off to too quick a start, you could find yourself under a bit of pressure. From Yorkshire's point of view, if they can remove this deficit with 1, 2, maybe even 3 wickets down, they feel they would have done well. As far as Essex are concerned, obviously they will be hoping to try and break through, get another wicket. 33 for 1, as this first delivery is a strange looking shot, as if he was going to pull, cut, and then ended up just punching it out to extra cover.
Yeah, Shane Snater is into the attack at the Emerald, the Howard stand end. Don't know why I lapsed into Emerald. That was not done that all season. Anyway, the Howard stand end, 3 for 39. Snater took in 12 overs and 6 maidens first time around.
He's bowling around the wicket with 3 slips in place to the left-handed bean. He's in now, bowled to bean, that short of a length, and gets easily in behind it and just place it up to mid-on. There is no run. So 3 slips, cover point, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, man on the fine leg boundary, 33 for 1.
And his impact on games go, 3 for 39, and then that innings he played today, 46 off 48, when people have been really, really struggling to score runs fluently out there. Significant impact.
And he certainly would want to get an impact with the ball, as he's in now to being round the wicket in bowls, and he's driving. Not quite timing that weight on the back foot, so end up just pushing the ball into the ground straight to extra cover, and there's no run. Just looks as if he likes to play square the wicket on the offside beam. Looking for width, obviously short and wide, he loves that, you can see by his setup that's the area he's looking to score at.
Both sides. The first taste we got of him was in the white ball 50 over company, was good.
And Snater comes in and bowls, and that's where he wants it. That's poor bowling by Snater, really. That is very, very average bowling, because this man sits back, looks for the short ball outside the off stump, puts that one away with a plum, and he goes to 25, score moves to 37. And really, you would expect that Snater should look to bowl straight at the stumps, and if anything, force him to play on the onside, because he just sits back there looking for that cut shot. 37 for 1. See how he responds now. Snater comes in and bowls, and that's the better delivery. Goes past the outside edge, just dragging him forward. Ball goes past the edge through to the keeper. Good pace, good height, and perfect response.
Yeah, he was too loose, wasn't it, the ball before, and as I was trying to sort of say when he was running up, that he played in that wider V, if you like, through mid-wicket, through cover, extra cover, really well when we first saw him get a 60 odd on his debut in the white ball match.
Again, the last delivery just again too wide on this occasion. Being let sit go through, taken cleanly by the keeper. Over comes to an end. 37 for 1. Deficit reduced, and now trailed by some 54.
Yeah, Forever Dormo tweets, I would love to see Bean dig in tonight and bat for most of tomorrow. Firstly, to allow him to make his first big mark in first-class cricket, but secondly, to help Yorkshire get enough runs to make this game safe. We can look about more than safe after that, he says. A long way to go, I think, to make this safe, especially with the amount of time left in the game. And this pitch drying out and playing better. Cook bowling here to Hill, who's tempted into a drive this time. There's plenty of times where George gets into that position to play it, and then you can see he deliberately just holds the bat inside the line, but this time he did push through on the shot. Fortunately for him, it didn't find the edge.
Yeah, nice delivery by Cook, and really, I think with a new ball on this pitch, that's the area to bowl. Invite the batsman to drive. You know, you could get driven for 4, but any slight movement and you're in business.
Cook again, and Hill, ball short of length, opens the face, runs it down to third man. Allison giving chase and pulls it up in the shadows of the Taverners stand, and they're back for 2.
Yeah, good return also by Allison. Good chase. And, not really an edge, really. It was quite controlled off the outer half of the bat.
Cook again, and this time Hill just leaning forward again, covering that, but this time holding the bat inside the line.
Yes, another good delivery by Cook. On this occasion, making the batsman play a defensive shot. The previous one he missed was on the drive.
Cook turns again, halfway through this, his 6th over the wicket. This time attacks the stumps, and George Hill over the top of this. George did well with the ball last week, done well with the ball again here. Looked a danger, looked a threat, didn't it? Even when conditions were improving for batting today. And in terms of his first-class record with the bat, he's now played 20 matches, and he's going on for approaching 1,000 runs, 845, the highest first-class score of 151 made at Northampton earlier this year. He's over the top of this latest Cook delivery, just an inside contact on it, out towards Snater, coming round to field it at mid-wicket. They get 1, Hill on to 7, the total 40 for 1. It'll change, the field will change for the left-hander. But George so far in his relatively short first-class career, averaging 29.13. He's batted in various positions. Got that 151 opening down at Northampton, where he first kind of made his mark last year with a 70-odd when he first opened the batting. Bean waits, and has a sigh that this Cook delivery, loose shot, probably have a word with himself after that one. That was the end of the 12th. Yorkshire 40 for the loss of 1 wicket, Bean 25 and Hill 7. Just give you the heads up, Roland. I'm going to get some cue from BBC Humberside probably in about 3 minutes, so enough time for you to get through this next over. You won't be able to hear it, but I'll have to do an update on the back of it.
No problems whatsoever. 40 for 1, and that last delivery there, I think Bean would feel that he'd missed out, because that really was in his arc, short and wide. Loves to play square the wicket on the offside, but the cut shot missed. Native will continue, and he will bowl to Hill. He's got 3 slips, waiting for the edge. As Native comes in now, bowls to Hill, and is driven firmly up to mid-off, and the bowler took the pace off that one. Had he not done so, it looked as if it would have beaten the man at mid-off, but instead he deflects it to mid-off, who does the fielding, and there's no run. Full-length delivery driven on the front foot as Snater is bowling right arm fast medium over the wicket. So 3 slips, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary as he's approaching the umpire now. Bowls, and that's down the leg side, is it? Appeal, strangle appeal for LBW. No real conviction in that appeal, as the batsman's looking to flick that one down to fine leg. Ball goes out to square leg, no harm done. Score stays on 40 for 1. Just slightly down the leg side, and in many ways I think Hill will be quite disappointed that he missed out on that delivery, because it certainly was a run scoring delivery, but he's got to do battle again. Snater in, bowls, and that's driven firmly, but he can't beat the field at mid-off. It's hit straight to him all along the ground. There's the fielding. There's no run. Hill stays on 7. Bean, he is on 25, and been the more aggressive of the batsmen, particularly on that offside wide of the off stump, where he's, most left-handers like it short and wide. As Snater comes in once more, past the umpire and bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump, and on this occasion Hill has nothing to do with it. Allows that one to go through. Deficit still 51, so coming down all the time, and think Yorkshire, if they can get to close tonight, just one down, then really they would feel that overall they've had a pretty good day, and still be very much in the game. The loss of 1 or 2 wickets this evening again will change the complexion, as Snyder is in bowl, and that's met with a full face of the bat as he comes a long way forward and pushes it up to mid-off, and there is no run. 40 for 1. 25 to Bean. And coming towards the day's play. When I say towards today's play, it's still over 15 overs remaining, so that's certainly an extended period. Snyder towards the end of the over in now on balls, and that's short of a length and played onto the pad. It runs to the slip fielder, and the over comes to an end. 40 for 1.
Update time. Yeah, thanks. Yorkshire 40 for the loss of 1 wicket, trailing then by 51 runs in their second innings. Earlier, Essex were bowled out for 225 with an excellent effort from Jordan Thompson, 4 for 60. 3 wickets also for George Hill and 2 for Ben Code, passing 200 first-class wickets in the process. But a lot of hard work to do with the bat. Adam Lyth out for 4 is the one man gone so far. Finn Bean not out 25, George Hill not out 7. Yorkshire 40 for 1. There we go. Only 10 minutes or so before the next one. BBC Radio York. But for the meantime, Sam Cook bowling to Finn Bean, who gets bottom edge on this really, between his body and leg stump, survives it.
Yeah. And I just get the feeling that Bean's technique is that you've got to bowl straight at him, bowl straight at the stumps. If any room he wants, let him make the room, and that one was fairly close to him. It cramped him. Lucky not to have played it into his stumps, but that's the area really to dead straight.
Here is Bean playing forward to this latest Cook delivery, right over the top of it. No run this time. Yeah, dismissal in the first innings was just tight to the body, just one that he just a little bit of a nibble up. But going okay so far. 42, 25 last week, a duck, and 25 again in this innings. And he waits. And Cook in again, throws him one up there to think about driving. He's pulled that one, the leg side of straight, was trying to get it away through the offside. As Roland says, will exploit that area through the covers if he gets a little bit of width, but Sam Cook, you're going to be hard pressed to get that from him.
Yeah, Cook's he's a pretty quick learner. I think he works out batsmen quite well, and he would know that any width he's going to get punished.
And he comes again, very wide on the crease, and throws one wide of off stump this time, but can't tempt Bean into going at that one. So he wants a bit of width, but he doesn't want that much.
Yeah, that was quite low as well, and a bit more height. I think Bean would have sort of be looking to score, because he's got a lot of scoring options if it's wide on the offside. There's really only the backward point, and really there's acres of space between third slip and backward point, and then of course between the backward point and extra cover.
Cook in again, and Bean pushing back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. Mighty Marin is asking who's doing the live commentary on Saturday. Will it be you? No Yorkshire men's first team game on Saturday, so it won't be me. Cook then receives the ball from Wesley. One to come in the 14th. He comes now and bowls it to Bean, who gets it away through that favoured area in the covers. This time it's a back foot punch. It's not quite going to have the energy to make it to the boundary. Where it's chased down by Kushi. Pulls it in just short. They get back for 2. 27 to Bean. 42 for 1 at the end of the 14th over. Still 14 scheduled to be bowled today. Martin Rowe says, the way you said Roland puts me in mind of Janet from Grange Hill. Do you remember those days, Roland?
I'm afraid I wasn't a Grange Hill fan. I knew of the programme, but...
That's how she used to pronounce his name. R.I.P. Mrs. McCluskey. Please could you get your Roland to say the word. So he likes the way you say boundary. So come on, say boundary. Give us a bit of that page and boundary.
Boundary. Yep. Over comes to an end. 42 for 1. And Hill will take strike. Snater will continue once more. Deficit now 49 as Snater starts his run in. Now gets there and delivers and aiming to drive on the onside ball a little bit too straight and just eventually has to adjust and play the ball up to extra cover. Can't score. Score stays at 42 for 1.
You obviously weren't too old for Grange Hill, Roland. You were just too busy practicing cricket and football.
I was aware of it. It didn't go over my head. I was aware of it, but I just wasn't a great fan of Grange Hill. I'm very sorry about that as Snater's in and bowls to Hill, and that's 4 runs. No, it's what we've seen so far today with this straight drive. And it struck the stumps. And no, the fielder at mid-on would have had no chance. That was struck powerfully down the ground, but stumps intervene, so the bowler gets away with a dot ball.
Great shot for none. Yeah, Mrs. McCluskey, by the way, that Martin Rowe mentioned. I think that it was mentioned on social media yesterday that she's died, or the character, not the character, but the actor who played her.
Okay. Snater comes in once more, and this delivery is driven through the offside. His run say it's going up towards the boundary. I don't think it will reach there, but if they run hard, they should get 3, and the return is on its way. It's a long way to the keeper's end, and they will get 3. Overpitched delivery and driven through the offside, and he gets 3. Hill goes to 10, and that's 45 for 1, and that ball was nicely up there, just inviting the drive. And really, from a bowling perspective, you've got to take that chance because, you know, when you get the batsman playing away from his body, okay, he could get runs like he did there, but the reason you've got those 3 steps in place is to do that. Bean now takes straight as Snater comes around the wicket, bowls, and that's right in the block hole, and he's coming across that ball, having to dig it out at the last minute. And again, as if Snater's learning from his earlier mistakes and looking to bowl straight at the stumps to Bean. And if he keeps doing that, Bean's got to beat the man at mid-on with a drive, or he could easily play across one of those deliveries as he's sitting back looking to punch through the offside. Snater is in and bowls, and that's a good delivery. Brings him onto the front foot, opens him up. Runs off the face of the bat to backward point. Alistair does the fielding, and there is no run. 45 for 1. Being 27, Hill 10. As Essex, late in the day, trying to break through once more. They've got the early breakthrough in live, but since then, these 2 batsmen have given some stout resistance, and in the meantime, they have scored as well. Snater is in and bowls, and this one is flicked away through the onside. His runs here is at least 1. They'll definitely get 2 as mid-on has to chase it halfway to the boundary, and he picks up 2 Bean with that. Score goes to 49. He goes to 20. He goes to partnership now worth some 22. That was the final delivery of the over. 47 for 1. Bean is on 29, and with him Hill on 10.
Yep, so 15 gone, 13 remaining in the day. Heads up that I'll be doing an update for BBC York in the non-too-distant future. Finley Bean then has made a a good start. 29, Adam Lyth. The 1 wicket to have fallen for just the 4 before he was caught behind by Adam Rossington. I think I need to turn that cue down a little bit. My brain's blown out by that. Two headsets on at the moment, folks. Interesting concept. Ben Allison coming into the attack to replace Sam Cook. No surprises really, because Cook had bowled a pretty lengthy spell. Allison right arm over, tall figure, wide of George Hill's off stump first up, and there is no run. Lily happy that Jordan Thompson got 4 for, and he's hoping that Messrs Bean and Hill can go on for Yorkshire. Sure, there'll be a few more, including Yorkshire lad who sent us a photograph of a view from the boundary. Thinks Finn Bean looks assured and technically strong. And George Hill rapidly becoming a batting all-rounder, he says. Just see out the day. Hill right behind that, trying to do so. Allison's delivery. 47 for 1. We've gone to another song here, so it could be a while before this update comes around.
Yeah, nice delivery that. Just shaped away, squared him up a little bit, but still hit the middle of the bat. And Allison just seemed to be getting a little bit more pace off the pitch than the others at the moment.
Allison in again. Hill edges this one, but again, soft hands saves the day. Dropping short of second slip, who did a good job at fielding the ball, but it wasn't a catching chance. Hill remains on 10. 3 to come in the 16th. Allison then, turning again. George Hill's first 32 now in 33 minutes. So been out there a little while, getting himself in and flicking this one to leg. For a moment, felt like that might have been a catch to Feroz Kushi. Wouldn't have been surprised if everybody had gone up. It looked like it might have been a bit of air underneath it, but not the case. Finn Bean 29 from 40 so far, 6 of which have been boundaries. So looks like he's feeling pretty good out there. And the deficit 44 just at this moment in time. Allison making his way in again past umpire White, just short of length. Hill diverts it to Kushi at mid-wicket, no run. Time for an update for BBC Radio York. Yeah, Yorkshire, well, working themselves back into this. They made just 134 runs yesterday and earlier dismissed Essex for 225 in their first innings for a 91-run deficit. Dan Lawrence top scoring for the visiting side with 61. 3 wickets for George Hill, 4 for Jordan Thompson and 2 for Ben Code, 1 also for Stephen Patterson. So collectively, given that the conditions have improved today by comparison to yesterday for batting, they made a pretty good fist of it, but still 91 runs to rub off before they get in credit. And they've already lost Adam Lyth. He was caught behind by Adam Rossington off the bowling of the excellent Sam Cook for just the 4 runs. That was when the score was on 25. They've moved on to 47 for 1 now. Finn Bean, who of course has played plenty of cricket at York. He's 29 not out, and George Hill is not out on 10 at this moment in time. They're playing through for another, well, 15 minutes and more possibly. In some good sunny conditions at Headingley. Yorkshire 47 for 1 in their second innings, trailing by 44 runs.
Snake will continue. Snater, he's got 3 slips to the left-handed Bean. He's round the wicket. Ball to Bean, and this one stands up. Just bunched a little, and he's a little bit surprised, but defends it into the offside. Extra cover does the fielding. No addition to the score, still 47 for 1. His personal score being on 29. And it's been pretty severe on anything short and wide outside the off stump. 6 boundaries to his credit at the moment. as Essex probing to try and get another breakthrough just to finish the day strong. As Snater in now to Bean and bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off, going for a single, and he will get it, as the mid-off fielder there is quite slow in moving to his right. And good call from the striker, got the response from the non-striker, so he gets a single. Score goes to 48. His personal score now moves to 30. Rotation comes around. Hill now has to take strike. Field changes for the right-handed batsman. Also, Snater goes over the wicket. Still with 3 slips. He's into Hill now. Snater in, bowls to Hill, and that's short of a length, and he goes gently forward then back, defends the ball on the offside, and there's no run. He stays on 10. And this partnership starting to frustrate Essex, who perhaps would have hoped to have picked up some early wickets. And really the weather has held out remarkably well. We're nearly up to 10 to 6, and the sun is out in all its glory as Snater comes in once more to Hill. Bowl, and this one is worked through mid-wicket. There's runs here. It's going up towards the boundary. There's a long chase. I think there'll just be 2 as the ball is on its way back to the wicketkeeper's end on the full. And in the meantime, he picks up 2. But that was a nice shot, misdirected delivery on the leg stump, and just clipped through mid-wicket. So he goes to 12. The 50 up for Essex, and they'll be very pleased. For Yorkshire, they'll be very pleased with the fact that they've only lost just the 1 wicket. And it's also forced a change in the field, and something we've seen a lot today, that short mid-wicket as a catching option comes out from 3rd slip. So he's now 4 fielders on the leg side as Snater is in now and bowls to Hill, and he's on the front foot, and that ball's played into the ground and just goes out to the fielder, who has been just repositioned at that short mid-wicket field position. And there is no run, so the score still stays on 50 for the loss of 1, which represents a good recovery session here for Yorkshire, who had to bat yesterday in some pretty trying conditions, and Essex took full advantage of those conditions to dismiss them for 134. As Snater comes in once more and bowls, and that one comes into the batsman, and it's nicely played as he just watches that ball onto the face of the bat, plays it up to mid-on. The over is completed, and at the end of that over, the still saying 11 overs remaining, that we're seeing on this board in front of us, 50 for 1, Bean on 30 and Hill on 12.
Yeah, Jacob Wadsworth has tweeted, batting looks to be improving drastically since yesterday stroke this morning. Wonder if spin could come into it later on tomorrow. We'll need a lead of 250 or so to know if that'll be the case. That's a long way off just at this moment in time, isn't it, Jacob? Yeah, I suppose we all wonder if spin could come into it. Tends not to come into it big time on this ground. Jack Shot, of course, Yorkshire's specialist at spinner in this lineup. No Don Bess. Rested. Meanwhile, Ben Allison, ball in hand, is coming in right arm round the wicket to bowl to Bean, who just checks on one that he's pushing forward at, and it drops into the leg side, and there is no run. Presumably out there, thoughts will be turning their attentions to just making sure they're both still there at the end of the day today and don't do anything stupid in what remains of day 2.
Yeah, that has to be uppermost in their mind, just survival for the evening.
Listen again. Bean plays this one square on the leg side off the hip, but can't beat Cushy, who is patrolling around there mid-wicket, slightly squarer than. Bean on 30, Hill on 12, 50 for 1. Hard to know what Yorkshire are going to need here, if they are at all going to give Essex a little bit of a challenge of something to chase. Allison in, and Bean has a flash at one. No ball. Now then, they were celebrating a catch behind, so that's a couple of times now. Finn Bean has had a flash at one wide of off stump, and if there was a nick there, he could have got lucky. Not sure, but clearly, of course, doesn't matter, because Ben Allison, as umpire White has just shown him, stepped over. So one more on the total. Disappointment for Essex. Double teapot from Sir Alistair Cook at first slip. Allison coming in again from wide on the crease, and this time the ball closer to the body of Bean. Holds his bat inside the line.
Yeah, lovely delivery again. Just Allison coming around the wicket, and that one just moving off the seam, also bouncing as well. And Bean, who looks to stay leg side of the ball, was happy to see that one go through, but good reply by Allison.
Bean giving the bat a good old tap as Allison runs up again, and this time he's got one up there to drive, and Bean accepts it, driving it back to him in his follow through. I wonder if Essex might just try something a bit different in the closing minutes. Somebody else, different angle, different type of bowling, just to try and break a partnership just before the end of the day. In comes Allison once again to bowl to Finlay Bean. Stands tall, quite a high backlift, and watches another one go by. Who did you play under at Middlesex? Who the captains that you were playing under in those days? Mike Braley? Yeah.
Mike
Gatting, yeah. Who'd have been more inclined to be trying something a bit different last few overs, just to whip out another wicket? Either of them gamblers?
I think Braley was more, he wasn't a gambler, he was a calculated, inventive captain.
Allison in. There's an appeal for LBW against Bean here. Looks like it's going down. That was the way he was playing it as well, and waved away by umpire White. End of the 18th, 52 for 1.
Yeah, that last delivery, straightish, but heading toward the leg stump. It's the sort of area you need to bowl at, Being just a little bit more towards middle stump, because he's looking to get across the ball. He's certainly looking for that wideish delivery off stump, so when it comes a bit straight, he then has to hurriedly come across the delivery. On that occasion, it went down the leg side, so Snater will continue as another field change coming up here. There's going to be like a second mid-wicket, but he's almost square leg, but catching and a mid-wicket. As Snater to Hill, in and bowl, and Smet on the forward defensive, full face of the bat, back along the pitch. Snater in his follow through does the field in. Hill stays on 12. Deficit now looking 39. Dressing room will be fielding a lot happier. Every run they will be just ticking it off. 52 for 1. Being 30, Hill 12. As Snater, quite a long run up, not particularly quick, in and bowls, and Hill drives, and very well stopped there at extra cover. He dives away to his right, but in getting a hand to it, parries it to the man at mid-off, and they get a single, so he goes to 13. 53 for 1, brings the left-handed Bean on strike, and with that, Snater would also adjust where he bowls from. He's going to go back around the wicket, so now there's a mid-wicket catch in as well for the left-handed batsman. I think that's quite a good feel, actually, if you're going to bowl straight to Bean, as Snater is in. Bowls to Bean, and he's edging this one, has he? Or has it missed the bat altogether?
No, it's 4.
That's an edge, and really Could easily have been a chance. I'm not sure how the keeper missed that, but I think initially he shaped to go to his right, the keeper, and then at the last minute went to his left, and it went between him and the first slip. So fortune there for Bean, but he gets another boundary, and he goes to 34, 57 for 1. Snater past the umpire and bowls, and he's driving not where he wanted to, but he wouldn't mind the outcome. He was driving towards extra cover, comes off a thick outside half of the bat, goes behind point and down to the boundary for 4. So he goes back-to-back boundaries there. Not totally in control of that shot. It was there for the drive. And with this field setting on the offside particularly, just had to beat the point. So he goes to 38. Score goes to 61.
Yeah, definitely not looking comfortable. Just his last over or so with that flash at the one in the previous over.
Snater is in now and bowls, and occasion he's deciding to let this one go outside the off stump, a little bit too wide taken there by the keeper. So real opportunity to have dismissed Bean early in this innings with that edge past the keeper and for a slip. Neither of them got a hand to it. And when the ball goes between keeper and slip, somebody must get something on it, even if you drop it. But it just went right through. Snater is in now and bowls, and that's forced into the offside, but again he was lucky to get away with that delivery because it was right in his arc, plays it into the ground, fielded at extra cover. Over comes to an end, saying 9 remaining, and 61 for the loss of 1.
5:59 ticks over on the clock. Long day today, and it's going to be Ben Allison to continue it from the Kirkstall lane end of the ground. Bean 38 from 53 now. George Hill's faced 41 himself for his 13. More circumspect. It's going to be the latter who's on strike. Still 3 slips. Still a 30-run lead for the visitors here, led by Yorkshireman Anthony McGrath. And first ball from Allison is just slanted down the leg side, and George Hill's helped it on its way. Grateful for another boundary. 17 to him, 65 for 1. Deficit down to 26.
Yeah, not a good delivery to start the over. Angling down the leg side, and really a free hit. And Hill got enough on that one. Went very, very fine. But the result was 4, and as you said, that deficit has been now reduced to 26. So things going pretty well at the moment for Yorkshire. They're 65 for 1, so they'll be quite pleased that they can get through these remaining overs. Just 1 wicket down, then they're very much back in the game.
Here's Allison again over the wicket. Hill working off the legs this time, down towards long leg. Picks up a stroll of a single. 18 to him, 66 for 1. Well, George Hill certainly playing with sort of control and a sense of what's going on out there. Finn Bean did have that swish at what turned out to be a no ball in the previous Allison over, which looked like it was going to be claimed as a catch by Adam Rossington. In comes Allison, and being beaten by this one, a stifled appeal for LBW as the ball cannons into his pads. Just that one Adam Lyth wicket to have fallen then, caught Rossington bowled Cook. Sam Cook with a 4th victim in the match. Tom Wesley just buffing up the ball. 19 and a half overs old now, trying to keep it in the best nick possible. And Allison comes in again, and it's wide of Finn Bean's off stump, and He's happy to get the bat out of the way. Shadows begin to lengthen. Those down to our left in the northeast stand. On the east, well, the east stand side of the ground was in shadow to begin with this morning. They've had plenty of sunshine, but in the northeast stand, a few topped up tans today. Been here a better part of 8 hours. Allison in again. A short ball. Bean just steps forward and watches it go by. One to come in the over. Pitch still playing plenty well enough for Yorkshire's liking, now that moisture is out of it. Be an update for BBC Radio Leeds in a couple of minutes' time. Allison in again, and Bean. Very much an end of day feel about the whole thing there, wide of off stump. Bean pulls the bat out of the way. And Roland taking a breather. Dick going to join us again. 66 for the loss of the 1 wicket second time around Yorkshire. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7, Ben Allison. Shane Snater had been bowling, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21, but it's now going to be the leg spin of Matt Critchley. So here we go, asking Roland about the captains he played under. Bit of inventive captaincy, trying something different. Tom Wesley before the day is done.
Matt Critchley.
Trying to challenge the outside edge of the right-hander's bat. He's got a short leg in place. Nick Brown. Alistair Cook is at first slip. Backward point. Sweeper out on the cover or towards the cover boundary. Extra cover. Mid-off and mid-on have dropped a bit deeper as a straight mid-wicket. And also a sweeper. Backward square leg. George Hill fancies his chances against the spinners, as he's told us before, and he plays this delivery up to mid-on. Won't want to give it away in the closing stages tonight. Critchley in again. Looked like he might have dragged that down, but actually ends up pitching a little bit better length than it perhaps originally looked. Critchley in again. That's punched out into the offside by Hill. Misfield by Lawrence. And they're going to get through for 1, taking Hill on to 19. The score to 67 for 1. So Bean on strike against Critchley in this innings for the first time. Time for an update in a moment with BBC Radio Leeds then. Here we go. Yeah, closing in on the end of day 2 here, Johnny, and Yorkshire. Well, they're starting to work themselves back into this game. Of course, you'll recall they were all out for 134 yesterday. They bowled Essex out for 225 today, conceding a 91-run first innings lead to the visitors. Good bowling in that Essex innings by Jordan Thompson, 4 for 60, 3 for 22 for George Hill, 2 wickets for Ben Code, passing 200 first-class wickets in the process, and 1 for former skipper Stephen Patterson. Adam Lyth was a relatively early victim. There was 25 on the board when he was caught behind off Sam Cook for just the 4 runs. But young Finlay Bean, in just his second first-class match, having made a highest first-class score in his first knock last week of 42, has 39 to his name at the moment. George Hill with him has just crashed one back at spin bowler Matt Critchley. He's not out on 19. So second wicket partnership so far worth 43. 21 overs bowled in this Yorkshire second innings and 7 remaining in the day's play. They are 68 for 1, trailing at the moment by just 23 runs. And Dick back alongside, and we're going to see Ben Allison continue from this Kirkstall Lane end. 7 to go in the day. Essex pressing for a second wicket. Yorkshire probably hoping that they've just about rubbed that off before the end of the day's play without further loss. Almost then a one innings match.
Yeah, then it's all set up for a very entertaining couple of days. As Allison moves in, right arm round the wicket and short of length, cracked away just backward of square on the offside, fielded by Nick Brown, about 20 yards from the bat, a bit less than that perhaps. 68 for one, so another 23 needed for parity, and then they start to get in the credit with only one wicket down at the moment. So yeah, all set up for an absorbing final couple of days. Sorry I won't be here. Well, I'll probably be here in the morning tomorrow just to see how it goes. That's just played out to mid-on and make sure my colleague Paul Newton's made it okay. It was a fairly long trek up from the Essex. Not quite so long for him as me. He lives in a different part of Essex, but still the better part of 200 miles or more. And 68 for one. As Ben Allison moves in and bowls. Oh, and a bit of a fish outside the off stump by Finley Bean, but lives to fight another, if not another day, although he'll hope to, but certainly another delivery. He has 39 to his name, George Hill 19. The batsman out, Adam Lyers for just 4. And Allison, tall, fair-haired, moves in, bowls. Down the leg side, well taken by a diving Rossington, diving away to his right. Does well to stop that going through to the boundary. Shadows inevitably lengthening at nearly 10 past 6 on the 13th of September. Another few weeks and the clocks go back. Goodness. And short of length outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, has just 2 slips keeping him company. Then there's, as I say, Nick Brown at backward point. There's a cover mid-off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and on the onside there's a deep backward square. Mid-wicket, a shortish and straightish mid-on, and a conventional mid-on. Well, I suppose that first one more like mid-wicket. Shorter length. Oh, a play and a miss. It came back at him a lot, and Rossington had to move away again to his right to effect a good bit of keeping. So another challenging over from Allison. And as we were saying yesterday, the Essex seam attack looks very good, and there's backup in the likes of Aaron Beard and 1 or 2 others. So it's good to see. Not just Essex, as I say, been saying the last almost 2 days. You know, I like watching cricket, not just Essex, and it's good to see all the counties bring on young players.
Here's Critchley from the Howard stand end, drilled into the offside by George Hill, fielded there by Dan Lawrence on the edge of the Hessian, that famous Yorkshire Hessian. 68 for 1, Critchley in again. Hill, softer hands this time, just pushing into the offside. By the way, John Vert, second team scorer, has texted me from Blackpool to say Lancashire close on 33 for 4. Fish, good news. Matthew Fisher bowled 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 5. And as Hill smashes one straight back along the deck past Critchley. Lovely shot by George, taking him on to 23, and the score to 72 for 1. Quote unquote from John Vert, Fish bowled nicely. hopefully, having bowled nicely, he'll come out of that with no reoccurrences of anything untoward, and maybe be able to get another bowl before the end of the match, or end of the innings. However that works in terms of your comebacks with the physios and the strength and conditioning staff in the modern game, not entirely sure. Hill pushes that out into the point region this time. Well, there's no run. Here's Critchley again, just drags it slightly into the deck, and George Hill milks a single out to the sweeping Cushy, who's fairly square on the offside. 24 now to George. 48 this partnership worth for the second wicket. So far, so good. 73 for 1 Yorkshire. I'll let Roland pop back in and take over from me for a few overs, end of the day. Been hogging it because of all these updates I've had to do. Couple of balls left in this over. Critchley round the wicket. Bean steps across and just drops that into the offside. And in fact, that is the end of the over. Scoreboard slightly behind. So 73 for 1. Hill 24. Will be back on strike. Bean on 39. And Yorkshire trailing now by just the 18.
Yep. Thanks, Jonathan, as ever. 73 for 1, as you said. 18 in it. And 5 overs to go. And it's now, what, 13 minutes past 6, something like that. So, yeah, we've been saying most of the day, probably end about 1:30. No reason to change that view. Although with Critchley on, that seems even more assured, probably. And it's Allison to continue from this. The Kirkstall lane end moves in right up over the wicket. Bowls all play and defensive shot, but ball moved away off the wicket. Went through to wicketkeeper Rossington. Score still 73 for 1. It's going to be a good couple of days, isn't it?
That's all we need now is for the weather to remain fine these next couple of days. Just remember the third innings of the game, and this is only day 2.
Yes, quite.
All possible results.
Yep, all of them. And all 4. So win, draw, or even a tie. That's pushed away on to the onside. They scamper through for a single. And score moves on to 74 for 1. Just 17 short of the Essex score. Although, as I say, that is, to a certain extent, only a psychological target, but it makes you feel just that little bit better. And Ben Allison moves in. Peel, I don't know that. I said, as I've said once or twice, it's, you can tell the Peels where they genuinely think it's out and where you think, well, it's nothing more than a vociferous inquiry.
I like inquiry really.
Yes.
A lot of conviction.
No.
Many of the fielders, it was like, no hope.
Yes. Well, under the circumstances, they'll be grateful for anything they can get. That's next delivery. Outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. So a quiet end to the day, as one would expect, of course, because Yorkshire certainly don't want to lose a wicket in this promising position, and they'll be keen to have all these 9 wickets intact when play begins at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Yes, and obviously just fighting to hang in there, get to close the play just 1 on.
Listen again, way outside the off stump, allowed to pass by. So it's been absorbed. Well, I was going to say an absorbing 2 days. In effect, it's been an absorbing day and a half because, as we know, play ended at 3 o'clock yesterday, more or less on the dot. And although we didn't know at the time that was the end of the day, it turned out to be so. But today, in every respect, very different as Allison moves in and bowls. Oh, well, there again. That wasn't even born of hope, that was born of, well, I'm not quite sure what, fantasy. And end of the over, Yorkshire 74 for 1, still 17 in arrears, 4 overs of the day to go.
Let's get through these remaining 3 overs and 5 balls. So a single there to Hill goes to 26. It's quickly the ball on. He's going to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Green. He's in, bowls. It's a good delivery. Brings him forward. And it's fielded forward short leg. He's got a slip. Forward short leg. Offside is a point on the boundary. Extra cover in the mid-off. Side stays on 39. Forward short leg, and he's got a short front leg. As Critchley's in, bowls, good delivery again. Moves the batsman forward, coming from the field inside, but again, more in port as the ball was defended. The keeper comes up from there and stops does the field in 74 for 1. Critchley in, bowls. Driven up to mid-on. That nice floated delivery. Being pitched right up, nothing short at the moment, so he'll be quite happy with the way that he's gone about this first over. Critchley in now, and that's a good delivery, and he's turning it. Going for 1, there could possibly be 2. The field is onto it, throws on its way, but he will get 2. And those 2 runs goes on to Bean, so the over comes to an end of a very good over there by Critchley, that first over. Tossed the ball up nicely as a leg spinner. Bean goes to 41. It's 77 for 1, and overs remaining 3.
Yeah, we're sorry if you couldn't hear the first part of that over from Roland, but you heard the second part anyway. But, although you may have done it, may have been coming into my microphone. 77 for 1. 3 overs remain. Well, 14 behind. More or less 5 and over to get parity. That won't be uppermost in their mind. So, you know, as long as they don't lose another wicket, that's all Yorkshire are concerned about, quite rightly.
From the coastal lane end, Jamie Porter.
Porter from this end, the coastal lane end. Certainly the first time he's bowled from this end in this innings. I'm just trying to remember whether he bowled yesterday from this innings. I think it was generally from the far end. As he moves in now and bowls, and that's played out just in front of square, or more or less square on the offside. No addition to the score. Yet another aeroplane in the distance, and I think the wind must have changed direction, because we noticed that recently they've been taking off more over Headingley than coming in over him. So I know very little about aviation, except I enjoy going on holiday. But I believe they take off and land into the wind. That's played very pleasant shot because not a lot of effort put into it. Okay, so it's a short boundary, but you know, it was still perfectly timed, and the ball sped away to the extra cover boundary.
Yeah, nicely timed shot, just got on top of the bounce.
Yeah.
Didn't hit it hard, just really timed it well. And so the boundary is relatively short, but it still would have gone for 4. I reckon on the other side as well it was such.
Yep.
The timing was such.
So, Porter moves in again. Elbows are flailing as they always have done. And that's just played defensively, trickles out on the onside, picked up by Sam Cook, who may have the dubious pleasure of being interviewed by me tonight about his 200 wickets. And, only 5 years ago he was playing club cricket for Chelmsford. I used to go and watch him when I reported on club cricket as well as county cricket. I used to watch him playing for Chelmsford, and here we are 5 years later, on the verge possibly of an England cap. Not, you know, not in the immediate future, but on the horizon possibly. That's just played out quietly on the offside, no addition to the score.
I would imagine there's a Lions tour coming up. I would imagine this winter.
Yes, well, you'd hope so. Yeah. Yes. So Porter in again, bowls. That's just played defensively. Did you ever play club cricket, Roland, either before or, club cricket before or after you were playing professionally?
Yeah, before. I'm a Stevenage, Hertfordshire boy. I played for Stevenage.
Oh, right.
That's where I came from, really. I grew up in Stevenage and played for that club.
That's played totally defensively. Yeah, I mean, having played it myself, I'm a very keen follower of club cricket, and there's some very good club cricket in and around London, isn't there?
Yeah, there's some pretty good leagues.
Yes.
Some good leagues in Surrey, some in Middlesex.
Yeah. Well, a lot of Essex players have come, well, almost all of them really. The homegrown ones have come through the Essex leagues. Wanstead, Chelmsford, Brentwood. Porter moves in and bowls. That's just played again. With studied defence. 2 overs to go. Just 8 in arrears. And Yorkshire 83 for 1. With Bean not out 41 and Rowland not out 30.
And just the 4 runs coming off that over there by Porter. And it looks as if Critchley's going to continue. Quite a decent over that last one, just bowled in. His leg spin around the wicket. So with 2 overs remaining, 83 for 1. Things going nicely here for Yorkshire.
They are.
They've recovered after really being a bit under the hammer with that lead of 91, but it looks like Dan Lawrence is going to get the call. I thought Critchley's over was a good one, but maybe they didn't feel as if he could get a wicket, and maybe Lawrence might be the lucky charm. So Lawrence will have a strong offside field, but he's bowling around the wicket, and this first delivery is way down the leg side. And it's missed there by the keeper. Lucky not to be called a wide, but it's going to be a bye. So 1 to the total. It goes to 84. And the right-handed Hill now will take strike. So adjustment to the field. I'm not sure why there's a deep extra cover with 2 overs remaining. I just Sometimes the field placing in modern day cricket is quite baffling.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
You know, there's 2 overs to go, you need a wicket, and yet you're going to have a backward point on the boundary as Lawrence is in now to Hill and bowls.
Yes.
And he allows this one to go through outside the off stump, taken by the keeper cleanly, and there's no run.
I'm so glad you said that. I was thinking it, but I'm glad you said it with vastly more experience of the game at this level than I have.
Then you've got a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a deep long on, as Lawrence is in now, bowl to Hill, and Hill is playing this one directly where that fielder was originally, backward point. Instead, he's out on the boundary, so there's an easy single. He has to run in some 30 metres, batsman cross for a single, and really it does at times beg a belief that...
Yes, I mean, that very obviously gave away a run, didn't it? Because as you say, it went to where he was and it would have been a dot ball.
Yes, Lawrence round the wicket now to Bean and bowls and short of a length, and he's forcing this off the back foot, but gets a little bit too close to the ball and ends up hitting it to fielder at cover. Does the fielding. Is no run. 2 balls remaining in Lawrence's first over. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Bean and bowls, and he's forward and defends back along the pitch. Short leg comes forward, does the fielding, and there is no run. And just maybe they want to bowl at Bean. I'm not sure what the thinking is, but that may be the thinking, as Lawrence, with the final delivery of the 27th over, is coming around the wicket, slip and full short leg in place. Lawrence is in and bowl, and he goes back, defends the ball to backward point. No run taken. Over comes to an end. It's 85 for the loss of 1. Partnership now worth some 60 between Hill and Bean. Bean is on 41. Hill, he is on 31, and just the 1 over remaining for the day. So it looks as if these 2 batsmen were going to get to close the play, and Yorkshire would have recovered some of the lost ground that they had lost today. So 85 for 1.
So Ben Ellison to bowl the last over. No, it's not. Sorry, it was Ben Ellison. Of course, it's been replaced by Jamie Porter, moves in, bowls. That's just stabbed out on the offside, no addition to the score. And, well, with unnecessary vigour, Nick Brown hurls it into the gloves of Rossington, just to demonstrate he's still on the ball, literally. And Porter in again, bowls. Again, that's played guided backward of square, but well saved. No run scored off that one. So 6 in arrears, I suppose, unless a rank bad delivery comes along. It seems unlikely that parity will be achieved off the next 4 deliveries, but as I say, that is a very, very little concern. It's the overall picture that matters. Porter moves in now. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and well, he does stray, so strays onto or even outside leg stump, and that's whipped away through the leg side for 2. They thought about a 3rd, but it would never have been there really. And well, a run out is always unwise, but with only two or three deliveries of the day left, it's verging on the irresponsible. So 87 for 1, with 3 deliveries of the day remaining. Well, a very interesting day, and 2 more interesting ones to come. I shall follow this very eagerly from a distance. Oh, and just what Yorkshire did not want off the 4th ball of the last over of the day, and it now turns out to be, I think, the last ball of the day, according to the regulations. It's... Which of those is it? That's out.
It's Hill caught it.
It's Hill that's out, yeah. Hill out for 33, caught in the slips. So, caught by Alistair Cook. Low down, it was a good catch by Sir Alistair. So George Hill out for 33, and so Yorkshire end the day on 87 for 2, still 4 in arrears. I'll leave Roland with Jonathan to end the day. I must just say I've thoroughly enjoyed my 2 days. This is my last stint of the season. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if it's my last stint ever, but I've loved the last 28 years. It's been great fun, and so I'll leave you in the tender hands of Roland Butcher and Jonathan Doyle.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and Yorkshire be very disappointed to have lost that wicket just at the death when it seemed that they had survived. And Hill just played as a delivery outside the off stump, a little bit wideish, and edged to Alistair Cook, who took it safely. So they finished the day on 87 for the loss of 2. And a pretty absolving day, cricket.
Yeah, very much so. George Hill going to be absolutely livid with himself, isn't he, for just having a little push at that. And I think his body language as he came off suggested as much. All that hard work, but well, nobody means to do it, I guess. 87 for 2 then at the close of play. So 2 balls of that 28th over to come first up tomorrow morning, and then another long day. Yorkshire have got themselves into a reasonable position. That second wicket just checks it a little bit, that I wanted to go in front, wouldn't it, with the loss of just the 1. Whose day's it been? Well, I suppose, given that we're almost parity, Yorkshire had to bowl well in better batting conditions. Essex made 225. I suppose they would have been delighted with that, would they? But they'll have been delighted to pick up that last week. How do you call the day?
I would think pretty much a fairly even day, really, because you would have expected, having dismissed the opposition yesterday in good bowling conditions, with the sun out today, that it would be a lot harder to bowl them out, and thought Yorkshire came back well to restrict them to just over, manageable total, albeit that, there was a bit of a deficit there. But then they fought back again, and right up to the delivery then, we were in very good position, just a few runs behind, but at the same time, a pretty good recovery. So I would say overall, I would say a fairly even day on several fronts.
Yep, okay, well, Essex will still be confident, of course, of chipping away at this Yorkshire second innings. 8 more wickets to take to set themselves up for a victory themselves, and a lot of hard work to do with the bat for Yorkshire tomorrow, when we believe conditions are going to be something similar to today. So who knows? We were writing this game off yesterday as being done inside 3 days. Quite a lot of times we've done that this season. The game itself has come back to surprise us and has gone deep into the 4th. We'll see how that one pans out, Roland. Thanks for your contributions and input, intributions and comput today. And thanks also, of course, to Dick Davis, who's popped off to do his interview. Paul Newton back with Roland and myself for each and every ball tomorrow, and the schedule, of course, to start at 10:30, so we'll be on